Volume 1 of the Antiquary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1. I knew Anselmo. He was shrewd and prudent. Wisdom and cunning had their shares of him, but he was shrewish as a wayward child, and pleased again by toys which childhood please; as, book of fables graced with print of wood, or else the jingling of a rusty metal, or the rare melody of some old ditty, that first was sung to please King Pepin's cradle. Introduction. The present work completes a series of fictitious narratives, intended to illustrate the manners of Scotland at three different periods. Waverley embraced the age of our fathers, Guy Mannering that of our own youth, and the Antiquary refers to the last 10 years of the 18th century. I have, in the two last narratives especially, sought my principal personages in the class of society who are the last to feel the influence of that general polish which assimilates to each other the manners of different nations. Among the same class I have placed some of the scenes in which I have endeavoured to illustrate the operation of the higher and more violent passions, both because the lower orders are less restrained by the habit of suppressing their feelings, and because I agree with my friend Wordsworth, that they seldom fail to express them in the strongest and most powerful language. This is, I think, peculiarly the case with the peasantry of my own country, a class with whom I have long been familiar. The antique force and simplicity of their language, often tinctured with the oriental eloquence of Scripture, in the mouths of those of an elevated understanding, give pathos to their grief, and dignity to their resentment. I have been more solicitous to describe manners minutely than to arrange in any case an artificial and combined narrative, and have but to regret that I felt myself unable to unite these two requisites of a good novel. The knavery of the adept in the following sheets may appear forced and improbable, but we have had very late instances of the force of superstitious credulity to a much greater extent, and the reader may be assured that this part of the narrative is founded on a fact of actual occurrence. I have now only to express my gratitude to the public for the distinguished reception which they have given to works that have little more than some truth of colouring to recommend them, and to make my respectful leave, as one who is not likely again to solicit their favour, to the above advertisement which was prefixed to the first edition of the Antiquary. It is necessary in the present edition to add a few words, transferred from the introduction to the Chronicles of the Canongate, respecting the character of Jonathan Oldbuck. I may here state generally, that although I have deemed historical personages free subjects of delineation, I have never on any occasion violated the respect due to private life. It was indeed impossible that traits proper to persons, both living and dead, with whom I have had intercourse in society, should not have risen to my pen in such works as Waverley, and those which followed it. But I have always studied to generalize the portraits, so that they should still seem, on the whole, the productions of fancy, though possessing some resemblance to real individuals. Yet I must own my attempts have not in this last particular been uniformly successful. There are men whose characters are so peculiarly marked, that the delineation of some leading and principal feature inevitably places the whole person before you in his individuality. Thus the character of Jonathan Oldbuck in the Antiquary was partly founded on that of an old friend of my youth, to whom I am indebted for introducing me to Shakespeare, and other invaluable favours. But I thought I had so completely disguised the likeness, that it could not be recognised by any one now alive. I was mistaken, however, and indeed had endangered what I desired should be considered as a secret, for I afterwards learned that a highly respectable gentleman, one of the few surviving friends of my father, and an acute critic, had said, upon the appearance of the work, that he was now convinced who was the author of it, as he recognised, in the Antiquary, traces of the character of a very intimate friend of my father's family. Note, the late George Constable of Wallace Craigie, near Dundee. End note. I have only farther to request the reader not to suppose that my late respected friend resembled Mr. Oldbuck, either in his pedigree, or the history imputed to the ideal personage. There is not a single incident in the novel which is borrowed from his real circumstances, excepting the fact that he resided in an old house near a flourishing seaport, and that the author chanced to witness a scene betwixt him and the female proprietor of a stage coach, very similar to that which commences the history of the Antiquary. An excellent temper, with a slight degree of subacid humour, learning, wit, and drollery, the more poignant that they were little marked by the peculiarities of an old bachelor. A soundness of thought, rendered more forcible by an occasional quaintness of expression, were, the author conceives, the only qualities in which the creature of his imagination resembled his benevolent and excellent old friend. The prominent part performed by the beggar in the following narrative induces the author to prefix a few remarks of that character as it formerly existed in Scotland, though it is now scarcely to be traced. Many of the old Scottish mendicants were by no means to be confounded with the utterly degraded classes of beings who now practise that wandering trade. Such of them as were in the habit of travelling through a particular district were usually well received both in the farmer's ha' and in the kitchens of the country gentlemen. Martin, author of the Reliquiae Divi Sancti Andreae, written in 1683, gives the following account of one class of this order of men in the 17th century, in terms which would induce an antiquary like Mr. Oldbuck to regret its extinction. He conceives them to be descended from the ancient bards, and proceeds: "They are called by others, and by themselves, jockeys, who go about begging, and use still to recite the Slogoran, gathering words or war cries, of most of the true ancient surnames of Scotland, from old experience and observation. Some of them I have discoursed, and found to have reason and discretion. One of them told me there was not now above 12 of them in the whole isle, but he remembered when they abounded, so as at one time he was one of 5 that usually met at St. Andrew's." The race of jockeys of the above description has, I suppose, been long extinct in Scotland, but the old remembered beggar, even in my own time, like the bawcoach or travelling cripple of Ireland, was expected to merit his quarters by something beyond an exposition of his distresses. He was often a talkative, facetious fellow, prompt at repartee, and not withheld from exercising his powers that way by any respective persons, his patch cloak giving him the privilege of the ancient jester. To be a gude crack, that is, to possess talents of conversation, was essential to the trade of a poor body of the more esteemed class, and Burns, who delighted in the amusement their discourse afforded, seems to have looked forward with gloomy firmness to the possibility of himself becoming one day or other a member of their itinerant society. In his poetical works it is alluded to so often as perhaps to indicate that he considered the consummation as not utterly impossible. Thus, in the fine dedication of his works to Gavin Hamilton, he says, "And when I dunno yoke an aig, then, Lord be thankit, I can beg." Again, in his epistle to Davy, a brother poet, he states, that in their closing career, "the last o't, the warst o't, is only just to beg." And after having remarked that "to lie in kilns and barns at e'en, when banes are crazed and blood is thin," is doubtless great distress, the bard reckons up, with the true poetical spirit, the free enjoyment of the beauties of nature, which might counterbalance the hardship and uncertainty of the life, even of a mendicant. In one of his prose letters, to which I have lost the reference, he details this idea yet more seriously, and dwells upon it, as not ill adapted to his habits and powers. As the life of a Scottish mendicant of the 18th century seems to have been contemplated without much horror by Robert Burns, the author can hardly have erred in giving to Edie Ochiltree something of poetical character and personal dignity, above the more abject of his miserable calling. The class had, intact, some privileges. A lodging, such as it was readily granted to them in some of the outhouses, and the usual almous (alms) of a handful of meal, called a gowpen, was scarce denied by the poorest cottager. The mendicant disposed these, according to their different quality, in various bags around his person, and thus carried about with him the principal part of his sustenance, which he literally received for the asking. At the houses of the gentry, his cheer was mended by scraps of broken meat, and perhaps a Scottish twalpenny, or English penny, which was expended in snuff or whiskey. In fact, these indolent peripatetics suffered much less real hardship and want of food than the poor peasants from whom they received alms. If, in addition to his personal qualifications, the mendicant chanced to be a king's bedesman or blue gown, he belonged, in virtue thereof, to the aristocracy of his order, and was esteemed a parson of great importance. These bedesmen are an order of paupers to whom the kings of Scotland were in the custom of distributing a certain alms, in conformity with the ordinances of the Catholic Church, and who were expected to return to pray for the royal welfare and that of the state. This order is still kept up. Their number is equal to the number of years which his Majesty has lived, and one blue gown additional is put on the roll for every returning royal birthday. On the same auspicious era, each bedesman receives a new cloak, or gown of coarse cloth, the colour light blue, with a pewter badge, which confers on them the general privilege of asking alms through all Scotland, all laws against sorning, masterful beggary, and every other species of mendicity, being suspended in favour of this privileged class. With his cloak, each receives a leathern purse, containing as many shillings Scots, videlicet, pennies sterling, as the sovereign is years old. The zeal of their intercession for the king's long life receiving, it is to be supposed, a great stimulus from their own present and increasing interest in the object of their prayers. On the same occasion, one of the royal chaplains preaches a sermon to the bedesmen, who, as one of the reverend gentlemen expressed himself, are the most impatient and inattentive audience in the world. Something of this may arise from a feeling on the part of the bedesmen that they are paid for their own devotions, not for listening to those of others. Or, more probably, it arises from impatience, natural, though indecorous, in men bearing so venerable a character, to arrive at the conclusion of the ceremonial of the royal birthday, which, so far as they are concerned, ends in a lusty breakfast of bread and ale, the whole moral and religious exhibition terminating in the advice of Johnson's hermit hoar to his proselyte, "Come, my lad, and drink some beer." Of the charity bestowed on these aged bedesmen in money and clothing, there are many records in the Treasurer's accompts. The following extract, kindly supplied by Mr. Macdonald of the Register House, may interest those whose taste is akin to that of Jonathan Oldbuck of Monkbarns.
Blue gowns. In the account of Sir Robert Melville of Murdocarney, Treasurer Deputy of King James VI., there are the following payments. Junii 1590. Item. To Mr. Peter Young, Eleemosynary, 24 gowns of blue cloth, to be given to 24 old men, according to the years of his Highness's age, extending to 8 by 8 ells Cloth, price of the ell, 24 shillings. India, 201 pounds 12 shillings. Item, for 16 ells buckram to the said gowns, price of the ell 10 shillings. India, 8 pounds. Item, 24 purses, and an ilk purse 24 shillings. India, 28 pounds 16 shillings. Item, the price of ilk purse 4 pence. India, 8 shillings. Item, for making of the said gowns, 8 pounds. In the account of John, Earl of Mar, great treasurer of Scotland, and of Sir Gideon Murray of Elibank, treasurer deputy, the blue gowns also appear, thus: Hunii 1617. Item, to James Murray, merchant, for 15 score 6 ells, and 1/2 ell of blue cloth, to be gowns to 51 aged men, according to the years of his Majesty's age, at 40 shillings the ell. India, 613 pounds. Item, to workmen for carrying the blues to James Aikman, tailor, his house, 13 shillings 4 pence. Item, for 6 ells and 1/2 of harden to the said gowns, at 6 shillings 8 pence the ell. India, 44 shillings 4 pence. Item, to the said workmen for carrying of the gowns from the said James Aikman's house to the palace of Holyrood House, 18 shillings. Item, for making the said 51 gowns, at 12 shillings the piece. India, 30 pounds 12 shillings. Item, for 51 purses to the said poor men, 51 shillings. Item, to Sir Peter Young, 51 shillings, to be put in every one of the said 51 purses to the said poor men, 530 pounds 1 shilling. Item, to the said Sir Peter, to buy bread and drink to the said poor men, 6 pounds 13 shillings 4 pence. Item, to the said Sir Peter, to be dealt among other poor folk, pounds. Item, upon the last day of June, to Dr. Young, Dean of Winchester, eleemosynary deputy to his Majesty, 25 pounds sterling, to be given to the poor by the way in his Majesty's progress. India, 300 pounds.
I have only to add that, although the institution of King's Bedesmen still subsists, they are now seldom to be seen on the streets of Edinburgh, of which their peculiar dress made them rather a characteristic feature. Having thus given an account of the genus and species to which Edie Ochiltree appertains, the author may add that the individual he had in his eye was Andrew Gemmells, an old mendicant of the character described, who was many years since well known, and must still be remembered in the vales of Gala, Tweed, Ettrick, Yarrow, and the adjoining country. The author has in his youth repeatedly seen and conversed with Andrew, but cannot recollect whether he held the rank of Blue Gown. He was a remarkably fine old figure, very tall, and maintaining a soldier-like or military manner and address. His features were intelligent, with a powerful expression of sarcasm. His motions were always so graceful that he might almost have been suspected of having studied them, for he might, on any occasion, have served as a model for an artist, so remarkably striking were his ordinary attitudes. Andrew Gemmells had little of the cant of his calling. His wants were food and shelter, or a trifle of money, which he always claimed, and seemed to receive as his due. He sung a good song, told a good story, and could crack a severe jest with all the acumen of Shakespeare's jesters, though without using, like them, the cloak of insanity. It was some fear of Andrew's satire, as much as a feeling of kindness or charity, which secured him the general good reception which he enjoyed everywhere. In fact, a jest of Andrew Gemmells, especially at the expense of a person of consequence, flew round the circle which he frequented, as surely as the bon mot of a man of established character for wit glides through the fashionable world. Many of his good things are held in remembrance, but are generally too local and personal to be introduced here. Andrew had a character peculiar to himself among his tribe, for aught I ever heard. He was ready and willing to play at cards or dice with any one who desired such amusement. This was more in the character of the Irish itinerant gambler, called in that country a carrow, than of the Scottish beggar. But the late Reverend Doctor Robert Douglas, minister of Galashiels, assured the author that the last time he saw Andrew Gemmells he was engaged in a game at brag with a gentleman of fortune, distinction, and birth. To preserve the due gradations of rank, the party was made at an open window of the chateau, the laird sitting on his chair in the inside, the beggar on a stool in the yard, and they played on the window sill. The stake was a considerable parcel of silver. The author expressing some surprise, Dr. Douglas observed that the laird was no doubt a humourist or original, but that many decent persons in those times would, like him, have thought there was nothing extraordinary in passing an hour, either in card playing or conversation, with Andrew Gemmells. This singular mendicant had generally, or was supposed to have, much money about his person, as would have been thought the value of his life among modern footpads. On one occasion, a country gentleman, generally esteemed a very narrow man, happening to meet Andrew, expressed great regret that he had no silver in his pocket, or he would have given him sixpence. "I can give you change for a note, laird," replied Andrew. Like most who have arisen to the head of their profession, the modern degradation which mendicity has undergone was often the subject of Andrew's lamentations. As a trade, he said, it was 40 pounds a year worse since he had first practised it. On another occasion he observed, begging was in modern times scarcely the profession of a gentleman, and that if he had 20 sons, he would not easily be induced to breed one of them up in his own line. When or where this laudator temporis acti closed his wanderings, the author never heard with certainty, but most probably, as Burns says, he died a cadger pony's death at some dyke side. The author may add another picture of the same kind as Edie Ochiltree and Andrew Gemmells, considering these illustrations as a sort of gallery, open to the reception of anything which may elucidate former manners or amuse the reader. The author's contemporaries at the University of Edinburgh will probably remember the thin, wasted form of a venerable old bedesman, who stood by the Potterrow port, now demolished, and, without speaking a syllable, gently inclined his head and offered his hat, but with the least possible degree of urgency, towards each individual who passed. This man gained by silence and the extenuated and wasted appearance of a palmer from a remote country, the same tribute which was yielded to Andrew Gemmells' sarcastic humour and stately deportment. He was understood to be able to maintain a son, a student in the theological classes of the University, at the gate of which the father was a mendicant. The young man was modest and inclined to learning, so that a student of the same age, and whose parents were rather of the lower order, moved by seeing him excluded from the society of other scholars, when the secret of his birth was suspected, endeavoured to console him by offering him some occasional civilities. The old mendicant was grateful for this attention to his son, and one day, as the friendly student passed, he stooped forward more than usual, as if to intercept his passage. The scholar drew out a halfpenny, which he concluded was the beggar's object, when he was surprised to receive his thanks for the kindness he had shown to Jemmy, and at the same time a cordial invitation to dine with them next Saturday, on a shoulder of mutton and potatoes, adding, "Ye'll put on your clean sark, as I have company." The student was strongly tempted to accept this hospitable proposal, as many in his place would probably have done. But, as the motive might have been capable of misrepresentation, he thought it most prudent, considering the character and circumstances of the old man, to decline the invitation. Such are a few traits of Scottish mendicity, designed to throw light on a novel in which a character of that description plays a prominent part. We conclude that we have vindicated Edie Ochiltree's right to the importance assigned him, and have shown that we have known one beggar take a hand at cards with a person of distinction, and another give dinner parties. I know not if it be worth while to observe that the Antiquary was not so well received on its first appearance as either of its predecessors, though in course of time it rose to equal, and, with some readers, superior popularity. Note A to the Introduction. Mottos. It was in correcting the proof sheets of this novel that Scott first took to equipping his chapters with mottos of his own fabrication. On one occasion he happened to ask John Ballantyne, who was sitting by him, to hunt for a particular passage in Beaumont and Fletcher. John did as he was bid, but did not succeed in discovering the lines. "Hang it, Johnny," cried Scott, "I believe I can make a motto sooner than you will find one." He did so accordingly, and from that hour, whenever memory failed to suggest an appropriate epigraph, he had recourse to the inexhaustible mines of old play or old ballad, to which we owe some of the most exquisite verses that ever flowed from his pen. J. G. Lockhart. See also the introduction to Chronicles of the Canongate, volume 19. End note A. End introduction. Editor's Introduction to the Antiquary, written by Andrew Lang. Reader's Disclaimer. Readers who do not want to learn the events of the novel before it is read should proceed to the next section, chapter first. End reader's disclaimer. The Antiquary was begun in 1815. The bargain for its publication by Constable was made in the October of that year. On December 22nd, Scott wrote to Morritt, "I shall set myself seriously to the Antiquary, of which I have only a very general sketch at present, but when once I get my pen to the paper, it will walk fast enough. I am sometimes tempted to leave it alone, and try whether it will not write as well without the assistance of my head as with it. A hopeful prospect for the reader." It is amazing enough that he even constructed a general sketch, for to such sketches he confesses that he never could keep constant. I had generally written to the middle of one of these novels, without having the least idea how it was to end. In short, in the hobnob at Alwentura style of composition. Journal, February 24th, 1828. Yet it is almost impossible but that the plot of the Antiquary should have been duly considered. Scott must have known from the first who Lovel was to turn out to be, and must have recognised in the hapless bride of Lord Glenallan the object of the Antiquary's solitary and unfortunate passion. To introduce another wandering heir immediately after the Harry Bertram of Guy Mannering was rather audacious, but the old favourite, the lost heir, is nearly certain to be popular. For the Antiquary's immortal sorrow, Scott had a model in his own experience. What a romance to tell, and told, I fear, it will one day be, and then my 3 years of dreaming and my 2 years of wakening will be chronicled doubtless. But the dead will feel no pain. The dead, as Aristotle says, if they care for such things at all, care no more than we do for what has passed in a dream. The general sketch probably began to take full shape about the last day of 1815. On December 29th, Scott wrote to Ballantyne, "Dear James, I've done, thank God, with the long yarns of the most prosy of apostles, Paul, and now advance, sweet heathen of Monkbarns. Step out, old quiz, as fast as I can crawl." In the Antiquary, Scott had a subject thoroughly to his mind. He had been an antiquary from his childhood. His earliest pence had been devoted to that collection of printed ballads which is still at Abbotsford. These he mentions in the unfinished fragment of his Reliquiae Trocosiensis, in much the same words as in his manuscript note on one of the 7 volumes. This little collection of stall tracts and ballads was formed by me, when a boy, from the baskets of the travelling pedlars, until, put into its present decent binding, it had such charms for the servants that it was repeatedly, and with difficulty, recovered from their clutches. It contains most of the pieces that were popular about 30 years since, and, I dare say, many that could not now be procured for any price. 1810. Nor did he collect only the rare melody of some old ditties that first were sung to please King Pepin's cradle. Walter had soon begun to gather out of the way things of all sorts. He had more books than shelves, a small painted cabinet with Scotch and Roman coins in it, and so forth. A claymore and Lochaber axe, given him by old Invernahyle, mounted guard on a little print of Prince Charlie, and Broughton's saucer was hooked up on the wall below it. He had entered literature through the ruined gateway of archaeology in the Border minstrelsy, and his last project was an edition of Perrault's Conte de ma Mirlouet, as pleasant to him as the purchase of new lands like Turnagain, bought dearly, as in Monkbarns's case, from Bonnet Lauds, was a fresh acquisition of an old book or of old armour. Yet, with all his enthusiasm, he did not please the antiquaries of his own day. George Chalmers, in Constable's Life and Correspondence, I. 431, sneers at his want of learning. His notes are loose and unlearned, as they generally are. Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp, his friend in life, disported himself in jealous and ribald mockery of Scott's archaeological knowledge, when Scott was dead. In a letter of the enigmatic Thomas Allen, or James Stewart Hay, father of John Sobieski and Charles Edward Stuart, this mysterious person avers that he never knew Scott's opinion to be held as of any value by antiquaries. 1829. They probably missed in him a sort of pettifogging intimacy with dates, names, and trifling matters of fact, a tiresome and frivolous accuracy of memory, which Sir Arthur Wardour reproves in Monkbarns. Scott, in brief, was not as dry as dust. All the dead bones that he touches come to life. He was as great an archaeologist as a poet can be, and, with Virgil, was the greatest antiquary among poets. Like Monkbarns, he was not incapable of being beguiled. As Oldbuck bought the bottle from the pedlar at the price of a rare coin, so Scott took Surtees, Bartram's dirge, and his Latin legend of the tourney with the spectre knight, for genuine antiquities. No Edie Ochiltree ever revealed to him the truth about these forgeries, and the spectre knight, with the ballad of Anthony Featherstonhaugh, hold their own in Marmion, to assure the world that this antiquary was gullible when the sleight was practised by a friend. Non est tanti, he would have said, had he learned the truth. For he was ever conscious of the humorous side of the study of the mouldering past. I do not know anything which relieves the mind so much from the sullens as a trifling discourse about antiquarian old womanries. It is like knitting a stocking, diverting the mind without occupying it. Journal, March 9th, 1828. Begun about January 1st, 1816, The Antiquary was published before May 16th, 1816, when Scott writes to say that he has sent Mr. Morritt the novel some time since. It is not so interesting as its predecessors, the period does not admit of so much romantic situation, but it has been more fortunate than any of them in the sale, for 6,000 went off in the first 6 days, and it is now at press again. The preface of the first edition ends with the melancholy statement that the author takes his respectful leave, as one who is not likely again to solicit favour. Apparently Scott had already determined not to announce his next novels, The Black Dwarf and Old Mortality, as by the author of Waverley. Mr. Constable, in the biography of his father, says, 384, Even before the publication of the Antiquary, John Ballantyne had been empowered by the author to negotiate with Mr. Murray and Mr. Blackwood for the first series of the Tales of My Landlord. The note of withdrawal from the stage in the first edition of the Antiquary was probably only a part of another experiment on public sagacity. As Lockhart says, Mr. Murray and Mr. Blackwood thought that the consequent absence of the author of Waverley's name from the Tales of My Landlord would check very much the first success of the book, but they risked this to disturb Constable's tenure. Scott's temporary desertion of Constable in the Tales of My Landlord may have had various motives. There was a slight grudge against Constable, born of some complications of the Ballantynes' affairs. Perhaps the mere amusement of the experiment on public sagacity was one of the more powerful reasons for the change. In our day, Lord Lytton and Mr. Trollope made similar trials of their popularity when anonymous, the former author with the greater success. The idea of these masquerades and veils of the incognito appears to bewitch Constable. William Godwin was writing for him his novel Mandeville, and Godwin had obviously been counselled to try a disguise. He says, January 30th, 1816, "I have amused my imagination 1,000 times since last we parted with the masquerade you devised for me. The world is full of wonder. An old favourite is always reviewed with coldness. Pooh, they say, Godwin has worn his pen to the stump. But let me once be equipped with a significant mask and an unknown character from your masquerade shop, and admitted to figure in with the last minstrel, the Lady of the Lake, and Guy Mannering in the Scottish Carnival. Gods, how the boys and girls will admire me! Here is a new wonder, they will say. Ah, this is something like. Here is Godwin beaten on his own ground. Here is for once a Scottish writer that they cannot say has anything of the Scotchman about him." However, Mr. Godwin did not don the mask and domino. Mandeville came out about the same time as Rob Roy, but the craziness of the public for the author of Waverley was not changed into a passion for the father-in-law of Shelley. The Antiquary, after a little pause of hesitation, attained popularity not inferior to Guy Mannering, and though the author appears for a moment to have shared the doubts which he read in the countenance of James Ballantyne, it certainly was, in the sequel, his chief favourite among all his novels. As Scott said to Terry, "If a man will paint from nature, he will be likely to amuse those who are daily looking at it." The years which saw the first appearance of Guy Mannering also witnessed that of Emma. By the singular chance, or law, which links great authors closely in time, giving us novelists in pairs, Miss Austen was drawing from nature at the very moment when Scott was wedding nature with romance. How generously and wisely he admired her is familiar, and it may to some seem curious that he never deliberately set himself to a picture of ordinary life, free from the intrusion of the unusual, of the heroic. Once, looking down at the village which lies on the Tweed, opposite Melrose, he remarked that under its roofs tragedies and tales were doubtless being lived. "I undertake to say there is some real romance at this moment going on down there, that, if it could have justice done to it, would be well worth all the fiction that was ever spun out of human brains." But the example he gave was terrible. Anything more dreadful was never conceived by Crabbe. Yet, adds Lockhart, it would never have entered his head to elaborate such a tale. He could not dwell in the unbroken gloom dear to some modern malingerers, but he could easily have made a tale of common Scotch life, dark with the sorrow of Mucklebackit, and bright with the mirth of Cuddie Headrigg. There was, however, this difficulty, that Scott cared not to write a story of a single class. From the peer to the ploughman, all society mingles in each of his novels. A fiction of middle-class life did not allure him, and he was not at the best, but at his worst, as Sydney Smith observed, in the light talk of society. He could admire Miss Austen, and read her novels again and again, but had he attempted to follow her, by way of variety, then inevitably wild as well as disciplined humour would have kept breaking in, and his fancy would have wandered like the old knights of Arthur's court at adventure. St. Ronan's Well proved the truth of all this. Thus it happens that in the Antiquary, with all his sympathy for the people, with all his knowledge of them, he does not confine himself to their cottages. As Lockhart says, in his admirable piece of criticism, he preferred to choose topics in which he could display his highest art, that of skilful contrast. Even the tragic romance of Waverley does not set off its Macwheebles and Column Begs better than the oddities of Jonathan Oldbuck and his circle are relieved, on the one hand by the stately gloom of the Glenallans, on the other by the stern affliction of the poor fisherman, who, when discovered repairing the old black bitch of a boat, in which his boy had been lost, and congratulated by his visitors on being capable of the exertion, makes answer, "And what would you have me to do, unless I wanted to see 4 children starve, because one is drowned? It's weel with you gentles, that can sit in the house with handkerchers at your een, when you lose a friend; but like of us maun to our work again, if our hearts were beating as hard as ony hammer." And to his work again Scott had to go when he lost the partner of his life. The simple unsought charm which Lockhart notes in the Antiquary may have passed away in later works, when what had been the amusement of happy days became the task of sadness. But this magic the Antiquary keeps perhaps beyond all its companions, the magic of pleasant memories and friendly associations. The sketches of the epoch of expected invasion, with its patriotic musters and volunteer drillings, are pictures out of that part in the author's life which, with his early Highland wanderings, Waverley, and his Liddesdale raids, Guy Mannering, was most dear to him. In Redgauntlet again he makes, as Allan Fairford, a return on his youth and his home, and in Rob Roy he revives his Highland recollections, his Highland lairds of the blawing, bleezing stories. None of the rest of the tales are so intimate in their connection with Scott's own personal history. The Antiquary has always, therefore, been held in the very first rank of his novels. As far as plot goes, though Godwin denied that it had any story, the Antiquary may be placed among the most careful. The underplot of the Glenallans, gloomy almost beyond endurance, is very ingeniously made to unravel the mystery of Lovel. The other side narrative, that of Dousterswivel, is the weak point of the whole, but this Scott justifies by very late instances of the force of superstitious credulity to a much greater extent. Some occurrence of the hour may have suggested the knavish adept with his divining rod, but facts are never a real excuse for the morally incredible, or all but incredible, in fiction. On the wealth and vraisemblance and variety of character it were superfluous to dilate. As in Shakespeare, there is not even a minor person but lives and is of flesh and blood, if we except perhaps Dousterswivel and Sir Arthur Wardour. Sir Arthur is only Sir Robert Hazelwood over again, with a slightly different folly and a somewhat more amiable nature. Lovel's place, as usual, is among the shades of heroes, and his love affair is far less moving, far more summarily treated than that of Jenny Caxon. The skilful contrasts are perhaps most remarkable when we compare Elspeth of the Burnfoot with the gossiping old women in the post office at Fairport, a town studied perhaps from Arbroath. It was the opinion of Sydney Smith that every one of the novels before The Fortunes of Nigel contained a Meg Merrilies and a Dominie Sampson. He may have recognised a male Meg in Edie Ochiltree, the invaluable character who is always behind a wall, always overhears everything, and holds the threads of the plot. Or he may have been hypercritical enough to think that Elspeth of the Burnfoot is the Meg of the romance. Few will agree with him that Meg Merrilies, in either of these cases, is good, but good too often. The supposed originals of certain persons in the tale have been topics of discussion. The character of Oldbuck, like most characters in fiction, is a combination of traits observed in various persons. Scott says, in a note to the Ashestiel fragment of autobiography, that Mr. George Constable, an old friend of his father's, had many of those peculiarities of character which long afterwards I tried to develop in the character of Jonathan Oldbuck. Sir Walter, when a child, made Mr. Constable's acquaintance at Prestonpans in 1777, where he explored the battlefield, under the learned guidance of Dalgetty. Mr. Constable first introduced him to Shakspeare's plays, and gave him his first German dictionary. Other traits may have been suggested by John Clerk of Eldon, whose grandfather was the hero of the story, Praetorian here, Praetorian there, I made it with a flutter spade. Lockhart is, no doubt, right in thinking that Oldbuck is partly a caricature of Oldbuck's creator. Sir Walter indeed frankly accepted the kinship, and the book which he began on his own collection he proposed to style Reliquium Trotcosiensis, or the Gabions of Jonathan Oldbuck. Another person who added a few points to Oldbuck was Sandy Gordon, author of the Itinerarium Septentrionale, 1726, the very folio which Monkbarns carried in the dilatory coach to Queensferry. Gordon had been a student in the University of Aberdeen. He was an amateur in many arts, but antiquarianism was his favourite hobby. He was an acquaintance of Sir John Clerk of Eldon, the hero of the Praetorium. The words of Gordon in his Itinerarium, where he describes the battle of the Grampians, have supplied or suggested the speech of Monkbarns at the Kaim of Kinprunes. The great question was, where is the Mons Grampius of Tacitus? Dismissing Camden's Grantsbane, because he does not know where it is, Gordon says, as for our Scotch antiquaries, they are so divided, that some will have it to be in the shire of Angus, or in the Mearns, some at the Blair of Athol in Perthshire, or Adrock in Strathallan, and others at Enverpeffery. Gordon votes for Strathern, half a mile short of the Kirk of Comrie. This spot is both at the foot of the Mons Grampii, and boasts a Roman camp capable of holding an army fit to encounter so formidable a number as 30,000 Caledonians. Here is the Porta Decumana, opposite the Praetoria, together with the Dextra and Sinistra gates, all discovered by Sandy Gordon. Moreover, the situation of the ground is so very exact with the description given by Tacitus, that in all my travels through Britain I never beheld anything with more pleasure. Nor is it difficult in viewing this ground to say where the Coronari, or charioteers, stood. In fine, to an antiquary, this is a ravishing scene. He adds the argument that Galgacus's name still remains on this ground, for the moor on which the camp stood is called to this day Galcachen, or Galcachin, Rosemoor. All this lore Gordon illustrates by an immense chart of a camp, and a picture of very small Montes Grampii, about the size and shape of buns. The plate is dedicated to his Excellency General Wade. In another point Monkbarns borrows from Gordon. Sandy has a plate, page 20, of the Roman Sacellum of Mars Signifer, vulgarly called Arthur's Oon. With regard to its shape, it is not unlike the famous Pantheon at Rome before the noble portico was added to it by Marcus Agrippa. Gordon agrees with Stukeley in attributing Arthur's Own to Agricola, and here Monkbarns and Lovel adopt almost his words. Time has left Julius Agricola's very name on the place, and if ever those initial letters JAM, PM, PT, mentioned by Sir Robert Sibbald, were engraven on a stone in this building, it may not be reckoned altogether absurd that they should bear this reading, Julius Agricola Magnus Pietatis Monumentum Posuet Templum. But this my reader may either accept or reject as he pleases. However, I think it may be as probably received as that inscription on Caligula's Pharos in Holland, which having these following letters CCPF, is read Caius Caligula Pharum Fecit. This, Monkbarns adds, has ever been recorded as a sound exposition. The character of Edie Ochiltree, Scott himself avers to have been suggested by Andrew Gemmells, pleasantly described in the introduction. Mr. Chambers, in Illustrations of the Author of Waverley, clears up a point doubtful in Scott's memory by saying that Gemmells really was a blue gown. He rode a horse of his own, and at races was a bookmaker. He once dropped at Rutherford in Teviotdale a clue of yarn containing 20 guineas. Like Edie Ochiltree, he had served at Fontenoy. He died at Roxburgh, Newton, in 1793, at the age of 105, according to his own reckoning. His wealth was the means of enriching a nephew in Ayrshire, who is now, 1825, a considerable landholder there, and belongs to a respectable class of society. An old Iris of similar character patrolled Teviotdale, while Andrew Gemmells was attached to Ettrick and Yarrow. This was blind Willie Craw. Willie was the society journal of Hawick, and levied blackmail on the inhabitants. He is thus described by Mr. Grieve, in the diary already quoted. He lived at Branxholme Town, in a free house set apart for the gamekeeper, and for many a year carried all the bread from Hawick used in my father's family. He came in that way at breakfast time, and got a wallet which he put in it, and returned at dinner time with the bawbee rose and 2 loaves. He laid the town of Hawick under contribution 4 bawbees, and he knew the history of every individual, and went rhyming through the town from door to door, and as he knew something against every one which they would rather wish should not be rehearsed, a bawbee put a stop to the paragraph which they wished suppressed. Willie Craw was the son of a gamekeeper of the Duke's, and enjoyed a free house at Branxholme Town as long as he lived. Had Burns ever betaken himself to the gaberlunzie's life, which he speaks of in one of his poems as the last aught, the worst aught, he would have proved a much more formidable satirist than poor Willie Craw, the last of the blind Crowders. Burns wrote, of course, in a spirit of reckless humour, but he could not, even in sport, have alluded to the life as suited to his habits and powers, had gaberlunzies been mere mendicants. In Hurt's collection of ballads is one of the ancient Scottish beggar. In Scotland there lived a humble beggar, he had nor house, nor hald, nor home, but he was well liked by ilka body, and they gave him sunkets to rax his wame. A sieve fu' o' meal, a handful o' groats, a dad o' a bannock or pudding brie, cold porridge, or the lickings o' plates, would make him as blithe as a body could be. The dress and trade of the beggar are said to have been adopted by James V. in his adventures, and tradition attributes to him a song, the Gaberlunzie Man. One of Edie's most charming traits is his readiness to fight for his dish, like the laird for his land, when a French invasion was expected. Scott places the date of the false alarm when he himself rode 100 miles to join his regiment, on February 2nd, 1804. Lockhart gives it as an event of 1805, volume 2, page 275. The occasion gave great pleasure to Scott, on account of the patriotism and courage displayed by all classes. "Me no muckle to fight for," says Edie. "Isna there a country to fight for, and the burns I gang dandering beside, and the hearths o' the gudewives that gie me my bit of bread, and the bits o' weans that come toddling to play with me when I come about a landward town?" Edie had fought at Fontenoy, and was of the old school. Scott would have been less pleased with a recruit from St. Boswell's on the Tweed. This man was a shoemaker, John Younger, a very intelligent and worthy person, famous as an angler and writer on angling, who has left an account of the false alarm in his memoirs. His view was that the people, unlike Edie, had nothing to fight for, that only the rich had any reason to be patriotic, that the French had no quarrel with the poor. In fact, Mr. Younger was a cosmopolitan democrat, and sneered at the old border glories of the warlike days. Probably, however, he would have done his duty, had the enemy landed, and, like Edie, might have remembered the burns he dandered beside, always with a fishing rod in his hand. The editor cannot resist the temptation to add that the patriotic lady mentioned in Scott's note, who would rather have seen her son dead on the hearth than hear that he had been a horse's length behind his companions, was his paternal great-grandmother, Mrs. John Lang. Her husband, who died shortly afterwards, so that she was a widow when Scott conversed with her, chanced to be chief magistrate of Selkirk. His family was aroused late one night by the sound of a carriage hurrying down the steep and narrow street. Lord Napier was bringing, probably from Hawick, the tidings that the beacons were ablaze. The town bell was instantly rung. The inhabitants met in the market-place, where Scott's statue now stands, and the whole force, with one solitary exception, armed and marched to Dalkeith. According to the gentleman whose horse and arms were sent on to meet him, it was intended, if the French proved victorious, that the population of the border towns should abandon their homes and retire to the hills. No characters in the Antiquary, except Monkbarns and Edie Ochiltree, seem to have been borrowed from notable originals. The frauds of Dousterswivel, Scott says, are rendered plausible by very late instances of the force of superstitious credulity to a much greater extent. He can hardly be referring to the career of Cagliostro, but he may have had in his memory some unsuccessful mining speculations by Charles Earl of Traquair, who sought for lead and found little or none in Traquair Hills. The old statistical account of Scotland, volume 12, page 370, says nothing about imposture, and merely remarks that the noble family of Traquair have made several attempts to discover lead mines, and have found quantities of the ore of that metal, though not adequate to indemnify the expenses of working, and have therefore given up the attempt. This was published in 1794, so 20 years has passed when the Antiquary was written. If there was here an instance of superstitious credulity, it was not a very late instance. The divining or dowsing rod of Dousterswivel still keeps its place in mining superstition and in the search for wells. With the Antiquary, most contemporary reviews of the novels lose their interest. Their author had firmly established his position, at least till the monastery caused some murmurings. Even the Quarterly Review was infinitely more genial in its reception of the Antiquary than of Guy Mannering. The critic only grumbled at Lovel's feverish dreams, which, he thought, showed an intention to introduce the marvellous. He complained of the dark dialect of Anglified Erse, but found comfort in the glossary appended. The Edinburgh Review pronounced the chapter on the escape from the tide to be one of the very best description we have ever met, in verse or in prose, in ancient or in modern writing. No reviewer seems to have noticed that the sun is made to set in the sea on the east coast of Scotland. The Edinburgh, however, declared that the Antiquary, at least in so far as he is an antiquary, was the chief blemish on the book. The sweet heathen of Monkbarns has not suffered from this disparagement. The British critic pledged its reputation that Scott was the author. If an argument were wanted, it would be that which has been applied to prove the authenticity of the last book of the Iliad, that Homer must have written it because no one else could. Alas, that argument does not convince German critics. Andrew Lang. End Editor's Introduction. Volume 1, Chapter First of The Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter First. Go call a coach, and let a coach be called, and let the man who calleth be the caller, and in his calling let him nothing call, but coach, coach, coach. Oh, for a coach, ye gods! Chronon Hotonthologos. It was early on a fine summer's day, near the end of the 18th century, when a young man, of genteel appearance, journeying towards the north east of Scotland, provided himself with a ticket in one of those public carriages which travel between Edinburgh and the Queen's Ferry, at which place, as the name implies, and as is well known to all my northern readers, there is a passage boat for crossing the Frith of Forth. The coach was calculated to carry 6 regular passengers, besides such interlopers as the coachman could pick up by the way, and intrude upon those who were legally in possession. The tickets, which conferred right to a seat in this vehicle of little ease, were dispensed by a sharp-looking old dame with a pair of spectacles on a very thin nose, who inhabited a lay shop, Anglesey, a cellar, opening to the High Street by a straight and steep stair, at the bottom of which she sold tape, thread, needles, skeins of worsted, coarse linen cloth, and such feminine gear, to those who had the courage and skill to descend to the profundity of her dwelling, without falling headlong themselves, or throwing down any of the numerous articles which, piled on each side of the descent, indicated the profession of the trader below. The written handbill, which, pasted on a projecting board, announced that the Queensferry diligence, or Hawes Fly, departed precisely at 12 o'clock on Tuesday, the 15th July 17, in order to secure for passengers the opportunity of passing the Frith with the flood tide, lied on the present occasion like a bulletin. For although that hour was pealed from St. Giles's steeple, and repeated by the Tron, no coach appeared upon the appointed stand. It is true, only 2 tickets had been taken out, and possibly the lady of the subterranean mansion might have an understanding with her automedone, that in such cases a little space was to be allowed for the chance of filling up the vacant places, or the said automedone might have been attending a funeral, and be delayed by the necessity of stripping his vehicle of its lugubrious trappings. Or he might have stayed to take a half-mutchkin extraordinary with his crony the hostler. Or, in short, he did not make his appearance. The young gentleman, who began to grow somewhat impatient, was now joined by a companion in this petty misery of human life, the person who had taken out the other place. He who is bent upon a journey is usually easily to be distinguished from his fellow citizens. The boots, the great coat, the umbrella, the little bundle in his hand, the hat pulled over his resolved brows, the determined importance of his pace, his brief answers to the salutations of lounging acquaintances, are all marks by which the experienced traveller in mail coach or diligence can distinguish at a distance the companion of his future journey, as he pushes onward to the place of rendezvous. It is then that, with worldly wisdom, the first comer hastens to secure the best berth in the coach for himself, and to make the most convenient arrangement for his baggage before the arrival of his competitors. Our youth, who was gifted with little prudence of any sort, and who was, moreover, by the absence of the coach, deprived of the power of availing himself of his priority of choice, amused himself, instead, by speculating upon the occupation and character of the personage who was now come to the coach office. He was a good-looking man, of the age of 60, perhaps older, but his hale complexion and firm step announced that years had not impaired his strength or health. His countenance was of the true Scottish cast, strongly marked, and rather harsh in features, with a shrewd and penetrating eye, and a countenance in which habitual gravity was enlivened by a cast of ironical humour. His dress was uniform, and of a colour becoming his age and gravity. A wig, well dressed and powdered, surmounted by a slouched hat, had something of a professional air. He might be a clergyman, yet his appearance was more that of a man of the world than usually belongs to the Kirk of Scotland, and his first ejaculation put the matter beyond question. He arrived with a hurried pace, and casting an alarmed glance towards the dial plate of the church, then looking at the place where the coach should have been, exclaimed, "Deil's in it! I am too late after all!" The young man relieved his anxiety by telling him the coach had not yet appeared. The old gentleman, apparently conscious of his own want of punctuality, did not at first feel courageous enough to censure that of the coachman. He took a parcel, containing apparently a large folio, from a little boy who followed him, and patting him on the head, bid him go back and tell Mr. B. that if he had known he was to have had so much time, he would have put another word or two to their bargain, then told the boy to mind his business, and he would be as thriving a lad as ever dusted a duodecimo. The boy lingered, perhaps in hopes of a penny to buy marbles, but none was forthcoming. Our senior leaned his little bundle upon one of the posts at the head of the staircase, and, facing the traveller who had first arrived, waited in silence for about 5 minutes the arrival of the expected diligence. At length, after one or two impatient glances at the progress of the minute hand of the clock, having compared it with his own watch, a huge and antique gold repeater, and having twitched about his features to give due emphasis to one or two peevish pshaws, he hailed the old lady of the cavern. "Good woman, what the devil is her name? Mrs. Macleuchar?" Mrs. Macleuchar, aware that she had a defensive part to sustain in the encounter which was to follow, was in no hurry to hasten the discussion by returning a ready answer. "Mrs. Macleuchar, good woman," with an elevated voice, then apart. "Old doited hag, she's as deaf as a post. I say, Mrs. Macleuchar!" "I am just serving a customer. Indeed, hinny, it will no be a bodle cheaper than I tell ye." "Woman," reiterated the traveller, "do you think we can stand her all day, to have cheated that poor servant wench out of her half year's fee and bountith?" "Cheated!" retorted Mrs. Macleuchar, eager to take up the quarrel upon a defensible ground. "I scorn your words, sir. You are an uncivil person, and I desire you will not stand there to slander me at my ain stair head." "The woman," said the senior, looking with an arch glance at his destined travelling companion, "does not understand the words of action. Woman," again turning to the vault, "I arraign not thy character, but I desire to know what is become of thy coach." "What's your wull?" answered Mrs. Macleuchar, relapsing into deafness. "We have taken places, ma'am," said the younger stranger, "in your diligence for Queensferry, which should have been half way on the road before now," continued the elder and more impatient traveller, rising in wrath as he spoke; "and now, in all likelihood, we shall miss the tide, and I have business of importance on the other side, and your cursed coach." "The coach? Good guide us, gentlemen, is it no on the stand yet?" answered the old lady, her shrill tone of expostulation sinking into a kind of apologetic whine. "Is it the coach ye hae been waiting for?" "What else could have kept us broiling in the sun by the side of the gutter here, you faithless woman, eh?" Mrs. Macleuchar now ascended her trap stair, for such it might be called, though constructed of stone, until her nose came upon a level with the pavement. Then, after wiping her spectacles to look for that which she well knew was not to be found, she exclaimed, with well feigned astonishment, "Gude guide us! saw ever onybody the like o' that?" "Yes, you abominable woman," vociferated the traveller, "many have seen the like of it, and all will see the like of it that have anything to do with your trolloping sex." Then pacing with great indignation before the door of the shop, still as he passed and repassed, like a vessel who gives her broadside as she comes abreast of a hostile fortress, he shot down complaints, threats, and reproaches on the embarrassed Mrs. Macleuchar. He would take a post chaise, he would call a hackney coach, he would take 4 horses, he must, he would be on the north side to day, and all the expense of his journey, besides damages, direct and consequential, arising from delay, should be accumulated on the devoted head of Mrs. Macleuchar. There was something so comic in his pettish resentment, that the younger traveller, who was in no such pressing hurry to depart, could not help being amused with it, especially as it was obvious that every now and then the old gentleman, though very angry, could not help laughing at his own vehemence. But when Mrs. Macleuchar began also to join in the laughter, he quickly put a stop to her ill-timed merriment. "Woman," said he, "is that advertisement thine?" showing a bit of crumpled printed paper. "Does it not set forth that, God willing, as you hypocritically express it, the Hawesfly or Queensferry diligence would set forth to day at 12 o'clock? And is it not, thou falsest of creatures, now a quarter past 12, and no such fly or diligence to be seen? Dost thou know the consequence of seducing the lieges by false reports? Dost thou know it might be brought under the statute of leasing making? Answer, and for once in thy long, useless, and evil life, let it be in the words of truth and sincerity. Hast thou such a coach? Is it in rerum natura? Or is this base enunciation a mere swindle of the incautious, to beguile them of their time, their patience, and 3 shillings of sterling money of this realm? Hast thou, I say, such a coach? Ay or no?" "O dear, yes, sir, the neighbours ken the diligence weel, green picked out wi' red, 3 yellow wheels and a black ane." "Woman, thy special description will not serve, it may be only a lie with a circumstance." "O man," said the overwhelmed Mrs. Macleuchar, totally exhausted at having been so long the butt of his rhetoric, "take back your 3 shillings, and make me quit o' ye." "Not so fast, not so fast, woman. Will 3 shillings transport me to Queensferry, agreeably to thy treacherous programme, or will it requite the damage I may sustain by leaving my business undone, or pay the expenses which I must disburse if I am obliged to tarry a day at the South Ferry for lack of tide? Will it hire, I say, a pinnace, for which alone the regular price is 5 shillings?" Here his argument was cut short by a lumbering noise, which proved to be the advance of the expected vehicle, pressing forward with all the dispatch to which the broken-winded jades that drew it could possibly be urged. With ineffable pleasure Mrs. Macleuchar saw her tormentor deposited in the leathern conveyance, but still, as it was driving off, his head thrust out of the window reminded her, in words drowned amid the rumbling of the wheels, that if the diligence did not attain the ferry in time to save the flood tide, she, Mrs. Macleuchar, should be held responsible for all the consequences that might ensue. The coach had continued in motion for a mile or two before the stranger had completely repossessed himself of his equanimity, as was manifested by the doleful ejaculations, which he made from time to time, on the too great probability or even certainty of their missing the flood tide. By degrees, however, his wrath subsided. He wiped his brows, relaxed his frown, and, undoing the parcel in his hand, produced his folio, on which he gazed from time to time with the knowing look of an amateur, admiring its height and condition, and ascertaining, by a minute and individual inspection of each leaf, that the volume was uninjured and entire from title page to colophon. His fellow traveller took the liberty of inquiring the subject of his studies. He lifted up his eyes with something of a sarcastic glance, as if he supposed the young querist would not relish, or perhaps understand, his answer, and pronounced the work to be Sandy Gordon's Itinerarium Septentrionale, a book illustrative of the Roman remains in Scotland. The querist, unappalled by this learned title, proceeded to put several questions which indicated that he had made good use of a good education, and, although not possessed of minute information on the subject of antiquities, had yet acquaintance enough with the classics to render him an interested and intelligent auditor when they were enlarged upon. The elder traveller, observing with pleasure the capacity of his temporary companion to understand and answer him, plunged, nothing loath, into a sea of discussion concerning urns, bosses, votive altars, Roman camps, and the rules of castrametation. The pleasure of this discourse had such a dulcifying tendency, that although 2 causes of delay occurred, each of much more serious duration than that which had drawn down his wrath upon the unlucky Mrs. Macleuchar, Our Antiquary only bestowed on the delay the honour of a few episodical poos and pshaws, which rather seemed to regard the interruption of his disquisition than the retardation of his journey. The first of these stops was occasioned by the breaking of a spring, which half an hour's labour hardly repaired. To the second, the Antiquary was himself accessory, if not the principal cause of it; for, observing that one of the horses had cast a forefoot shoe, he apprized the coachman of this important deficiency. "It's Jamie Martingale that furnishes the nags on contract, and uphalds them," answered John, "and I'm not entitled to make any stop, or to suffer prejudice by the like of these accidents. And when you go to, I mean, the place you deserve to go to, you scoundrel, who do you think will uphold you on contract? If you don't stop directly and carry the poor brute to the next smithy, I'll have you punished, if there's a justice of peace in Mid Lothian." And opening the coach door, out he jumped, while the coachman obeyed his orders, muttering, that if the gentlemen lost the tide now, they could not say but it was their own fault, since he was willing to get on. I like so little to analyze the complication of the causes which influence actions, that I will not venture to ascertain whether our Antiquary's humanity to the poor horse was not in some degree aided by his desire of showing his companion a pig's camp or roundabout, a subject which he had been elaborately discussing, and of which a specimen, very curious and perfect indeed, happened to exist about 100 yards distant from the spot where this interruption took place. But were I compelled to decompose the motives of my worthy friend, for such was the gentleman in the sober suit, with powdered wig and slouched hat, I should say that, although he certainly would not in any case have suffered the coachman to proceed while the horse was unfit for service, and likely to suffer by being urged forward, yet the man of whipcord escaped some severe abuse and reproach by the agreeable mode which the traveller found out to pass the interval of delay. So much time was consumed by these interruptions of the journey, that when they descended the hill above the Hawes, for so the inn on the southern side of the Queensferry is denominated, the experienced eye of the Antiquary at once discerned, from the extent of wet sand and the number of black stones and rocks covered with seaweed, which were visible along the skirts of the shore, that the hour of tide was past. The young traveller expected a burst of indignation; but whether, as Croker says in The Good natured Man, our hero had exhausted himself in fretting away his misfortunes beforehand, so that he did not feel them when they actually arrived, or whether he found the company in which he was placed too congenial to lead him to repine at anything which delayed his journey, it is certain that he submitted to his lot with much resignation. "The devil's in the diligence, and the old hag it belongs to." "Diligence, quoth I? Thou shouldst have called it the Sloth. Fly, quoth she? Why, it moves like a fly through a glue pot, as the Irishman says. But, however, time and tide tarry for no man, and so, my young friend, we'll have a snack here at the Hawes, which is a very decent sort of a place, and I'll be very happy to finish the account I was giving you of the difference between the mode of entrenching castra stativa and castra aestiva, things confounded by too many of our historians. Lack-a-day, if they had taken the pains to satisfy their own eyes, instead of following each other's blind guidance. Well, we shall be pretty comfortable at the Hawes, and besides, after all, we must have dined somewhere, and it will be pleasanter sailing with the tide of ebb and the evening breeze." In this Christian temper of making the best of all occurrences, our travellers alighted at the Hawes. Note B. Chapter first. Sandy Gordon's Itinerarium. This well-known work, the Itinerarium Septentrionale, or A Journey through most of the counties of Scotland, and those in the north of England, was published at London in 1727, folio. The author states that in prosecuting his work, he made a pretty laborious progress through almost every part of Scotland for 3 years successively. Gordon was a native of Aberdeenshire, and had previously spent some years in travelling abroad, probably as a tutor. He became secretary to the London Society of Antiquaries in 1736. This office he resigned in 1741, and soon after went out to South Carolina with Governor Glenn, where he obtained a considerable grant of land. On his death, about the year 1753, he is said to have left a handsome estate to his family. See Literary Anecdotes of Bowyer, by John Nichols, Volume 5, page 329, etc. End note. End chapter the first. Volume 1, Chapter 2nd of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 2nd. Sir, they do scandal me upon the road here. A poor quotidian rack of mutton, roasted, dry to be grated, and that driven down with beer and buttermilk mingled together. It is against my freehold, my inheritance. Wine is the word that glads the heart of man, and mine's the house of wine. Sack, says my bush, be merry and drink sherry, that's my posy. Ben Jonson's New Inn. As the senior traveller descended the crazy steps of the diligence at the inn, he was greeted by the fat, gouty, pursy landlord, with the mixture of familiarity and respect which the Scotch innkeepers of the old school used to assume towards their more valued customers. "Have a care of us, Monkbarns," distinguishing him by his territorial epithet, always most agreeable to the ear of a Scottish proprietor. "Is this you? I little thought to have seen your honour here till the summer session was ower." "Ye donnered auld devil," answered his guest, his Scottish accent predominating when in anger, though otherwise not particularly remarkable. "Ye donnered auld crippled idiot, what have I to do with the season, or the geese that flock to it, or the hawks that pick their pinions for them?" "Troth, and that's true," said mine host, who in fact only spoke upon a very general recollection of the stranger's original education, yet would have been sorry not to have been supposed accurate as to the station and profession of him, or any other occasional guest. "That's very true; but I thought ye had some law affair of your ain to look after. I have ane myself, a ganging plea that my father left me, and his father afore left to him. It's about our back yard. Ye'll maybe hae heard of it in the Parliament House, Hutcheson against Mackitchinson. It's a weel kenned plea. It's been 4 times in afore the 15, and deil ony thing the wisest o' them could make o't, but just to send it out again to the Outer House. Oh, it's a beautiful thing to see how lang and how carefully justice is considered in this country." "Hold your tongue, you fool," said the traveller, but in great good humour, "and tell us what you can give this young gentleman and me for dinner." "Ou, there's fish, nae doubt that's sea trout and caller haddocks," said Mackitchinson, twisting his napkin, "and ye'll be for mutton chop, and there's cranberry tarts, very weel preserved, and there's just onything else ye like." "Which is to say, there's nothing else whatever? Well, well, the fish and the chop, and the tarts, will do very well. But don't imitate the cautious delay that you praise in the courts of justice. Let there be no remits from the inner to the outer house. Hear ye me?" "Na, na," said Mackitchinson, whose long and heedful perusal of volumes of printed session papers had made him acquainted with some law phrases. "The dinner shall be served quam primum, and that peremptorie." And with the flattering laugh of a promising host, he left them in his sanded parlour, hung with prints of the 4 seasons. As, notwithstanding his pledge to the contrary, the glorious delays of the law were not without their parallel in the kitchen of the inn, our younger traveller had an opportunity to step out and make some inquiry of the people of the house concerning the rank and station of his companion. The information which he received was of a general and less authentic nature, but quite sufficient to make him acquainted with the name, history, and circumstances of the gentleman, whom we shall endeavour, in a few words, to introduce more accurately to our readers. Jonathan Oldenbuck, or Oldenbuck, by a popular contraction, Oldbuck, of Monkbarns, was the second son of a gentleman possessed of a small property in the neighbourhood of a thriving seaport town on the north-eastern coast of Scotland, which, for various reasons, we shall denominate Fairport. They had been established for several generations as landholders in the county, and in most shires of England would have been accounted a family of some standing, but the shire of was filled with gentlemen of more ancient descent and larger fortune. In the last generation, also, the neighbouring gentry had been almost uniformly Jacobites, while the proprietors of Monkbarns, like the burghers of the town near which they settled, were steady assertors of the Protestant succession. The latter had, however, a pedigree of their own, on which they prided themselves as much as those who despised them valued their respective Saxon, Norman, or Celtic genealogies. The first Oldenbuck, who had settled in their family mansion shortly after the Reformation, was, they asserted, descended from one of the original printers of Germany, and had left his country in consequence of the persecutions directed against the professors of the reformed religion. He had found a refuge in the town near which his posterity dwelt, the more readily that he was a sufferer in the Protestant cause, and certainly not the less so, that he brought with him money enough to purchase the small estate of Monkbarns, then sold by a dissipated laird, to whose father it had been gifted, with other church lands, on the dissolution of the great and wealthy monastery to which it had belonged. The Oldenbucks were, therefore, loyal subjects on all occasions of insurrection, and as they kept up a good intelligence with the borough, it chanced that the Laird of Monkbarns, who flourished in 1745, was provost of the town during that ill-fated year, and had exerted himself with much spirit in favour of King George, and even been put to expenses on that score, which, according to the liberal conduct of the existing government towards their friends, had never been repaid him. By dint of solicitation, however, and borough interest, he contrived to gain a place in the customs, and, being a frugal, careful man, had found himself enabled to add considerably to his paternal fortune. He had only two sons, of whom, as we have hinted, the present laird was the younger, and two daughters, one of whom still flourished in single blessedness, and the other, who was greatly more juvenile, made a love match with a captain in the 43, who had no other fortune but his commission and a Highland pedigree. Poverty disturbed a union which love would otherwise have made happy, and Captain M'Intyre, in justice to his wife and two children, a boy and girl, had found himself obliged to seek his fortune in the East Indies. Being ordered upon an expedition against Hyder Ali, the detachment to which he belonged was cut off, and no news ever reached his unfortunate wife, whether he fell in battle, or was murdered in prison, or survived in what the habits of the Indian tyrant rendered a hopeless captivity. She sunk under the accumulated load of grief and uncertainty, and left a son and daughter to the charge of her brother, the existing Laird of Monkbarns. The history of that proprietor himself is soon told. Being, as we have said, a second son, his father destined him to share in a substantial mercantile concern, carried on by some of his maternal relations. From this Jonathan's mind revolted in the most irreconcilable manner. He was then put apprentice to the profession of a writer, or attorney, in which he profited so far, that he made himself master of the whole forms of feudal investitures, and showed such pleasure in reconciling their incongruities, and tracing their origin, that his master had great hope he would one day be an able conveyancer. But he halted upon the threshold, and though he acquired some knowledge of the origin and system of the law of his country, he could never be persuaded to apply it to lucrative and practical purposes. It was not from any inconsiderate neglect of the advantages attending the possession of money that he thus deceived the hopes of his master, Were he thoughtless, or light-headed, or rei sui prodigus, said his instructor, I would know what to make of him. But he never pays away a shilling without looking anxiously after the change, makes his sixpence go farther than another lad's half crown, and wilt ponder over an old black letter copy of the Acts of Parliament 4 days, rather than go to the golf or the change house. And yet he will not bestow one of these days on a little business of routine that would put 20 shillings in his pocket. A strange mixture of frugality and industry, and negligent indolence. I don't know what to make of him." But in process of time his pupil gained the means of making what he pleased of himself, for his father having died, was not long survived by his eldest son, an arrant fisher and fowler, who departed this life, in consequence of a cold caught in his vocation, while shooting ducks in the swamp called Kittle notwithstanding his having drunk a bottle of brandy that very night, to keep the cold out of his stomach. Jonathan therefore succeeded to the estate, and with it to the means of subsisting without the hated drudgery of the law. His wishes were very moderate, and as the rent of his small property rose with the improvement of the country, it soon greatly exceeded his wants and expenditure. And though too indolent to make money, he was by no means insensible to the pleasure of beholding it accumulate. The burghers of the town near which he lived regarded him with a sort of envy, as one who affected to divide himself from their rank in society, and whose studies and pleasures seemed to them alike incomprehensible. Still, however, a sort of hereditary respect for the Laird of Monkbarns, augmented by the knowledge of his being a ready money man, kept up his consequence with the class of his neighbours. The country gentlemen were generally above him in fortune and beneath him in intellect, and, excepting one with whom he lived in habits of intimacy, had little intercourse with Mr. Oldbuck of Monkbarns. He had, however, the usual resources, the company of the clergyman and of the doctor, when he chose to request it, and also his own pursuits and pleasures, being in correspondence with most of the virtuosi of his time, who, like himself, measured decayed entrenchments, made plans of ruined castles, read illegible inscriptions, and wrote essays on medals in the proportion of 12 pages to each letter of the legend. Some habits of hasty irritation he had contracted, partly, it was said in the borough of Fairport, from an early disappointment in love, in virtue of which he had commenced misogynist, as he called it, but yet more by the obsequious attention paid to him by his maiden sister and his orphan niece, whom he had trained to consider him as the greatest man upon earth, and whom he used to boast of as the only women he had ever seen who were well broken and bitted to obedience, though it must be owned Miss Grizzy Oldbuck was somewhat apt to jib when he pulled the reins too tight. The rest of his character must be gathered from the story, and we dismiss with pleasure the tiresome task of recapitulation. During the time of dinner, Mr. Oldbuck, actuated by the same curiosity which his fellow traveller had entertained on his account, made some advances, which his age and station entitled him to do in a more direct manner, towards ascertaining the name, destination, and quality of his young companion. His name, the young gentleman said, was Lovel. What! The cat, the rat, and Lovel our dog! Was he descended from King Richard's favourite? He had no pretensions, he said, to call himself a whelp of that litter. His father was a north of England gentleman. He was at present travelling to Fairport, the town near to which Monkbarns was situated, and, if he found the place agreeable, might perhaps remain there for some weeks. Was Mr. Lovel's excursion solely for pleasure? Not entirely. Perhaps on business with some of the commercial people of Fairport? It was partly on business, but had no reference to commerce. Here he paused, and Mr. Oldbuck, having pushed his inquiries as far as good manners permitted, was obliged to change the conversation. The Antiquary, though by no means an enemy to good cheer, was a determined foe to all unnecessary expense on a journey, and upon his companion giving a hint concerning a bottle of port wine, he drew a direful picture of the mixture, which he said was usually sold under that denomination, and affirming that a little punch was more genuine, and better suited for the season. He laid his hand upon the bell to order the materials. But Mackitchinson had in his own mind settled their beverage otherwise, and appeared bearing in his hand an immense double quart bottle, or magnum, as it is called in Scotland, covered with sawdust and cobwebs, the warrants of its antiquity. "Punch," said he, catching the generous sound as he entered the parlour. "The deil a drap punch ye see get here the day, Monkbarns, and that ye may lay your account with." "What do you mean, you impudent rascal?" "Ay, ay, it's nae matter for that. But do you mind the trick ye served me the last time you were here?" "I trick you?" "Ay, just yourself, Monkbarns. The Laird of Talnloderie, and Sir Gilbert Griselcouch, and auld Rosballa, and the Bailie, were just setting in to make an afternoon on't, and you, wi' some o' your auld world stories, that the mind o' man canna resist, whirled him to the back and beyont to look at the auld Roman camp. Ah, sir," turning to Lovel, "he would wile the bird aff the tree wi' the tales he tells about folk lang syne, and did not I lose the drinking o' sax pints o' gude claret, for the deil in wad had stirred till he had seen that out at the least." "Do you hear the impudent scoundrel?" said Monkbarns, but laughing at the same time; for the worthy landlord, as he used to boast, know the measure of a guest's foot as well as e'er a suitor on this side Solway. "Well, well, you may send us in a bottle of port." "Port! na, na, ye maun leave port and punch to the like o' us. It's claret that's fit for ye lairds; and, I dare say, none o' the folk ye speak so much ower ever drank either of the twa." "Do you hear how absolute the knave is? Well, my young friend, we must for once prefer the Falernian to the Villa Sabanum." The ready landlord had the cork instantly extracted, decanted the wine into a vessel of suitable capaciousness, and declaring it parfumed the very room, left his guests to make the most of it. Mackitchinson's wine was really good, and had its effect upon the spirits of the elder guest, who told some good stories, cut some sly jokes, and at length entered into a learned discussion concerning the ancient dramatists, a ground on which he found his new acquaintance so strong, that at length he began to suspect he had made them his professional study. "A traveller partly for business and partly for pleasure? Why, the stage partakes of both. It is a labour to the performers, and affords, or is meant to afford, pleasure to the spectators. He seems, in manner and rank, above the class of young men who take that turn, but I remember hearing them say, that the little theatre at Fairport was to open with the performance of a young gentleman, being his first appearance on any stage. If this should be thee, Lovel" "Lovel? Yes, Lovel or Belville are just the names which youngsters are apt to assume on such occasions. On my life, I am sorry for the lad." Mr. Oldbuck was habitually parsimonious, but in no respects mean. His first thought was to save his fellow traveller any part of the expense of the entertainment, which he supposed must be in his situation more or less inconvenient. He therefore took an opportunity of settling privately with Mr. Mackitchinson. The young traveller remonstrated against his liberality, and only acquiesced in deference to his years and respectability. The mutual satisfaction which they found in each other's society induced Mr. Oldbuck to propose, and Lovel willingly to accept, a scheme for travelling together to the end of their journey. Mr. Oldbuck intimated a wish to pay two thirds of the hire of a post chaise, saying that a proportional quantity of room was necessary to his accommodation, but this Mr. Lovel resolutely declined. Their expense then was mutual, unless when Lovel occasionally slipped a shilling into the hand of the growling postilion. For Oldbuck, tenacious of ancient customs, never extended his guerdon beyond 18 pence a stage. In this manner they travelled, until they arrived at Fairport, about 2 o'clock on the following day. The Fairport of this novel is supposed to refer to the town of Arbroath in Forfarshire, and Muzzlecrag post to the fishing village of Auchmithie in the same county. Lovel probably expected that his travelling companion would have invited him to dinner on his arrival, but his consciousness of a want of ready preparation for unexpected guests, and perhaps some other reasons, prevented Oldbuck from paying him that attention. He only begged to see him as early as he could make it convenient to call in a forenoon, recommended him to a widow who had apartments to let, and to a person who kept a decent ordinary, cautioning both of them apart that he only knew Mr. Lovel as a pleasant companion in a post-chaise, and did not mean to guarantee any bills which he might contract while residing at Fairport. The young gentleman's figure and manners, not to mention a well-furnished trunk, which soon arrived by sea, to his address at Fairport, probably went as far in his favour as the limited recommendation of his fellow traveller. Chapter 2nd. Volume 1, Chapter 3rd of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 3rd. He had a routh o' auld knick-knackets, rusty iron caps and jingling jackets, would held the Loudons three in tackets, a tomlin gude, and parritch pats and auld sight backets afore the flood. Burns. After he had settled himself in his new apartments at Fairport, Mr. Lovel bethought him of paying the requested visit to his fellow traveller. He did not make it earlier, because, with all the old gentleman's good humour and information, there had sometimes glanced forth in his language and manner towards him an air of superiority, which his companion considered as being fully beyond what the difference of age warranted. He therefore waited the arrival of his baggage from Edinburgh, that he might arrange his dress according to the fashion of the day, and make his exterior corresponding to the rank in society which he supposed or felt himself entitled to hold. It was the 5th day after his arrival, that having made the necessary inquiries concerning the road, he went forth to pay his respects at Monkbarns. A footpath leading over a heathy hill, and through 2 or 3 meadows, conducted him to this mansion, which stood on the opposite side of the hill aforesaid, and commanded a fine prospect of the bay and shipping. Secluded from the town by the rising ground, which also screened it from the north-west wind, the house had a solitary and sheltered appearance. The exterior had little to recommend it. It was an irregular, old-fashioned building, some part of which had belonged to a grange, or solitary farmhouse, inhabited by the bailiff or steward of the monastery, when the place was in possession of the monks. It was here that the community stored up the grain, which they received as ground rent from their vassals. For, with the prudence belonging to their order, all their conventional revenues were made payable in kind, and hence, as the present proprietor loved to tell, came the name of Monkbarns. To the remains of the bailiff's house, the succeeding lay inhabitants had made various additions in proportion to the accommodation required by their families; and, as this was done with an equal contempt of convenience within and architectural regularity without, the whole bore the appearance of a hamlet which had suddenly stood still when in the act of leading down one of Amphion's or Orpheus's country dances. It was surrounded by tall clipped hedges of yew and holly, some of which still exhibited the skill of the topiarian artist, and presented curious arm-chairs, towers, and the figures of Saint George and the Dragon. Ars topiaria, the art of clipping yew hedges into fantastic figures. A Latin poem entitled Ars Topiaria, contains a curious account of the process. The taste of Mr. Oldbuck did not disturb these monuments of an art now unknown, and he was the less tempted so to do, as it must necessarily have broken the heart of the old gardener. One tall embowering holly was, however, sacred from the shears, and on a garden seat beneath its shade, Lovel beheld his old friend with spectacles on nose and pouch on side, busily employed in perusing the London Chronicle, soothed by the summer breeze through the rustling leaves, and the distant dash of the waves as they rippled upon the sand. Mr. Oldbuck immediately rose and advanced to greet his travelling acquaintance with a hearty shake of the hand. "By my faith," said he, "I began to think you had changed your mind, and found the stupid people of Fairport so tiresome, that you judged them unworthy of your talents, and had taken French leave, as my old friend and brother Antiquary Mac did, when he went off with one of my Syrian medals." "I hope, my good sir, I should have fallen under no such imputation." "Quite as bad, let me tell you, if you had stolen yourself away without giving me the pleasure of seeing you again. I had rather you had taken my copper Otho himself. But come, let me show you the way into my sanctum sanctorum, my cell I may call it, for, except two idle hussies of womankind, by this contemptuous phrase, borrowed from his brother Antiquary, the cynic Anthony O'Wood, Mr. Oldbuck was used to denote the fair sex in general, and his sister and niece in particular, that, on some idle pretext of relationship, have established themselves in my premises. I live here as much a cenobite as my predecessor, John of the Gurnal, whose grave I will show you by and by." Thus speaking, the old gentleman led the way through a low door, but before entrance suddenly stopped short to point out some vestiges of what he called an inscription, and shaking his head as he pronounced it totally illegible. "Ah! if you but knew, Mr. Lovel, the time and trouble that these mouldering traces of letters have cost me! No mother ever travailed so for a child, and all to no purpose, although I am almost positive that these two last marks imply the figures or letters L.V., and may give us a good guess at the real date of the building, since we know, aliunda, that it was founded by Abbot Waldemar about the middle of the 14th century, and I profess I think that centre ornament might be made out by better eyes than mine." "I think," answered Lovel, willing to humour the old man, "it has something the appearance of a mitre." "I protest you are right you are right it never struck me before. See what it is to have younger eyes a mitre a mitre it corresponds in every respect." The resemblance was not much nearer than that of Polonius's cloud to a whale, or an ozel. It was sufficient, however, to set the Antiquary's brains to work. "A mitre, my dear sir," continued he, as he led the way through a labyrinth of inconvenient and dark passages, and accompanied his disquisition with certain necessary cautions to his guest, "a mitre, my dear sir, will suit our abbot as well as a bishop. He was a mitred abbot, and at the very top of the roll. Take care of these 3 steps. I know Mac denies this, but it is as certain as that he took away my Antigonus, no leave asked. You'll see the name of the abbot of Trotcosi, Abbess Trotocosiensis, at the head of the rolls of Parliament in the 14th and 15th centuries. There is very little light here, and these cursed womenkind always leave their tubs in the passage. Now take care of the corner. Ascend 12 steps, and ye are safe." Mr. Oldbuck had by this time attained the top of the winding stair which led to his own apartment, and opening a door and pushing aside a piece of tapestry with which it was covered, his first exclamation was, "What are you about here, you sluts?" A dirty barefooted chambermaid threw down her duster, detected in the heinous fact of arranging the sanctum sanctorum, and fled out of an opposite door from the face of her incensed master. A genteel looking young woman, who was superintending the operation, stood her ground, but with some timidity. "Indeed, uncle, your room was not fit to be seen, and I just came to see that Jenny laid everything down where she took it up." "And how dare you, or Jenny either, presume to meddle with my private matters?" Mr. Oldbuck hated putting to rights as much as Dr. Orkborne, or any other professed student. "Go, sow your sampler, you monkey, and do not let me find you here again, as you value your ears. I assure you, Mr. Lovel, that the last inroad of these pretended friends to cleanliness was almost as fatal to my collections as Hudibras's visit to that of Sidrophil, and I have ever since missed my copper plate with almanacs engraved upon it, and other knacks, my moon dial, with Napier's bones, and several constellation stones, my flea, my morpion, and punaise, I purchased for my proper ease," and so forth, as old Butler has it. The young lady, after curtsying to Lovel, had taken the opportunity to make her escape during this enumeration of losses. "You will be poisoned here with the volumes of dust they have raised," continued the Antiquary; "but I assure you the dust was very ancient, peaceful, quiet dust about an hour ago, and would have remained so for 100 years, had not these gipsies disturbed it, as they do everything else in the world." It was indeed some time before Lovel could, through the thick atmosphere, perceive in what sort of den his friend had constructed his retreat. It was a lofty room of middling size, obscurely lighted by high narrow latticed windows. One end was entirely occupied by bookshelves, greatly too limited in space for the number of volumes placed upon them, which were, therefore, drawn up in ranks of 2 or 3 files deep, while numberless others littered the floor and the tables, amid a chaos of maps, engraving, scraps of parchment, bundles of papers, pieces of old armour, swords, dirks, helmets, and Highland targets. Behind Mr. Oldbuck's seat, which was an ancient leathern covered easy chair, worn smooth by constant use, was a huge oaken cabinet, decorated at each corner with Dutch cherubs, having their little duck wings displayed, and greater jolter headed visages placed between them. The top of this cabinet was covered with busts, and Roman lamps and paterae, intermingled with 1 or 2 bronze figures. The walls of the apartment were partly clothed with grim old tapestry, representing the memorable story of Sir Gawaine's wedding, in which full justice was done to the ugliness of the loathly lady, although, to judge from his own looks, the gentle knight had less reason to be disgusted with the match on account of disparity of outward favour, than the romancer has given us to understand. The rest of the room was panelled or wainscoted with black oak, against which hung 2 or 3 portraits in armour, being characters in Scottish history, favourites of Mr. Oldbuck, and as many in tie wigs and laced coats, staring representatives of his own ancestors. A large old fashioned oaken table was covered with a profusion of papers, parchments, books, and nondescript trinkets and gewgaws, which seemed to have little to recommend them, besides rust and the antiquity which it indicates. In the midst of this wreck of ancient books and utensils, with a gravity equal to Marius among the ruins of Carthage, sat a large black cat, which, to a superstitious eye, might have presented the genius loci, the tutelar demon of the apartment. The floor, as well as the table and chairs, was overflowed by the same mare magnum of miscellaneous trumpery, where it would have been as impossible to find any individual article wanted, as to put it to any use when discovered. Amid this medley, it was no easy matter to find one's way to a chair, without stumbling over a prostrate folio, or the still more awkward mischance of overturning some piece of Roman or ancient British pottery. And when the chair was attained, it had to be disencumbered, with a careful hand, of engravings which might have received damage, and of antique spurs and buckles, which would certainly have occasioned it to any sudden occupant. Of this the Antiquary made Lovel particularly aware, adding, that his friend, the Reverend Doctor Heavysterne, from the Low Countries, had sustained much injury by sitting down suddenly and incautiously on three ancient calthropes, or crawtaes, which had been lately dug up in the bog near Bannockburn, and which, dispersed by Robert Bruce to lacerate the feet of the English chargers, came thus in process of time to endamage the sitting part of a learned professor of Utrecht. Having at length fairly settled himself, and being nothing loath to make inquiry concerning the strange objects around him, which his host was equally ready, as far as possible, to explain, Lovel was introduced to a large club or bludgeon, with an iron spike at the end of it, which it seems had been lately found in a field on the Monkbarns property, adjacent to an old burying ground. It had mightily the air of such a stick as the Highland reapers used to walk with on their annual peregrinations from their mountains. But Mr. Oldbuck was strongly tempted to believe that, as its shape was singular, it might have been one of the clubs with which the monks armed their peasants in lieu of more martial weapons, whence, he observed, the villains were called Cove Carls or Kolb curls, that is, clavigeri, or club bearers. For the truth of this custom, he quoted the Chronicle of Antwerp and that of St. Martin, against which authorities Lovel had nothing to oppose, having never heard of them till that moment. Mr. Oldbuck next exhibited thumbscrews, which had given the Covenanters of former days the cramp in their joints, and a collar with the name of a fellow convicted of theft, whose services, as the inscription bore, had been adjudged to a neighbouring baron, in lieu of the modern Scottish punishment, which, as Oldbuck said, sends such culprits to enrich England by their labour, and themselves by their dexterity. Many and various were the other curiosities which he showed, but it was chiefly upon his books that he prided himself, repeating, with a complacent air, as he led the way to the crowded and dusty shelves, the verses of old Chaucer. For he would rather have at his bedhead a 20 books, clothed in black or red, of Aristotle or his philosophy, than robes rich, rebeck, or saltery. This pithy motto he delivered, shaking his head, and giving each guttural the true Anglo Saxon enunciation, which is now forgotten in the southern parts of this realm. The collection was indeed a curious one, and might well be envied by an amateur. Yet it was not collected at the enormous prices of modern times, which are sufficient to have appalled the most determined as well as earliest bibliomaniac upon record, whom we take to have been none else than the renowned Don Quixote de la Mancha. As, among other slight indications of an infirm understanding, he is stated by his veracious historian, Cid Hamet Benengeli, to have exchanged fields and farms for folios and quartos of chivalry. In this species of exploit, the good knight errant had been imitated by lords, knights, and squires of our own day, though we have not yet heard of any that has mistaken an inn for a castle, or laid his lance in rest against a windmill. Mr. Oldbuck did not follow these collectors in such excess of expenditure, but taking a pleasure in the personal labour of forming his library, saved his purse at the expense of his time and toil. He was no encourager of that ingenious race of peripatetic middlemen, who, trafficking between the obscure keeper of a stall and the eager amateur, make their profit at once of the ignorance of the former, and the dear-bought skill and taste of the latter. When such were mentioned in his hearing, he seldom failed to point out how necessary it was to arrest the object of your curiosity in its first transit, and to tell his favourite story of Snuffy Davy and Caxton's game at chess. Davy Wilson, he said, commonly called Snuffy Davy, from his inveterate addiction to black rappee, was the very prince of scouts for searching blind alleys, cellars, and stalls for rare volumes. He had the scent of a slow hound, sir, and the snap of a bull dog. He would detect you an old black letter ballad, among the leaves of a law paper, and find an editio princeps under the mask of a school Corderius. Snuffy Davy bought the game of chess, 1474, the first book ever printed in England, from a stall in Holland, for about 2 groschen, or 2 pence of our money. He sold it to Osborne for £20, and as many books as came to £20 more. Osborne resold this inimitable windfall to Dr. Askew for 60 guineas. At Dr. Askew's sale, continued the old gentleman, kindling as he spoke, this inestimable treasure blazed forth in its full value, and was purchased by royalty itself for £170. Could a copy now occur, Lord only knows, he ejaculated, with a deep sigh, and lifted up his hands. Lord only knows what would be its ransom, and yet it was originally secured by skill and research for the easy equivalent of 2 pence sterling. Reader's note: this bibliomaniacal anecdote is literally true, and David Wilson, the author, need not tell his brethren of the Roxbrew and Bannatyne clubs, was a real personage. End reader's note. Happy, thrice happy, Snuffy Davy, and blessed were the times when thy industry could be so rewarded. Even I, sir," he went on, "though far inferior in industry and discernment and presence of mind to that great man, can show you a very few things, which I have collected, not by force of money, as any wealthy man might, although, as my friend Lucian says, he might chance to throw away his coin only to illustrate his ignorance, but gained in a manner that shows I know something of the matter. See this bundle of ballads, not one of them later than 1700, and some of them 100 years older. I wheedled an old woman out of these, who loved them better than her psalm book. Tobacco, sir, snuff, and the complete siren, were the equivalent. For that mutilated copy of the Complaint of Scotland, I sat out the drinking of 24 bottles of strong ale with the late learned proprietor, who in gratitude bequeathed it to me by his last will. These little Elzevirs are the memoranda and trophies of many a walk by night and morning through the Cowgate, the Canongate, the Bow, St. Mary's Wynd, wherever, in fine, there were to be found brokers and trokers, those miscellaneous dealers in things rare and curious. How often have I stood haggling on a halfpenny, lest by a too ready acquiescence in the dealer's first price, he should be led to suspect the value I set upon the article. How have I trembled, lest some passing stranger should chop in between me and the prize, and regarded each poor student of divinity that stopped to turn over the books at the stall as a rival amateur, or prowling bookseller in disguise. And then, Mr. Lovel, the sly satisfaction with which one pays the consideration and pockets the article, affecting a cold indifference, while the hand is trembling with pleasure. Then to dazzle the eyes of our wealthier and emulous rivals, by showing them such a treasure as this, displaying a little black smoked book about the size of a primer. To enjoy their surprise and envy, shrouding, meanwhile, under a veil of mysterious consciousness, our own superior knowledge and dexterity, these, my young friend, these are the white moments of life, that repay the toil, and pains, and sedulous attention, which our profession, above all others, so peculiarly demands." Lovel was not a little amused at hearing the old gentleman run on in this manner, and, however incapable of entering into the full merits of what he beheld, he admired, as much as could have been expected, the various treasures which Oldbuck exhibited. Here were editions esteemed as being the first, and there stood those scarcely less regarded as being the last and best. Here was a book valued because it had the author's final improvements, and there another which, strange to tell, was in request because it had them not. One was precious because it was a folio, another because it was a duodecimo, some because they were tall, some because they were short. The merit of this lay in the title page, of that in the arrangement of the letters in the word finis. There was, it seemed, no peculiar distinction, however trifling or minute, which might not give value to a volume, providing the indispensable quality of scarcity or rare occurrence was attached to it. Not the least fascinating was the original broadside, the dying speech, bloody murder, or wonderful wonder of wonders, in its primary tattered guise, as it was hawked through the streets, and sold for the cheap and easy price of one penny, though now worth the weight of that penny in gold. On these the Antiquary dilated with transport, and read with a rapturous voice the elaborate titles, which bore the same proportion to the contents that the painted signs without a showman's booth do to the animals within. Mr. Oldbuck, for example, piqued himself especially in possessing a unique broadside, entitled and called "Strange and Wonderful News from Chipping Norton, the County of Oxon, of certain dreadful apparitions which were seen in the air on the 26th of July, 1610, at half an hour after 9 o'clock at noon, and continued till 11, in which time was seen appearances of several flaming swords, strange motions of the superior orbs, with the unusual sparkling of the stars, with their dreadful continuations, with the account of the opening of the heavens, and strange appearances therein disclosing themselves, with several other prodigious circumstances not heard of in any age, in the great amazement of the beholders, as it was communicated in a letter to one Mr. Coley, living in West Smithfield, and attested by Thomas Brown, Elizabeth Greenaway, and Anne Guthridge, who were spectators of the dreadful apparitions. And if any one would be further satisfied of the truth of this relation, let them repair to Mr. Nightingale's at the Bear Inn, in West Smithfield, and they may be satisfied. Of this thrice and four times rare broadside, the author possesses an exemplar. You laugh at this, said the proprietor of the collection, and I forgive you. I do acknowledge that the charms on which we dote are not so obvious to the eyes of youth as those of a fair lady. But you will grow wiser, and see more justly, when you come to wear spectacles. Yet stay, I have one piece of antiquity which you, perhaps, will prize more highly." So saying, Mr. Oldbuck unlocked a drawer, and took out a bundle of keys, then pulled aside a piece of the tapestry, which concealed the door of a small closet, into which he descended by 4 stone steps, and, after some tinkling among bottles and cans, produced 2 long-stalked wine-glasses with bell-mouths, such as are seen in Teniers pieces, and a small bottle of what he called rich racy canary, with a little bit of diet cake, on a small silver server of exquisite old workmanship. "I will say nothing of the server," he remarked, "though it is said to have been wrought by the old mad Florentine, Benvenuto Cellini. But, Mr. Lovel, our ancestors drank sack; you who admire the drama know where that's to be found. Here's success to your exertions at Fairport, sir." "And to you, sir, and an ample increase to your treasure, with no more trouble on your part than is just necessary to make the acquisitions valuable." After a libation so suitable to the amusement in which they had been engaged, Lovel rose to take his leave, and Mr. Oldbuck prepared to give him his company a part of the way, and show him something worthy of his curiosity on his return to Fairport. Chapter 3rd. Volume 1, Chapter 4th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 4th. The pawky auld carle came ower the weed, wi' mony gudines and good morrows to me, saying, Kind sir, for your courtesy, will ye lodge a silly poor man? The Gaberlunzie Man. Our two friends moved through a little orchard, where the aged apple trees, well loaded with fruit, showed, as is usual in the neighbourhood of monastic buildings, that the days of the monks had not always been spent in indolence, but often dedicated to horticulture and gardening. Mr. Oldbuck failed not to make a Lovel remark, that the planters of those days were possessed of the modern secret of preventing the roots of the fruit trees from penetrating the till, and compelling him to spread in a lateral direction, by placing paving stones beneath the trees when first planted, so as to interpose between their fibres and the subsoil. "This old fellow," he said, "which was blown down last summer, and still, though half reclined on the ground, is covered with fruit, has been, as you may see, accommodated with such a barrier between his roots and the unkindly till. That other tree has a story. The fruit is called the abbot's apple. The lady of a neighbouring baron was so fond of it, that she would often pay a visit to Monkbarns, to have the pleasure of gathering it from the tree. The husband, a jealous man belike, suspected that a taste so nearly resembling that of Mother Eve prognosticated a similar fall. As the honour of a noble family is concerned, I will say no more on the subject, only that the lands of Lochard and Cringlecut still pay a fine of 6 bowls of barley annually, to atone the guilt of their audacious owner, who intruded himself and his worldly suspicions upon the seclusion of the abbot and his penitent. Admire the little belfry rising above the ivy-mantled porch. There was here a hospitium, hospitala, or hospitamentum, for it is written all these various ways in the old writings and evidence, in which the monks received pilgrims. I know our minister has said, in the statistical account, that the hospitium was situated either in the lands of Haltweary or upon those of Half-starvet. But he is incorrect, Mr. Lovel. That is the gate called still the Palmer's Port, and my gardener found many hewn stones, when he was trenching the ground for winter celery, several of which I have sent as specimens to my learned friends, and to the various antiquarian societies of which I am an unworthy member. But I will say no more at present. I reserve something for another visit, and we have an object of real curiosity before us." While he was thus speaking, he led the way briskly through one or two rich pasture meadows, to an open heath or common, and so to the top of a gentle eminence. "Here," he said, "Mr. Lovel, is a truly remarkable spot." "It commands a fine view," said his companion, looking around him. "True, but it is not for the prospect I brought you hither. Do you see nothing else remarkable? Nothing on the surface of the ground?" "Why, yes, I do see something like a ditch, indistinctly marked." "Indistinctly! Pardon me, sir, but the indistinctness must be in your powers of vision. Nothing can be more plainly traced. A proper agger or vallum, with its corresponding ditch or fossa." "Indistinctly! Why, heaven help you, the lassie, my niece, as light-headed a goose as womankind affords, saw the traces of the ditch at once. Indistinct! Why, the great station at Ardoch, or that at Brunswark and Annandale, may be clear, doubtless, because there are stative forts, whereas this was only an occasional encampment. Indistinct! Why, you must suppose that fools, boors, and idiots have ploughed up the land, and, like beasts and ignorant savages, have thereby obliterated 2 sides of the square, and greatly injured the third. But you see yourself the fourth side is quite entire." Lovel endeavoured to apologize, and to explain away his ill-timed phrase, and pleaded his inexperience. But he was not at once quite successful. His first expression had come too frankly and naturally not to alarm the Antiquary, and he could not easily get over the shock it had given him. "My dear sir," continued the senior, "your eyes are not inexperienced. You know a ditch from level ground, I presume, when you see them?" "Indistinct! Why, the very common people, the very least boy that can herd a cow, calls it the Kaim of Kinprunes, and if that does not imply an ancient camp, I am ignorant what does." Lovel having again acquiesced, and at length lulled to sleep the irritated and suspicious vanity of the Antiquary, he proceeded in his task of cicerone. "You must know," he said, "our Scottish antiquaries have been greatly divided about the local situation of the final conflict between Agricola and the Caledonians. Some contend for Ardoch in Strathallan, some for Innerpeffery, some for the Rhydics in the Mearns, and some are for carrying the scene of action as far north as Blair and Atholl. Now, after all this discussion," continued the old gentleman, with one of his slyest and most complacent looks, "what would you think, Mr. Lovel, I say, what would you think, if the memorable scene of conflict should happen to be on the very spot called the Kaim of Kinprunes, the property of the obscure and humble individual who now speaks to you?" Then, having paused a little to suffer his guest to digest a communication so important, he resumed his disquisition in a higher tone. "Yes, my good friend, I am indeed greatly deceived if this place does not correspond with all the marks of that celebrated place of action. It was near to the Grampian Mountains. Lo! yonder they are, mixing and contending with the sky on the skirts of the horizon. It was in conspectu classis, in sight of the Roman fleet. And would any admiral, Roman or British, wish a fairer bay to ride in than that on your right hand? It is astonishing how blind we professed antiquaries sometimes are. Sir Robert Sibbald, Saunders Gordon, General Roy, Doctor Stokely, why, it escaped all of them. I was unwilling to say a word about it till I had secured the ground, for it belonged to old Johnny Howie, a bonnet laird, hard by, and many a communing we had before he and I could agree. Reader's note: a bonnet laird signifies a petty proprietor, wearing the dress, along with the habits, of a yeoman. End reader's note. At length, I am almost ashamed to say it, but I even brought my mind to give acre for acre of my good cornland for this barren spot. But then it was a national concern, and when the scene of so celebrated an event became my own, I was overpaid. Whose patriotism would not grow warmer, as old Johnson says, on the plains of Marathon? I began to trench the ground to see what might be discovered, and the third day, sir, we found a stone, which I have transported to Monkbarns, in order to have the sculpture taken off with plaster of Paris. It bears a sacrificing vessel, and the letters ADLL, which may stand, without much violence, for Agricola Decavit Libens Lubens. "Certainly, sir, for the Dutch antiquaries claim Caligula as the founder of a lighthouse, on the sole authority of the letters CCPF, which they interpret Caius Caligula Farum Fecit." "True, and it has ever been recorded as a sound exposition. I see we shall make something of you even before you wear spectacles, notwithstanding you thought the traces of this beautiful camp indistinct when you first observed them." "In time, sir, and by good instruction, you will become more apt, I doubt it not. You shall peruse, upon your next visit to Monkbarns, my trivial essay upon castrametation, with some particular remarks upon the vestiges of ancient fortifications, lately discovered by the author at the Kaim of Kinprunes. I think I have pointed out the infallible touchstone of supposed antiquity. I premise a few general rules on that point, on the nature, namely, of the evidence to be received in such cases. Meanwhile, be pleased to observe, for example, that I could press into my service Claudian's famous line, Illa Claudinuis posuit qui castra pruinis. For pruinis, though interpreted to mean hoarfrost, to which I own we are somewhat subject in this north-eastern sea coast, may also signify a locality, namely, prunes. The castra pruinis posita would therefore be the Kaim of Kinprunes. But I waive this, for I am sensible it might be laid hold of by cavaliers, as carrying down my castra to the time of Theodosius, sent by Valentinian into Britain as late as the year 367, or thereabout. No, my good friend, I appeal to people's eyesight. Is not here the Decuman gate? And there, but for the ravage of the horrid plough, as a learned friend calls it, would be the Praetorian gate. On the left hand you may see some slight vestiges of the Porta Sinistra, and on the right, one side of the Porta Dextra, well nigh entire. Here, then, let us take our stand, on this tumulus, exhibiting the foundation of ruined buildings, the central point, the praetorium, doubtless, of the camp. From this place, now scarce to be distinguished but by its slight elevation and its greener turf from the rest of the fortification, we may suppose Agricola to have looked forth on the immense army of Caledonians occupying the declivities of yon opposite hill, the infantry rising rank over rank as the form of ground displayed their array to its utmost advantage, the cavalry and coenari, by which I understand the charioteers, another guise of folks from your Bond Street four in hand men, I trow, scouring the more level space below. See then, Lovel, see that huge battle moving from the mountains, their gilt coats shine like dragon scales, their march like a rough tumbling storm. See them, and view them, and then see Rome no more. Yes, my dear friend, from this stance it is probable, nay, it is nearly certain, that Julius Agricola beheld what our Beaumont has so admirably described, from this very praetorium. A voice from behind interrupted his ecstatic description. Praetorian here, Praetorian there, I mind the bigging o't. Both at once turned round, Lovel with surprise, and Oldbuck with mingled surprise and indignation, at so uncivil an interruption. An auditor had stolen upon them, unseen and unheard, amid the energy of the Antiquary's enthusiastic declamation, and the attentive civility of Lovel. He had the exterior appearance of a mendicant, a slouched hat of huge dimensions, a long white beard which mingled with his grizzled hair, an aged but strongly marked and expressive countenance, hardened by climate and exposure to a right brick-dust complexion, a long blue gown, with a pewter badge on the right arm, two or three wallets or bags slung across his shoulder, for holding the different kinds of meal when he received his charity in kind from those who were but a degree richer than himself. All these marked at once a beggar by profession, and one of that privileged class which are called in Scotland the king's bedesmen, or vulgarly, blue gowns. "What is that you say, Edie?" said Oldbuck, hoping, perhaps, that his ears had betrayed their duty. "What were you speaking about?" "About this bit bourock, your honour," answered the undaunted Edie. "I mind the bigging o't." "The devil you do! Why, you old fool, it was here before you were born, and will be after you are hanged, man." "Hanged or drowned, here awa, dead or alive, I mind the bigging o't." You," said the Antiquary, stammering between confusion and anger, "you strolling old vagabond, what the devil do you know about it?" "Ou, I ken this about Monkbarns, and what profit have I for telling ye a lie? I just ken this about it, that about 20 years syne, I and a wheen Halland shakers like mysell, and the mason lads that built the lang dyke that gaes down the loaning, and twa or three herds maybe, just set to wark and built this bit thing here that ye ca' the Praetorian, and I just for a bield it auld Aiken Drum's bridle, and a bit blithe gae down wi' hide in't, some sair rainy weather. Mair by token, Monkbarns, if ye howk up the bourock, as ye seem to hae begun, ye'll find if ye hae not fund it already, a stane that ane o' the mason callants cut a ladle on to have aboard at the bridegroom, and he put 4 letters on't, that's IDLL, Aiken Drum's lang ladle, for Aiken was ane o' the kale suppers o' Fife." "This," thought Lovel to himself, "is a famous counterpart to the story of Keip on thy side." He then ventured to steal a glance at our Antiquary, but quickly withdrew it in sheer compassion; for, gentle reader, if thou hast ever beheld the visage of a damsel of 16, whose romance of true love has been blown up by an untimely discovery, or of a child of 10 years, whose castle of cards has been blown down by a malicious companion, I can safely aver to you that Jonathan Oldbuck of Monkbarns looked neither more wise nor less disconcerted. "There is some mistake about this," he said, abruptly turning away from the mendicant. "Deil a bit on my side o' the way," answered the sturdy beggar. "I never deal in mistakes, they aye bring mischances. Now, Monkbarns, that young gentleman that's with your honour thinks little of a carle like me, and yet I'll wager I'll tell him whar he was yestreen at the gloamin', only he maybe wadna like to hae spoken o't in company." Lovel's soul rushed to his cheeks, with the vivid blush of 22. "Never mind the old rogue," said Mr. Oldbuck; "don't suppose I think the worse of you for your profession. They are only prejudiced fools and coxcombs that do so. You remember what old Tully says in his oration, Pro Archia Poeta, concerning one of your confraternity, Quis nostrum tam anino agresti ac duro fuit ut. I forget the Latin. The meaning is, which of us was so rude and barbarous as to remain unmoved at the death of the great Roscius, whose advanced age was so far from preparing us for his death, that we rather hoped one so graceful, so excellent in his art, ought to be exempted from the common lot of mortality. So the Prince of Orators spoke of the stage and its professor. The words of the old man fell upon Lovel's ears, but without conveying any precise idea to his mind, which was then occupied in thinking by what means the old beggar, who still continued to regard him with a countenance provokingly sly and intelligent, had contrived to thrust himself into any knowledge of his affairs. He put his hand in his pocket as the readiest mode of intimating his desire of secrecy, and securing the concurrence of the person whom he addressed; and while he bestowed on him an alms, the amount of which rather bore proportion to his fears than to his charity, looked at him with a marked expression, which the mendicant, a physiognomist by profession, seemed perfectly to understand. "Never mind me, sir, I am no tale pyet, but there are mair een in the warld than mine," answered he as he pocketed Lovel's bounty, but in a tone to be heard by him alone, and with an expression which amply filled up what was left unspoken. Then turning to Oldbuck, "I am awa to the manse, your honour. Has your honour ony word there, or to Sir Arthur, for I'll come in by Knockwinnock Castle again e'en?" Oldbuck started as from a dream, and in a hurried tone, where vexation strove with the wish to conceal it, paying at the same time a tribute to Edie's smooth, greasy, unlined hat, he said, go down to Monkbarns, let them give you some dinner; or stay, if you do go to the manse, or to Knockwinnock, you need say nothing about the foolish story of yours." "Who, I?" said the mendicant; "Lord bless your honour, naebody sall ken a word about it frae me, mair than if the bit bourock had been there since Noah's flood. But, Lord, they tell me your honour has gien Johnnie Howie acre for acre of the lay crofts for this hearthery knowe. Now, if he has really imposed the bourock on ye for an ancient wark, it's my real opinion the bargain will never haud good, if you will just bring down your heart to try it at the law, and say that he beguiled ye." "Provoking scoundrel!" muttered the indignant Antiquary between his teeth; "I'll have the hangman's lash and his back acquainted for this." And then, in a louder tone, "Never mind, Edie, it is all a mistake." "Troth, I am thinking sae," continued his tormentor, who seemed to have pleasure in rubbing the galled wound; "troth, I aye thought sae, and it's no sae lang since I said to Luckie Gemmers, Never think ye, Luckie, said I, that his honour Monkbarns would hae done sic a daft thing like this, as to gie grund weel worth 50 shillings an acre for a mailing that would be dear a pu'd Scots? Na, na, quoth I, depend upon the laird's being imposed upon with that wily doolittle deevil, Johnnie Howie. But Lord, haud a care, sirs, how can that be, quo' she again, when the laird's sae book learned? There's no like the him in the country side, and Johnnie Howie has hardly sense enough to ca' the cows out o' his kail yard. Aweel, aweel, quoth I, but ye'll hear his circumvented him with some of his auld warld stories. For ye ken, laird, ye another time about the bodle, that ye thought was an auld coin." "Go to the devil!" said Oldbuck; and then, in a more mild tone, As one that was conscious his reputation lay at the mercy of his antagonist, he added, "Away with you down to Monkbarns, and when I come back, I'll send ye a bottle of ale to the kitchen." "Heaven reward your honour!" This was uttered with the true mendicant whine, as, setting his pike staff before him, he began to move in the direction of Monkbarns. "But did your honour," turning around, "ever get back the siller ye gae to the travelling packman for the bodle? Curse thee! go about thy business." Aweel, sir. God bless your honour. I hope ye'll ding Johnnie Howie yet, and that I'll live to see it." And so saying, the old beggar moved off, relieving Mr. Oldbuck of recollections which were anything rather than agreeable. "Who is this familiar old gentleman?" said Lovel, when the mendicant was out of hearing. "Oh, one of the plagues of the country. I have been always against poor's rates and a workhouse. I think I'll vote for them now, to have that scoundrel shut up. Oh, your old remembered guest of a beggar becomes as well acquainted with you as he is with his dish, as intimate as one of the beasts familiar to man which signify love, and with which his own trade is especially conversant. Who is he? Why, he has gone the vole, has been soldier, ballad singer, travelling tinker, and is now a beggar. He is spoiled by our foolish gentry, who laugh at his jokes, and rehearse Edie Ochiltree's good things as regularly as Joe Miller's. Why, he uses freedom, apparently, which is the soul of wit," answered Lovel. "Oh, ay, freedom enough," said the Antiquary. "He generally invents some damned improbable lie or another to provoke you, like that nonsense he talked just now. Not that I'll publish my tract, until I've examined the thing to the bottom." "In England," said Lovel, "such a mendicant would get a speedy check." "Yes, your churchwardens and dog whips would make slender allowance for his vein of humour. But here, curse him, he's a sort of privileged nuisance, one of the last specimens of the old fashioned Scottish mendicant, who kept his rounds within a particular space, and was the news carrier, the minstrel, and sometimes the historian of the district. That rascal, now, knows more old ballads and traditions than any other man in this and the four next parishes. And after all," continued he, softening as he went on describing Edie's good gifts, "the dog has some good humour. He has borne his hard fate with unbroken spirits, and it's cruel to deny him the comfort of a laugh at his betters. The pleasure of having quizzed me, as you gay folk would call it, will be meat and drink to him for a day or two. But I must go back and look after him, or he will spread his damned nonsensical story over half the country." So saying, our heroes parted, Mr. Oldbuck to return to his hospitium at Monkbarns, and Lovel to pursue his way to Fairport, where he arrived without farther adventure. Editor's note: C. Praetorium. It may be worth while to mention that the incident of the supposed Praetorium actually happened to an antiquary of great learning and acuteness, Sir John Clerk of Penincuik, one of the barons of the Scottish Court of Exchequer, and a parliamentary commissioner for arrangement of the union between England and Scotland. As many of his writings show, Sir John was much attached to the study of Scottish antiquities. He had a small property in Dumfriesshire, near the Roman station, on the hill called Burnswark. Here he received the distinguished English antiquarian, Roger Gale, and of course conducted him to see this remarkable spot, where the lords of the world have left such decisive marks of their martial labours. An aged shepherd, whom they had used as a guide, or who had approached them from curiosity, listened with mouth agape to the dissertations on fas and velum, ports dextra, sinistra, and decumana, which Sir John Clerk delivered ex cathedra, and his learned visitor listened with a deference to the dignity of a connoisseur on his own ground. But when the cicerone proceeded to point out a small hillock near the centre of the enclosure as the Praetorium, Corydon's patience could hold no longer, and, like Edie Ochiltree, he forgot all reverence, and broke in with nearly the same words, "Praetorium here, Praetorium there, I made the bourk myself with a flaxter spade." The effect of this undeniable evidence on the two lettered sages may be left to the reader's imagination. The late excellent and venerable John Clerk of Eldon, the celebrated author of Naval Tactics, used to tell this story with glee, and being a younger son of Sir John's, was perhaps present on the occasion. End Editor's Note. End Chapter Fourth. Volume 1, Chapter 5th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 5th. Launcelot Gobbo. Mark me now. Now will I raise the waters. Merchant of Venice. The theatre at Fairport had opened, but no Mr. Lovel appeared on the boards, nor was there anything in the habits or deportment of the young gentleman so named, which authorized Mr. Oldbuck's conjecture that his fellow traveller was a candidate for the public favour. Regular were the Antiquary's inquiries at an old-fashioned barber, who dressed the only three wigs in the parish, which, in defiance of taxes and times, were still subjected to the operation of powdering and frizzling, and who, for that purpose, divided his time among the three employers whom fashion had yet left him. Regular, I say, were Mr. Oldbuck's inquiries at this personage concerning the news of the little theatre at Fairport, expecting every day to hear of Mr. Lovel's appearance, on which occasion the old gentleman had determined to put himself to charges in honour of his young friend, and not only to go to the play himself, but to carry his womankind along with him. But old Jacob Caxon conveyed no information which warranted his taking so decisive a step as that of securing a box. He brought information, on the contrary, that there was a young man residing at Fairport, of whom the town, by which he meant all the gossips, who, having no business of their own, fill up their leisure moments by attending to that of other people, could make nothing. He sought no society, but rather avoided that which the apparent gentleness of his manners, and some degree of curiosity, induced many to offer him. Nothing could be more regular, or less resembling an adventurer, than his mode of living, which was simple, but so completely well arranged, that all who had any transactions with him were loud in their approbation. These are not the virtues of a stage-struck hero, thought Oldbuck to himself, and, however habitually pertinacious in his opinions, he must have been compelled to abandon that which he had formed in the present instance, but for a part of Caxon's communication. The young gentleman, he said, was sometimes heard speaking to himself, and rampaging about in his room, just as if he was ane of the player folk. Nothing, however, excepting this single circumstance, occurred to confirm Mr. Oldbuck's supposition, and it remained a high and doubtful question what a well-formed young man, without friends, connections, or employment of any kind, could have to do as a resident at Fairport. Neither port wine nor whist had apparently any charms for him. He declined dining with the mess of the volunteer cohort, which had been lately embodied, and shunned joining the convivialities of either of the two parties which then divided Fairport, as they did more important places. He was too little of an aristocrat to join the club of Royal True Blues, and too little of a democrat to fraternize with an affiliated society of the soi disant friends of the people, which the borough had also the happiness of possessing. A coffee room was his detestation, and, I grieve to say it, he had as few sympathies with the tea table. In short, since the name was fashionable in novel writing, and that is a great while agone, there was never a Master Lovel of whom so little positive was known, and who was so universally described by negatives. One negative, however, was important. Nobody knew any harm of Lovel. Indeed, had such existed, it would have been speedily made public, for the natural desire of speaking evil of our neighbour could in his case have been checked by no feelings of sympathy for being so unsocial. On one account alone he fell somewhat under suspicion, As he made free use of his pencil in his solitary walks, and had drawn several views of the harbour, in which the signal tower, and even the four-gun battery, were introduced, some zealous friends of the public sent abroad a whisper, that this mysterious stranger must certainly be a French spy. The sheriff paid his respects to Mr. Lovel accordingly, but in the interview which followed, it would seem that he had entirely removed the magistrate's suspicions, since he had not only suffered him to remain undisturbed in his retirement, but it was credibly reported, sent him two invitations to dinner parties, both which were civilly declined. But what the nature of the explanation was, the magistrate kept a profound secret, not only from the public at large, but from his substitute, his clerk, his wife, and his two daughters, who formed his privy council on all questions of official duty. All these particulars being faithfully reported by Mr. Caxon to his patron at Monkbarns, tended much to raise Lovel in the opinion of his former fellow traveller. "A decent sensible lad," said he to himself, "who scorns to enter into the fooleries and nonsense of these idiot people at Fairport. I must do something for him. I must give him a dinner, and I will write Sir Arthur to come to Monkbarns to meet him. I must consult my womankind." Accordingly, such consultation having been previously held, a special messenger, being no other than Caxon himself, was ordered to prepare for a walk to Knockwinnock Castle, with a letter, for the honoured Sir Arthur Wardour of Knockwinnock, Bart. The contents ran thus: "Dear Sir Arthur, on Tuesday the 17th curt, Stylo Novo, I hold a Sinobitical Symposium at Monkbarns, and pray you to assist thereat at 4 o'clock precisely. If my fair enemy, Miss Isabel, can and will honour us by accompanying you, my womankind will be but too proud to have the aid of such an auxiliary in the cause of resistance to awful rule and right supremacy. If not, I will send the womankind to the manse for the day. I have a young acquaintance to make known to you, who is touched with some strain of a better spirit than belongs to these giddy paced times, reveres his elders, and has a pretty notion of the classics, and as such a youth must have a natural contempt for the people about Fairport, I wish to show him some rational as well as worshipful society. I am, dear Sir Arthur, etc., etc., etc." "Fly with this letter, Caxon," said the senior, holding out his missive, signatum atque sigillatum. "Fly to Knockwinnock, and bring me back an answer. Go as fast as if the town council were met and waiting for the provost, and the provost was waiting for his new powdered wig." "Ah, sir," answered the messenger, with a deep sigh, "thae days hae lang gane by. Deil a big has a provost of Fairport, worn sin auld Provost Jervie's time, and he had a quean of servant lass that dressed it hersell, wi' the doup of a candle and a drudgeon box. But I hae seen the day, Monkbarns, when the town council of Fairport would hae as soon wanted their town clerk, or their gill of brandy ower head, after the haddies, as if they would have wanted ilk ane a weel favoured, sonsy, decent periwig on his pow. Eh, sirs, nae wonder the commons will be discontent and rise against the law, when they see magistrates and bailies and deacons, and the provost himself, with heads as bald and as bare as ane o' my blocks." "And as well furnished within, Caxon. But away with you. You have an excellent view of public affairs, and, I dare say, have touched the cause of our popular discontent as closely as the provost could have done himself. But away with you, Caxon." And off went Caxon upon his walk of 3 miles. He hobbled, but his heart was good. Could he go faster than he could? While he is engaged in his journey and return, it may not be impertinent to inform the reader to whose mansion he was bearing his embassy. We have said that Mr. Oldbuck kept little company with the surrounding gentlemen, excepting with one person only. This was Sir Arthur Wardour, a baronet of ancient descent, and of a large but embarrassed fortune. His father, Sir Anthony, had been a Jacobite, and had displayed all the enthusiasm of that party, while it could be served with words only. No man squeezed the orange with more significant gesture, No one could more dexterously intimate a dangerous health without coming under the penal statutes; and, above all, none drank success to the cause more deeply and devoutly. But on the approach of the Highland army in 1745, it would appear that the worthy Baronet's zeal became a little more moderate just when its warmth was of most consequence. He talked much, indeed, of taking the field for the rights of Scotland and Charles Stuart, but his demi pique saddle would suit only one of his horses, and that horse could by no means be brought to stand fire. Perhaps the worshipful owner sympathized in the scruples of this sagacious quadruped, and began to think that what was so much dreaded by the horse could not be very wholesome for the rider. At any rate, while Sir Anthony Wardour talked, and drank, and hesitated, the sturdy provost of Fairport, who, as we before noticed, was the father of our Antiquary, sallied from his ancient burgh, heading a body of Whig burghers, and seized at once the name of George II. upon the castle of Knockwinnock, and on the four carriage horses and person of the proprietor. Sir Anthony was shortly after sent off to the Tower of London by a Secretary of State's warrant, and with him went his son Arthur, then a youth. But as nothing appeared like an overt act of treason, both father and son were soon set at liberty, and returned to their own mansion of Knockwinnock, to drink healths 5 fathoms deep, and talk of their sufferings in the royal cause. This became so much a matter of habit with Sir Arthur, that, even after his father's death, the non-juring chaplain used to pray regularly for the restoration of the rightful sovereign, for the downfall of the usurper, and for deliverance from their cruel and bloodthirsty enemies, although all idea of serious opposition to the House of Hanover had long mouldered away, and this treasonable liturgy was kept up rather as a matter of form than as conveying any distinct meaning. So much was this the case, that about the year 1770, upon a disputed election occurring in the county, the worthy knight fairly gulped down the oaths of abjuration and allegiance, in order to serve a candidate in whom he was interested, thus renouncing the heir for whose restoration he weekly petitioned heaven, and acknowledging the usurper, whose dethronement he had never ceased to pray for. And to add to this melancholy instance of human inconsistency, Sir Arthur continued to pray for the House of Stuart even after the family had been extinct, and when in truth, though in his theoretical loyalty he was pleased to regard them as alive, yet in all actual service and practical exertion he was a most zealous and devoted subject of George III. In other respects, Sir Arthur Wardour lived like most country gentlemen in Scotland, hunted and fished, gave and received dinners, attended races and county meetings, was a deputy lieutenant and trustee upon turnpike acts. But in his more advanced years, as he became too lazy or unwieldy for field sports, he supplied them by now and then reading Scottish history, and having gradually acquired a taste for antiquities, though neither very deep nor very correct, he became a crony of his neighbour, Mr. Oldbuck of Monkbarns, and a joint labourer with him in his antiquarian pursuits. There were, however, points of difference between these two humourists, which sometimes occasioned discord. The faith of Sir Arthur, as an antiquary, was boundless, and Mr. Oldbuck, notwithstanding the affair of the Praetorium at the Kaim of Kinprunes, was much more scrupulous in receiving legends as current and authentic coin. Sir Arthur would have deemed himself guilty of the crime of leze majesty, had he doubted the existence of any single individual of that formidable head roll of 104 kings of Scotland, received by Boethius, and rendered classical by Buchanan, in virtue of whom James VI. Claimed to rule his ancient kingdom, and whose portraits still frown grimly upon the walls of the gallery of Holyrood. Now Oldbuck, a shrewd and suspicious man, and no respecter of divine hereditary right, was apt to cavil at this sacred list, and to affirm that the procession of the posterity of Fergus through the pages of Scottish history, was as vain and unsubstantial as the gleamy pageant of the descendants of Banquo through the cavern of Hecate. Another tender topic was the good fame of Queen Mary, of which the knight was a most chivalrous assertor, while the esquire impugned it, in spite both of her beauty and misfortunes. When, unhappily, their conversation turned on yet later times, motives of discord occurred in almost every page of history. Oldbuck was, upon principle, a staunch Presbyterian, a ruling elder of the kirk, and a friend to Revolution principles and Protestant succession, while Sir Arthur was the very reverse of all this. They agreed, it is true, in dutiful love and allegiance to the sovereign who now fills the throne, but this was their only point of union. Reader's note: the reader will understand that this refers to the reign of our late gracious sovereign, George III. End reader's note. It therefore often happened that bickerings hot broke out between them, in which Oldbuck was not always able to suppress his caustic humour, while it would sometimes occur to the Baronet that the descendant of a German printer, whose sires had sought the base fellowship of paltry burghers, forgot himself, and took an unlicensed freedom of debate, considering the rank and ancient descent of his antagonist. This, with the old feud of the coach horses, and the seizure of his manor place and tower of strength by Mr. Oldbuck's father, would at times rush upon his mind, and inflame at once his cheeks and his arguments. And lastly, as Mr. Oldbuck thought his worthy friend and compeer was in some respects little better than a fool, he was apt to come more near communicating to him that unfavourable opinion, than the rules of modern politeness warrant. In such cases they often parted in deep dudgeon, and with something like a resolution to forbear each other's company in future. But with the morning, calm reflection came, and as each was sensible that the society of the other had become, through habit, essential to his comfort, the breach was speedily made up between them. On such occasions, Oldbuck, considering that the Baronet's pettishness resembled that of a child, usually showed his superior sense by compassionately making the first advances to reconciliation. But it once or twice happened that the aristocratic pride of the far descended knight took a flight too offensive to the feelings of the representative of the typographer. In these cases, the breach between these two originals might have been immortal, but for the kind exertion and interposition of the Baronet's daughter, Miss Isabella Wardour, who, with a son, now absent upon foreign and military service, formed his whole surviving family. She was well aware how necessary Mr. Oldbuck was to her father's amusement and comfort, and seldom failed to interpose with effect, when the office of a mediator between them was rendered necessary by the satirical shrewdness of the one, or the assumed superiority of the other. Under Isabella's mild influence, the wrongs of Queen Mary were forgotten by her father, and Mr. Oldbuck forgave the blasphemy which reviled the memory of King William. However, as she used in general to take her father's part playfully in these disputes, Oldbuck was wont to call Isabella his fair enemy, though in fact he made more account of her than any other of her sex, of whom, as we have seen, he was no admirer. There existed another connection betwixt these worthies, which had alternately a repelling and attractive influence upon their intimacy. Sir Arthur always wished to borrow. Mr. Oldbuck was not always willing to lend. Mr. Oldbuck, per contra, always wished to be repaid with regularity. Sir Arthur was not always, nor indeed often, prepared to gratify this reasonable desire, and in accomplishing an arrangement between tendencies so opposite, little miffs would occasionally take place. Still there was a spirit of mutual accommodation upon the whole, and they dragged on like dogs in couples, with some difficulty and occasional snarling, but without absolutely coming to a standstill or throttling each other. Some little disagreement, such as we have mentioned, arising out of business or politics, had divided the houses of Knockwinnock and Monkbarns, when the emissary of the latter arrived to discharge his errand. In his ancient Gothic parlour, whose windows on one side looked out upon the restless ocean, and on the other upon the long straight avenue, was the Baronet seated, now turning over the leaves of a folio, now casting a weary glance where the sun quivered on the dark green foliage and smooth trunks of the large and branching limes with which the avenue was planted. At length, sight of joy, a moving object is seen, and it gives rise to the usual inquiries, who is it, and what can be his errand? The old whitish grey coat, the hobbling gait, the hat half slouched, half cocked, announced the forlorn maker of periwigs, and left for investigation only the second query. This was soon solved by a servant entering the parlour. "A letter from Monkbarns, Sir Arthur." Sir Arthur took the epistle with a due assumption of consequential dignity. "Take the old man into the kitchen, and let him get some refreshment," said the young lady, whose compassionate eye had remarked his thin grey hair and wearied gait. "Mr. Oldbuck, my love, invites us to dinner on Tuesday the 17th," said the Baronet, pausing. "He really seems to forget that he has not of late conducted himself so civilly towards me as might have been expected." "Dear sir, you have so many advantages over poor Mr. Oldbuck, that no wonder it should put him a little out of humour. But I know he has much respect for your person and your conversation. Nothing would give him more pain than to be wanting in any real attention." "True, true, Isabella, and one must allow for the original descent. Something of the German boorishness still flows in the blood, something of the Whiggish and perverse opposition to established rank and privilege. You may observe that he never has any advantage of me in dispute, unless when he avails himself of a sort of pettifogging intimacy with dates, names, and trifling matters of fact, a tiresome and frivolous accuracy of memory, which is entirely owing to his mechanical descent. He must find it convenient in historical investigation, I should think, sir," said the young lady. "It leads to an uncivil and positive mode of disputing, and nothing seems more unreasonable than to hear him impugn even Bellenden's rare translation of Hector Boece, which I have the satisfaction to possess, and which is a black letter folio of great value, upon the authority of some old scrap of parchment which he has saved from its deserved destiny of being cut up into tailor's measures. And besides, that habit of minute and troublesome accuracy leads to a mercantile manner of doing business, which ought to be beneath a landed proprietor whose family has stood 2 or 3 generations. I question if there's a dealer's clerk in Fairport that can sum an account of interest better than Monkbarns." "But you'll accept his invitation, sir?" "Why, yes. We have no other engagement on hand, I think. Who can the young man be he talks of? He seldom picks up new acquaintance, and he has no relation that I ever heard of." "Probably some relation of his brother in law, Captain M'Intyre?" "Very possibly, yes, we will accept. The M'Intyres are of a very ancient Highland family. You may answer his card in the affirmative, Isabella. I believe I have no leisure to be dear sirring myself." So this important matter being adjusted, Miss Wardour intimated her own and Sir Arthur's compliments, and that they would have the honour of waiting upon Mr. Oldbuck. Miss Wardour takes this opportunity to renew her hostility with Mr. Oldbuck, on account of his late long absence from Knockwinnock, where his visits give so much pleasure. With this placebo she concluded her note, with which old Caxon, now refreshed in limbs and wind, set out on his return to the Antiquary's mansion. End chapter 5th. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of the Antiquary. The Sleeperbox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 6. Moth. By Woden, god of Saxons, from whence comes Wednesday, that is, Woden's day, truth is a thing that I will ever keep until thilke day in which I creep into my sepulchre. Cartwright's Ordinary. Our young friend Lovel, who had received a corresponding invitation, punctual to the hour of appointment, arrived at Monkbarns about 5 minutes before 4 o'clock on the 17th of July. The day had been remarkably sultry, and large drops of rain had occasionally fallen, though the threatened showers had as yet passed away. Mr. Oldbuck received him at the Palmer's Port, in his complete brown suit, grey silk stockings, and wig powdered with all the skill of the veteran caxon, who, having smelt out the dinner, had taken care not to finish his job till the hour of eating approached. "You are welcome to my symposium, Mr. Lovel. And now let me introduce you to my Clogdogdo, as Tom Otter calls them, my unlucky and good for nothing womankind, malae bestiae, Mr. Lovel. I shall be disappointed, sir, if I do not find the ladies very undeserving of your satire." Tilly Valley, Mr. Lovel, which, by the way, one commentator derives from Titi Willitium, and another from Tally Ho. But Tilly Valley, I say, a truce with your politeness. You will find them but samples of womankind. But here they be, Mr. Lovel. I present to you in due order my most discreet sister, Griselda, who disdains the simplicity as well as patience annexed to the poor old name of Grizzel, and my most exquisite niece, Maria, whose mother was called Mary, and sometimes Molly. The elderly lady rustled in silks and satins, and bore upon her head a structure resembling the fashion in the lady's memorandum book for the year 1770, a superb piece of architecture, not much less than a modern Gothic castle, of which the curls might represent the turrets, the black pins the chevaux de frise, and the lappets the banners. The face, which, like that of the ancient statues of Vesta, was thus crowned with towers, was large and long, and peaked at nose and chin, and bore in other respects such a ludicrous resemblance to the physiognomy of Mr. Jonathan Oldbuck, that Lovel, had they not appeared at once, like Sebastian and Viola in the last scene of the Twelfth Night, might have supposed that the figure before him was his old friend masquerading in female attire. An antique flowered silk gown graced the extraordinary person to whom belonged this unparalleled tete, which her brother was wont to say was fitter for a turban for Mahound or Termagant, than a headgear for a reasonable creature, or a Christian gentlewoman. Two long and bony arms were terminated at the elbows by triple blond ruffles, and being folded saltire-wise in front of her person, and decorated with long gloves of a bright vermilion colour, presented no bad resemblance to a pair of gigantic lobsters. High-heeled shoes, and a short silk cloak, thrown in easy negligence over her shoulders, completed the exterior of Miss Griselda Oldbuck. Her niece, the same whom Lovel had seen transiently during his first visit, was a pretty young woman, genteelly dressed according to the fashion of the day, with an air of espieglerie, which became her very well, and which was perhaps derived from the caustic humour peculiar to her uncle's family, though softened by transmission. Mr. Lovel paid his respects to both ladies, and was answered by the elder with a prolonged courtesy of 1760, drawn from the righteous period, when folks conceived a grace of half an hour's space, and rejoiced in a Friday's capon; and by the younger with a modern reverence, which, like the festive benediction of a modern divine, was of much shorter duration. While this salutation was exchanging, Sir Arthur, with his fair daughter hanging upon his arm, having dismissed his chariot, appeared at the garden door, and in all due form paid his respects to the ladies. "Sir Arthur," said the Antiquary, "and you, my fair foe, let me make known to you my young friend Mr. Lovel, a gentleman, who, during the scarlet fever which is epidemic at present in this our island, has the virtue and decency to appear in a coat of a civil complexion. You see, however, that the fashionable colour has mustard in his cheeks, which appears not in his garments. Sir Arthur, let me present to you a young gentleman, whom your farther knowledge will find grave, wise, courtly, and scholar-like, well seen, deeply read, and thoroughly grounded in all the hidden mysteries of the green room and stage, from the days of Davy Lindsay down to those of Dibdin. He blushes again, which is a sign of grace." "My brother," said Miss Griselda, addressing Lovel, "has a humorous way of expressing himself, sir. Nobody thinks anything of what Monkbarns says, so I beg you will not be so confused for the matter of his nonsense. But you must have had a warm walk beneath this broiling sun. Would you take anything? A glass of balm wine?" Ere Lovel could answer, the Antiquary interposed. "Aroint thee, witch! wouldst thou poison my guests with thy infernal decoctions? Dost thou not remember how it fared with the clergyman whom you seduced to partake of that deceitful beverage?" "O fie, fie, brother! Sir Arthur, did you ever hear the like? He must have everything his ain way, or he will invent such stories. But there goes Jenny to ring the old bell, to tell us that the dinner is ready." Rigid in his economy, Mr. Oldbuck kept no male servant. This he disguised under the pretext that the masculine sex was too noble to be employed in those acts of personal servitude, which, in all early periods of society, were uniformly imposed on the female. "Why," would he say, "did the boy Tim Rintherout, whom at my wise sister's instigation I, with equal wisdom, took upon trial, why did he pilfer apples, take birds' nests, break glasses, and ultimately steal my spectacles, except that he felt that noble emulation which swells in the bosom of the masculine sex, which has conducted him to Flanders with a musket on his shoulder, and doubtless will promote him to a glorious halbert, or even to the gallows? And why does this girl, his full sister, Jenny Rintherout, move in the same vocation with safe and noiseless step, shod or unshod, soft as the pace of a cat, and docile as a spaniel? Why? But because she is in her vocation. Let them minister to us, Sir Arthur, let them minister, I say, it's the only thing they are fit for. All ancient legislators, from Lycurgus to Mahomet, corruptly called Mahomet, agree in putting them in their proper and subordinate rank, and it is only the crazy heads of our old chivalrous ancestors that erected their Dulcineas into despotic princesses." Miss Wardour protested loudly against this ungallant doctrine, but the bell now rung for dinner. "Let me do all the offices of fair courtesy to so fair an antagonist," said the old gentleman, offering his arm. "I remember, Miss Wardour, Mohammed, vulgarly Mahomet, had some hesitation about the mode of summoning his Mussulman to prayer. He rejected bells as used by Christians, trumpets as the summons of the Guebres, and finally adopted the human voice. I have had equal doubt concerning my dinner call. Gongs, now in present use, seemed a new-fangled and heathenish invention, and the voice of the female womankind I rejected as equally shrill and dissonant. Wherefore, contrary to the said Mohammed or Mahomet, I have resumed the bell. It has a local propriety, since it was the conventual signal for spreading the repast in their refectory, and it has the advantage over the tongue of my sister's prime minister, Jenny, that, though not quite so loud and shrill, it ceases ringing the instant you drop the bell rope. Whereas we know, by sad experience, that any attempt to silence Jenny only wakes the sympathetic chime of Miss Oldbuck and Mary M'Intyre to join in chorus." With this discourse he led the way to his dining parlour, which Lovel had not yet seen. It was wainscoted, and contained some curious paintings. The dining table was attended by Jenny, but an old superintendent, a sort of female butler, stood by the sideboard, and underwent the burden of bearing several reproofs from Mr. Oldbuck, and innuendoes, not so much marked, but not less cutting, from his sister. The dinner was such as suited a professed antiquary, comprehending many savoury specimens of Scottish viands, now disused at the tables of those who affect elegance. There was the relishing Ceylon goose, whose smell is so powerful that he is never cooked within doors. Blood raw he proved to be on this occasion, so that Oldbuck half threatened to throw the greasy sea fowl at the head of the negligent housekeeper, who acted as priestess in presenting this odoriferous offering. But, by good hap, she had been most fortunate in the hotch potch, which was unanimously pronounced to be inimitable. "I knew we should succeed here," said Oldbuck exultingly, "for Davie Dibble, the gardener, an old bachelor like myself, takes care the rascally women do not dishonour our vegetables. And here is fish and sauce and crappit heads. I acknowledge our womankind excel in that dish. It procures them the pleasure of scolding, for half an hour at least, twice a week, with old Maggie Mucklebackit, our fishwife. The chicken pie, Mr. Lovel, is made after a recipe bequeathed to me by my departed grandmother of happy memory; and if you will venture on a glass of wine, you will find it worthy of one who professes the maxim of King Alfonso of Castile, Old wood to burn, old books to read, old wine to drink, and old friends, Sir Arthur ay, Mr. Lovel, and young friends too, to converse with." "And what news do you bring us from Edinburgh, Monkbarns?" said Sir Arthur. "How wags the world in Auld Reekie?" "Mad, Sir Arthur, mad, irretrievably frantic, far beyond dipping in the sea, shaving the crown, or drinking hellebore. The worst sort of frenzy, a military frenzy, hath possessed man, woman, and child." "And high time, I think," said Miss Wardour, "when we are threatened with invasion from abroad and insurrection at home." "Oh, I did not doubt you would join the scarlet host against me. Women, like turkeys, are always subdued by a red rag. But what says Sir Arthur, whose dreams are of standing armies and German oppression?" "Why, I say, Mr. Oldbuck," replied the knight, "that so far as I am capable of judging, we ought to resist cum totu corpore regni, as the phrase is, unless I have altogether forgotten my Latin. An enemy who comes to propose to us a Whiggish sort of government, a republican system, and who is aided and abetted by a sort of fanatics of the worst kind in our own bowels. I have taken some measures, I assure you, such as become my rank in the community, for I have directed the constables to take up that old scoundrelly beggar, Edie Ochiltree, for spreading disaffection against church and state through the whole parish. He said plainly to old Caxon, that Willie Howie's Kilmarnock cowl covered more sense than all the three wigs in the parish. I think it is easy to make out that innuendo. But the rogue shall be taught better manners." "Oh no, my dear sir," exclaimed Miss Wardour, "not old Edie, that we have known so long. I assure you no constable shall have my good graces that executes such a warrant." "Ay, there it goes," said the Antiquary. "You, to be a staunch Tory, Sir Arthur, have nourished a fine sprig of Whiggery in your bosom. Why, Miss Wardour, is alone sufficient to control a whole quarter session. A quarter session! ay, a general assembly, or a convocation to boot. A Boadicea she, an Amazon, a Zenobia. And yet, with all my courage, Mr. Oldbuck, I am glad to hear our people are getting under arms." "Under arms! Lord love thee, didst thou ever read the history of Sister Margaret, which flowed from a head that, though now old and some deal grey, has more sense and political intelligence than you find now a days in the whole synod? Dost thou remember the nurse's dream in that exquisite work, which she recounts in such agony to Hubble Bubble? When she would have taken up a piece of broadcloth in her vision, lo! it exploded like a great iron cannon. When she put out her hand to save a pern, it perked up in her face in the form of a pistol. My own vision in Edinburgh has been something similar. I called to consult my lawyer. He was clothed in a dragoon's dress, belted and cased, and about to mount a charger, which his writing clerk, habited as a sharpshooter, walked to and fro before his door. I went to scold my agent for having sent me to advise with a madman. He had stuck into his head the plume, which in more sober days he wielded between his fingers, and figured as an artillery officer. My mercer had his spontoon in his hand, as if he measured his cloth by that implement instead of a legitimate yard. The banker's clerk, who was directed to sum my cash account, blundered it 3 times, being disordered by the recollection of his military tellings off at the morning drill. I was ill and sent for a surgeon. He came, but valour so had fired his eye, and such a falchion glittered on his thigh, that, by the gods, with such a load of steel, I thought he came to murder, not to heal. I had recourse to a physician, but he also was practising a more wholesale mode of slaughter than that which his profession had been supposed at all times to open to him. And now, since I have returned here, even our wise neighbours of Fairport have caught the same valiant humour. I hate a gun, like a hurt wild duck. I detest a drum, like a Quaker. And they thunder and rattle out yonder upon the town's common, so that every volley and roll goes to my very heart. Dear brother, dinna speak the gate of the gentlemen volunteers. I am sure they have a most becoming uniform. Weel, I wot they have been wet to the very skin twice the last week. I met them marching in terribly docket, and mony a sair host was among them. And the trouble they take, I am sure it claims our gratitude. And I am sure," said Miss M'Intyre, "that my uncle sent 20 guineas to help out their equipments." "It was to buy liquorice and sugar candy," said the cynic, "to encourage the trade of the place, and to refresh the throats of the officers, who had bawled themselves hoarse in the service of their country. Take care, Monkbarns, we shall set you down among the black nebs by and by. No, Sir Arthur, a tame grumbler I only claim the privilege of croaking in my own corner here, without uniting my throat to the grand chorus of the marsh. Ni quito rey, ni pongo rey. I neither make king nor mar king, as Sancho says, but pray heartily for our own sovereign, pay scot and lot, and grumble at the exciseman. But here comes the ewe milk cheese in good time. It is a better digestive than politics." When dinner was over, and the decanters placed on the table, Mr. Oldbuck proposed the king's health in a bumper, which was readily acceded to both by Lovel and the Baronet, the Jacobitism of the latter being now a sort of speculative opinion merely, the shadow of a shade. After the ladies had left the apartment, the landlord and Sir Arthur entered into several exquisite discussions, in which the younger guest, either on account of the abstruse erudition which they involved, or from some other reason, took but a slender share, till at length he was suddenly started out of a profound reverie by an unexpected appeal to his judgment. I will stand by what Mr. Lovel says. He was born in the north of England, and may know the very spot. Sir Arthur thought it unlikely that so young a gentleman should have paid much attention to matters of that sort. "I am advised of the contrary," said Oldbuck. "How say you, Mr. Lovel? Speak up for your own credit, man." Lovel was obliged to confess himself in the ridiculous situation of one alike ignorant of the subject of conversation and controversy which had engaged the company for an hour. "Lord help the lad, his head has been wool gathering. I thought how it would be when the womankind were admitted, no getting a word of sense out of a young fellow for 6 hours after. Why, man, there was once a people called the more properly Picts," interrupted the Baronet. "I say the Picar, Pihar, Pioctar, Piogtar, or Pootar," vociferated Oldbuck. "They spoke a Gothic dialect." "Genuine Celtic," again asseverated the knight. "Gothic, Gothic, I'll go to death upon it," counter asseverated the squire. "Why, gentlemen," said Lovel, I conceive that it is a dispute which may be easily settled by philologists, if there are any remains of the language." "There is but one word," said the Baronet; "but in spite of Mr. Oldbuck's pertinacity, it is decisive of the question." "Yes, in my favour," said Oldbuck. "Mr. Lovel, you shall be judge. I have the learned Pinkerton on my side, I on mine the indefatigable and erudite Chalmers. Gordon comes into my opinion. Sir Robert Sibbald holds mine. Innes is with me," vociferated Oldbuck. "Riston has no doubt," shouted the Baronet. "Truly, gentlemen," said Lovel, "before you muster your forces and overwhelm me with authorities, I should like to know the word in dispute." "Ben Ball," said both the disputants at once. "Which signifies caput valli," said Sir Arthur. "The head of the wall," echoed Oldbuck. There was a deep pause. "It is rather a narrow foundation to build a hypothesis upon," observed the arbiter. "Not a whit, not a whit," said Oldbuck. "Men fight best in a narrow ring. An inch is as good as a mile for a home thrust." "It is decidedly Celtic," said the Baronet. "Every hill in the Highlands begins with Ben. But what say you to Ball, Sir Arthur? Is it not decidedly the Saxon wall?" "It is the Roman vallum," said Sir Arthur. "The Picts borrowed that part of the word." "No such thing. If they borrowed anything, it must have been your Ben, which they might have from the neighbouring Britons of Strathclwyd." "The Picts, or Picts," said Lovel, "must have been singularly poor in dialect, since, in the only remaining word of their vocabulary, and that consisting only of two syllables, they have been confessedly obliged to borrow one of them from another language. And methinks, gentlemen, with submission, the controversy is not unlike that which the two knights fought concerning the shield that had one side white and the other black. Each of you claim one half of the word, and seem to resign the other. But what strikes me most is the poverty of the language which has left such slight vestiges behind it." "You are in error," said Sir Arthur. "It was a copious language, and they were a great and powerful people, built two steeples, one at Brechin, one at Abernethy. The Pictish maidens of the blood royal were kept in Edinburgh Castle, thence called Castrum Puellarum." "A childish legend," said Oldbuck, "invented to give consequence to trumpery womankind. It was called the Maiden Castle, quasi lucus a non lucendo, because it resisted every attack, and women never do." "There is a list of the Pictish kings," persisted Sir Arthur, "well authenticated from Crentheminachryme, the date of whose reign is somewhat uncertain, down to Drusterstone, whose death concluded their dynasty. Half of them have the Celtic patronymic Mac, prefixed Mac id est filius. What do you say to that, Mr. Oldbuck? There is Drust Macmorachin, Trinal Maclaughlan, first of that ancient clan, as it may be judged, and Gormac MacDonald, Alpine Macmedigus, Drust Mactollergum." Here he was interrupted by a fit of coughing. "Golarge Machan, Macanan, Macanel, Kenneth, Macferidith, Akine Macfungus, and 20 more, decidedly Celtic names, which I could repeat, if this damned cough would let me." "Take a glass of wine, Sir Arthur, and drink down that bedroll of unbaptized jargon, that would choke the devil. Why, that last fellow has the only intelligible name you have repeated. They are all of the tribe of Macfungus, mushroom monarchs, every one of them, sprung up from the fumes of conceit, folly, and falsehood, fermenting in the brains of some mad Highland Senachie. I am surprised to hear you, Mr. Oldbuck. You know, or ought to know, that the list of these potentates was copied by Henry Mall of Melgwyn, from the Chronicles of Loch Leven and St. Andrews, and put forth by him in his short but satisfactory history of the Picts, printed by Robert Freebairn, of Edinburgh, and sold by him at his shop in the Parliament Close, in the year of God 1705 or 6, I'm not precisely certain which, but I have a copy at home that stands next to my 12-month copy of the Scots Acts, and ranges on the shelf with them very well. What say you to that, Mr. Oldbuck?" "Say? Why, I laugh at Harry Maule and his history," answered Oldbuck, "and thereby comply with his request of giving an entertainment according to its merits." "Do not laugh at a better man than yourself," said Sir Arthur, somewhat scornfully. "I do not conceive I do, Sir Arthur, in laughing either at him or his history." "Henry Maule of Melgum was a gentleman, Mr. Oldbuck." "I presume he had no advantage of me in that particular," replied the Antiquary, somewhat tartly. "Permit me, Mr. Oldbuck, he was a gentleman of high family and ancient descent, and therefore the descendant of a Westphalian printer should speak of him with deference? Such may be your opinion, Sir Arthur, it is not mine. I conceive that my descent from that painful and industrious typographer, Wolfbrand Oldenbuck, who, in the month of December, 1493, under the patronage, as the colophon tells us, of Sebaldus Scheiter and Sebastian Kammermeister, accomplished the printing of the great Chronicle of Nuremberg, I conceive, I say, that my descent from that great restorer of learning is more credible to me as a man of letters, than if I had numbered in my genealogy all the brawling, bullet-headed, iron-fisted, old Gothic barons since the days of Crentheminochrime, not one of whom, I suppose, could write his own name." "If you mean the observation as a sneer at my ancestry," said the knight, with an assumption of dignified superiority and composure, "I have the pleasure to inform you that the name of my ancestor, Gamelin de Guardover, Miliz, is written fairly with his own hand in the earliest copy of the Ragman Roll." "Which only serves to show that he was one of the earliest who set the mean example of submitting to Edward the First. What have you to say for the stainless loyalty of your family, Sir Arthur, after such a backsliding as that?" "It's enough, sir," said Sir Arthur, starting up fiercely, and pushing back his chair. "I shall hereafter take care how I honour with my company one who shows himself so ungrateful for my condescension." "In that you will do as you find most agreeable, Sir Arthur. I hope, that as I was not aware of the extent of the obligation which you have done me by visiting my poor house, I may be excused for not having carried my gratitude to the extent of servility." Mighty well, Mr. Oldbuck. I wish you a good evening, Mr. Shovel. I wish you a very good evening." Out of the parlour door flounced the incensed Sir Arthur, as if the spirit of the whole Round Table inflamed his single bosom, and traversed with long strides the labyrinth of passages which conducted to the drawing room. "Did you ever hear such an old tup-headed ass?" said Oldbuck, briefly apostrophising Lovel. "But I must not let him go in this mad-like way neither." So saying, he pushed off after the retreating Baronet, whom he traced by the clang of several doors, which he opened in search of the apartment for tea, and slammed with force behind him at every disappointment. "You'll do yourself a mischief," roared the Antiquary. "Qui ambulat in tenebris nescit quo vadit. You'll tumble down the back stair." Sir Arthur had now got involved in darkness, of which the sedative effect is well known to nurses and governesses who have to deal with pettish children. It retarded the pace of the irritated Baronet, if it did not abate his resentment, and Mr. Oldbuck, better acquainted with the locale, got up with him as he had got his grasp upon the handle of the drawing room door. "Stay a minute, Sir Arthur," said Oldbuck, opposing his abrupt entrance. "Don't be quite so hasty, my good and old friend. I was a little too rude with you about Sir Gamelyn. Why, he is an old acquaintance of mine, man, and a favourite. He kept company with Bruce and Wallace, and I'll be sworn on a black letter Bible, only subscribed the Ragman Roll with the legitimate and justifiable intention of circumventing the false Southern. 'Twas right Scottish craft, my good knight. hundreds did it. Come, come, forget and forgive. Confess we have given the young fellow here a right to think us two testy old fools." "Speak for yourself, Mr. Jonathan Oldbuck," said Sir Arthur with much majesty. Ah, well, a wilful man must have his way." With that, the door opened, and into the drawing room marched the tall gaunt form of Sir Arthur, followed by Lovel and Mr. Oldbuck, the countenances of all the three a little discomposed. "I have been waiting for you, sir," said Miss Wardour, "to propose we should walk forward to meet the carriage, as the evening is so fine." Sir Arthur readily assented to this proposal, which suited the angry mood in which he found himself, and having, agreeable to the established custom in cases of pet, refused the refreshment of tea and coffee, he tucked his daughter under his arm, and after taking a ceremonious leave of the ladies, and a very dry one of Oldbuck, off he marched. "I think Sir Arthur has got the black dog on his back again," said Miss Oldbuck. "Black dog! Black devil! He's more absurd than womankind. What say you, Lovel? Why, the lad's gone too. He took his leave, uncle, while Miss Wardour was putting on her things, but I don't think you observed him." "The devil's in the people! This is all one gets by fussing and bustling, and putting oneself out of one's way in order to give dinners, besides all the charges they are put to. O Seged, Emperor of Ethiopia!" said he, taking up a cup of tea in the one hand, and a volume of the Rambler in the other, for it was his regular custom to read while he was eating or drinking in presence of his sister, being a practice which served at once to evince his contempt for the society of womankind, and his resolution to lose no moment of instruction. "O Seged, Emperor of Ethiopia! Well hast thou spoken. No man should presume to say, this shall be a day of happiness." Oldbuck proceeded in his studies for the best part of an hour, uninterrupted by the ladies, who each, in profound silence, pursued some female employment. At length the light and modest tap was heard at the parlour door. "Is that you, Caxon? Come in, man." The old man opened the door, and thrusting in his meagre face, thatched with thin grey locks, and one sleeve of his white coat, said in a subdued and mysterious tone of voice, "I was wanting to speak to you, sir." "Come in, then, you old fool, and say what you've got to say." "I'll maybe frighten the ladies," said the ex friseur. "Frighten?" answered the Antiquary. "What do you mean? Never mind the ladies. Have you seen another ghaist at the Humlock No?" "Na, sir, it's not a ghaist this turn," replied Caxon, "but I'm no easy in my mind." "Do you ever hear of anybody that was?" answered Oldbuck. "What reason has an old battered powder puff like you to be easy in your mind, more than all the rest of the world besides?" "It's no for mysell, sir, but it threatens an awful night, and Sir Arthur and Miss Wardour, poor thing why, man, they must have met the carriage at the head of the loaning, or thereabouts. They must be home long ago." "Na, sir, they didna gang the road by the turnpike to meet the carriage, they gaed by the sands." The word operated like electricity on Oldbuck. "The sands!" he exclaimed; "impossible!" "Ay, sir, that's what I said to the gardener, but he says he saw them turn down by the Mussel crag. In troth, says I to him, an that be the case, Davie, I am misdoubting." "An almanac! An almanac!" said Oldbuck, starting up in great alarm. "Not that bauble," flinging away a little pocket almanac, which his niece offered him. "Great God! my poor dear Miss Isabella! Fetch me instantly the Fairport Almanac." It was brought, consulted, and added greatly to his agitation. "I'll go myself. Call the gardener and ploughman, bid them bring ropes and ladders, bid them raise more help as they come along, keep the top of the cliffs, and halloo down to them, I'll go myself." "What is the matter?" inquired Miss Oldbuck and Miss M'Intyre. "The tide! the tide!" answered the alarmed Antiquary. "Had not Jenny better but no, I'll run myself," said the younger lady, partaking in all her uncle's terrors. "I'll run myself to Saunders Mucklebackit, and make him get out his boat." "Thank you, my dear, that's the wisest word that has been spoken yet. Run, run, to go by the sands," seizing his hat and cane. "Was there ever such madness heard of?" Chapter 6. Volume 1, Chapter 7th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7th. Pleased a while to view the watery waste, the prospect wild and new. The now receding waters gave them space, on either side, the growing shores to trace, and then returning, they contract the scene, till small and smaller grows the walk between. Crabbe. The information of Davy Dibble, which had spread such general alarm at Monkbarns, proved to be strictly correct. Sir Arthur and his daughter had set out, according to their first proposal, to return to Knockwinnock by the turnpike road; but when they reached the head of the loaning, as it was called, or Great Lane, which on one side made a sort of avenue to the house of Monkbarns, they discerned, a little way before them, Lovel, who seemed to linger on the way, as if to give him an opportunity to join them. Miss Wardour immediately proposed to her father that they should take another direction, and, as the weather was fine, walk home by the sands, which, stretching below a picturesque ridge of rocks, afforded at almost all times a pleasanter passage between Knockwinnock and Monkbarns than the high road. Sir Arthur acquiesced willingly. It would be unpleasant, he said, to be joined by that young fellow whom Mr. Oldbuck had taken the freedom to introduce them to. And his old-fashioned politeness had none of the ease of the present day, which permits you, if you have a mind, to cut the person you have associated with for a week, the instant you feel or suppose yourself in a situation which makes it disagreeable to own him. Sir Arthur only stipulated that a little ragged boy, for the guerdon of one penny sterling, should run to meet his coachman, and turn his equipage back to Knockwinnock. When this was arranged, and the emissary dispatched, the knight and his daughter left the high road, and following a wandering path among sandy hillocks, partly grown over with furze and the long grass called bent, soon attained the side of the ocean. The tide was by no means so far out as they had computed, but this gave them no alarm. There were seldom 10 days in the year when it approached so near the cliffs as not to leave a dry passage. But, nevertheless, at periods of spring tide, or even when the ordinary flood was accelerated by high winds, this road was altogether covered by the sea, and tradition had recorded several fatal accidents which had happened on such occasions. Still, such dangers were considered as remote and improbable, and rather served, with other legends, to amuse the hamlet fireside, than to prevent any one from going between Knockwinnock and Monkbarns by the sands. As Sir Arthur and Miss Wardour paced along, enjoying the pleasant footing afforded by the cool, moist, hard sand, Miss Wardour could not help observing that the last tide had risen considerably above the usual water mark. Sir Arthur made the same observation, but without its occurring to either of them to be alarmed at the circumstance. The sun was now resting his huge disk upon the edge of the level ocean, and gilded the accumulation of towering clouds, through which he had travelled the livelong day, and which now assembled on all sides, like misfortunes and disasters around a sinking empire, and falling monarch. Still, however, his dying splendour gave a sombre magnificence to the massive congregation of vapours, forming out of their unsubstantial gloom the show of pyramids and towers, some touched with gold, some with purple, some with the hue of deep and dark red. The distant sea, stretched beneath this varied and gorgeous canopy, lay almost portentously still, reflecting back the dazzling and level beams of the descending luminary, and the splendid colouring of the clouds amidst which he was setting. Nearer to the beach, the tide rippled onward in waves of sparkling silver, that imperceptibly, yet rapidly, gained upon the sand. With a mind employed in admiration of the romantic scene, or perhaps on some more agitating topic, Miss Wardour advanced in silence by her father's side, whose recently offended dignity did not stoop to open any conversation. Following the windings of the beach, they passed one projecting point of headland or rock after another, and now found themselves under a huge and continued extent of the precipices by which that iron-bound coast is in most places defended. Long projecting reefs of rock, extending under water, and only evincing their existence by here and there a peak entirely bare, or by the breakers which foamed over those that were partially covered, rendered Knockwinnock Bay dreaded by pilots and shipmasters. The crags which rose between the beach and the mainland, to the height of 200 or 300 feet, afforded in their crevices shelter for unnumbered sea fowl, in situations seemingly secured by their dizzy height from the rapacity of man. Many of these wild tribes, with the instinct which sends them to seek the land before a storm arises, were now winging towards their nests, with the shrill and dissonant clang which announces disquietude and fear. The disk of the sun became almost totally obscured ere he had altogether sunk below the horizon, and an early and lurid shade of darkness blotted the serene twilight of a summer evening. The wind began next to arise, but its wild and moaning sound was heard for some time, and its effects became visible on the bosom of the sea, before the gale was felt on shore. The mass of waters, now dark and threatening, began to lift itself in larger ridges, and sink in deeper furrows, forming waves that rose high in foam upon the breakers, or burst upon the beach with a sound resembling distant thunder. Appalled by this sudden change of weather, Miss Wardour drew close to her father, and held his arm fast. "I wish," at length she said, but almost in a whisper, as if ashamed to express her increasing apprehensions, "I wish we had kept the road we intended, or waited at Monkbarns for the carriage." Sir Arthur looked round, but did not see, or would not acknowledge, any signs of an immediate storm. They would reach Knockwinnock, he said, long before the tempest began. But the speed with which he walked, and with which Isabella could hardly keep pace, indicated a feeling that some exertion was necessary to accomplish his consolatory prediction. They were now near the centre of a deep but narrow bay or recess, formed by two projecting capes of high and inaccessible rock, which shot out into the sea like the horns of a crescent, and neither durst communicate the apprehension which each began to entertain, that, from the unusually rapid advance of the tide, they might be deprived of the power of proceeding by doubling the promontory which lay before them, or of retreating by the road which brought them thither. As they thus pressed forward, longing doubtless to exchange the easy curving line which the sinuosities of the bay compelled them to adopt, for a straighter and more expeditious path, Sir Arthur observed a human figure on the beach advancing to meet them. "Thank God!" he exclaimed, "we shall get round Halket that person must have passed it," thus giving vent to the feeling of hope, though he had suppressed that of apprehension. "Thank God, indeed!" echoed his daughter, half audibly, half internally, as expressing the gratitude which she strongly felt. The figure which advanced to meet them made many signs, which the haze of the atmosphere, now disturbed by wind and by a drizzling rain, prevented them from seeing or comprehending distinctly. Some time before they met, Sir Arthur could recognise the old blue-gowned beggar, Edie Ochiltree. It is said that even the brute creation lay aside their animosities and antipathies when pressed by an instant and common danger. The beach under Halket, rapidly diminishing in extent by the encroachments of a spring tide and a north west wind, was in like manner a neutral field, where even a justice of peace and a strolling mendicant might meet upon terms of mutual forbearance. "Turn back! Turn back!" exclaimed the vagrant. "Why did you not turn when I waved to you?" "We thought," replied Sir Arthur, in great agitation, "we thought we could get round Halket. Halket! The tide will be running on Halket by this time like the fall of fires. It was a' I could do to get round it 20 minutes since. It was coming in 3 feet abreast. We will maybe get back by Ballyburgh Ness Point yet. The Lord help us, it's our only chance. We can but try. My God, my child! My father, my dear father!" exclaimed the parent and daughter, as, fear lending them strength and speed, they turned to retrace their steps, and endeavoured to double the point, the projection of which formed the southern extremity of the bay. "I heard ye were here frae the bit callant ye sent to meet your carriage," said the beggar, as he trudged stoutly on a step or two behind Miss Wardour, "and I couldn't bide to think o' the dainty young leddy's peril, that has aye been kind to ilka forlorn heart that cam near her. So I lookit at the lift and the rin o' the tide, till I settled it that if I could get down time enough to gie you warning, we wad do weel yet. But I doubt I hae been beguiled; for what mortal ye ever saw sic a race as the tide is rising e'en now? See, yonder's the Rattenscarry. He aye held his neb abune the water in my day, but he's aneath it now." Sir Arthur cast a look in the direction in which the old man pointed. A huge rock, which in general, even in spring tides, displayed a hulk like the keel of a large vessel, was now quite under water, and its place only indicated by the boiling and breaking of the eddying waves which encountered its submarine resistance. Make haste, my bonny leddy," continued the old man, "make haste, and we may do yet. Take hold of my arm. An auld and frail arm it's now, but it's been in our sair stress as this as yet. Take hold of my arm, my winsome leddy. D'ye see yon wee black speck among the wallowing waves yonder? This morning it was as high as the mast o' a brig. It's sma' eneugh now, but while I see as muckle black about it as the crown of my hat, I wouldn't believe but we'll get round the Ballyburgh Ness, for a' that's come and gone yet." Isabella, in silence, accepted from the old man the assistance which Sir Arthur was less able to afford her. The waves had now encroached so much upon the beach, that the firm and smooth footing which they had hitherto had on the sand must be exchanged for a rougher path close to the foot of the precipice, and in some places even raised upon its lower ledges. It would have been utterly impossible for Sir Arthur Wardour or his daughter to have found their way along these shelves without the guidance and encouragement of the beggar, who had been there before in high tides, though never, he acknowledged, "in sae awsome a night as this." It was indeed a dreadful evening. The howling of the storm mingled with the shrieks of the sea fowl, and sounded like the dirge of the three devoted beings, who, pent between two of the most magnificent, yet most dreadful objects of nature, a raging tide and an insurmountable precipice, toiled along their painful and dangerous path, often lashed by the spray of some giant billow, which threw itself higher on the beach than those that had preceded it. Each minute did their enemy gain ground perceptibly upon them. Still, however, loath to relinquish the last hopes of life, they bent their eyes on the black rock pointed out by Ochiltree. It was yet distinctly visible among the breakers, and continued to be so, until they came to a turn in their precarious path, where an intervening projection of rock hid it from their sight. Deprived of the view of the beacon on which they had relied, they now experienced the double agony of terror and suspense. They struggled forward, however, but when they arrived at the point from which they ought to have seen the crag, it was no longer visible. The signal of safety was lost among a thousand white breakers, which, dashing upon the point of the promontory, rose in prodigious sheets of snowy foam, as high as the mast of a first rate man of war, against the dark brow of the precipice. The countenance of the old man fell. Isabella gave a faint shriek, and "God have mercy upon us!" which her guide solemnly uttered, was piteously echoed by Sir Arthur. "My child, my child, to die such a death!" "My father, my dear father!" his daughter exclaimed, clinging to him, "and you too, who have lost your own life in endeavouring to save ours!" "That's not worth the counting," said the old man. "I hae lived to be weary o' life, and here or yonder, at the back o' ae dyke, in a reef or snaw, or in the wame o' a wave, what signifies how the auld gaberlunzie dies?" "Good man," said Sir Arthur, "can you think of nothing of no help? I'll make you rich I'll give you a farm I'll" "Our riches will be soon equal," said the beggar, looking out upon the strife of the waters. "There I sae already, for I hae nae land, and you would give your fair bounds and barony for a square yard of rock that would be dry for 12 hours." While they exchanged these words, they paused upon the highest ledge of rock to which they could attain, for it seemed that any further attempt to move forward could only serve to anticipate their fate. Here then they were to await the sure though slow progress of the raging element, something in the situation of the martyrs of the early church, who, exposed by heathen tyrants to be slain by wild beasts, were compelled for a time to witness the impatience and rage by which the animals were agitated, while awaiting the signal for undoing their grates, and letting them loose upon the victims. Yet even this fearful pause gave Isabella time to collect the powers of a mind naturally strong and courageous, and which rallied itself at this terrible juncture. "Must we yield life," she said, "without a struggle? Is there no path, however dreadful, by which we could climb the crag, or at least attain some height above the tide, where we could remain till morning, or till help comes? They must be aware of our situation, and will raise the country to relieve us." Sir Arthur, who heard, but scarcely comprehended, his daughter's question, turned, nevertheless, instinctively and eagerly to the old man, as if their lives were in his gift. Ochiltree paused. "I was a bauld cragsman," he said, "ance in my life, and mony a kitty wakes and lungie's nest hae I harried up amang thae very black rocks; but it's lang, lang syne, and nae mortal could speel them without a rope; and if I had ane, my eyesight, and my footstep, and my hand grip, have a' failed mony a day syne, and then how could I save you? But there was a path here ance, though, maybe, if we could see it, you would rather bide where we are. His name be praised!" he ejaculated suddenly. "There's ane coming down the crag e'en now." Then exalting his voice, he hillooed out to the daring adventurer such instructions as his former practice, and the remembrance of local circumstances, suddenly forced upon his mind. You're right, that gate, that gate! Fasten the rope weel round Crummie's horn, that's the muckle black stane. Cast twa plies round it, that's it. Now wise yourself a wheel easel-ward, a wee mair yet to that ither stane. We'd ca'd it the cat's lug. There used to be the root o' an aik tree there, and that'll do. Canny now, lad, canny now. Tak tent and take time. Lord bless ye, tak time. Very weel. Now ye maun get to Bessy's apron, that's the muckle braid flat bluinstone. And then I think, were ye help and the towel together, I'll win at ye, and then we'll be able to get up the young lady and Sir Arthur." The adventurer, following the directions of old Edie, flung him down the end of the rope, which he secured around Miss Wardour, wrapping her previously in his own blue gown, to preserve her as much as possible from injury. Then, availing himself of the rope, which was made fast at the other end, he began to ascend the face of the crag, a most precarious and dizzy undertaking, which, however, after one or two perilous escapes, placed him safe on the broad flat stone beside our friend Lovel. Their joint strength was able to raise Isabella to the place of safety which they had attained. Lovel then descended, in order to assist Sir Arthur, around whom he adjusted the rope, and again mounting to their place of refuge, which the assistance of old Ochiltree, and such aid as Sir Arthur himself could afford, he raised himself beyond the reach of the billows. The sense of reprieve from approaching and apparently inevitable death had its usual effect. The father and daughter threw themselves into each other's arms, kissed and wept for joy, although their escape was connected with the prospect of passing a tempestuous night upon a precipitous ledge of rock, which scarce afforded footing for the four shivering beings, who now, like the sea fowl around them, clung there in hopes of some shelter from the devouring element which raged beneath. The spray of the billows, which attained in fearful succession the foot of the precipice, overflowing the beach on which they so lately stood, flew as high as their place of temporary refuge, and the stunning sound with which they dashed against the rocks beneath seemed as if they still demanded the fugitives in accents of thunder as their destined prey. It was a summer night, doubtless, yet the probability was slender that a frame so delicate as that of Miss Wardour should survive till morning the drenching of the spray, and the dashing of the rain, which now burst in full violence, accompanied with deep and heavy gusts of wind, added to the constrained and perilous circumstances of their situation. "The lassie, the puir sweet lassie," said the old man, "mony such a night have I weathered at hame and abroad, but, God guide us, how can she ever win through it?" His apprehension was communicated in smothered accents to Lovel, for with the sort of freemasonry by which bold and ready spirits correspond in moments of danger, and become almost instinctively known to each other, they had established a mutual confidence. "I'll climb up the cliff again," said Lovel. "There's daylight enough left to see my footing. I'll climb up and call for more assistance." Do so, for heaven's sake," said Sir Arthur, eagerly. "Are ye mad?" said the mendicant. "Francie o' Foshu, and he was the best cragsman that ever spielt hoe mair by token, he brak his neck upon the Dunboy o' Slains, when I ventured up the Hucklehead crags after sundown. It's God's grace, and a great wonder besides, that ye are not in the middle of that roaring sea with what ye hae done already. I dinna think there was a man left alive would hae come down the crags as ye did. I question I could hae done it mysell, at this hour and this weather, in the youngest and yaldest of my strength. But to venture up again, it's a mere and a clear tempting of Providence." "I have no fear," answered Lovel. "I marked all the stations perfectly as I came down, and there is still light enough left to see them quite well. I am sure I can do it with perfect safety. Stay here, my good friend, by Sir Arthur and the young lady." "Deil be in my feet, then," answered the bedesman sturdily. "If ye gang, I gang too, for between the twa of us we'll hae mair than wark enough to get to the tap o' the heugh." "No, no, stay you here and attend to Miss Wardour. You see Sir Arthur is quite exhausted." "Stay yoursell, then, and I'll gae," said the old man. "Let death spare the green corn and take the ripe." "Stay both of you, I charge you," said Isabella, faintly. "I am well, and can spend the night very well here. I feel quite refreshed." So saying, her voice failed her, she sunk down, and would have fallen from the crag, had she not been supported by Lovel and Ochiltree, who placed her in a posture half sitting, half reclining, beside her father, who, exhausted by fatigue of body and mind so extreme and unusual, had already sat down on his stone in a sort of stupor. "It is impossible to leave them," said Lovel. "What is to be done? Hark, hark, did I not hear a halloo?" "The scraig of a tammy Norrie," answered Ochiltree. "I ken the skirl weel." "No, by heaven!" replied Lovel, "it was a human voice." A distant hail was repeated, the sound plainly distinguishable among the various elemental noises, and the clang of the sea mews by which they were surrounded. The mendicant and Lovel exerted their voices in a loud halloo, the former waving Miss Wardour's handkerchief on the end of his staff to make them conspicuous from above. Though the shouts were repeated, it was some time before they were in exact response to their own. leaving the unfortunate sufferers uncertain whether in the darkening twilight and increasing storm they had made the persons who apparently were traversing the verge of the precipice to bring them assistance, sensible of the place in which they had found refuge. At length their halloo was regularly and distinctly answered, and their courage confirmed by the assurance that they were within hearing, if not within reach, of friendly assistance. End chapter 7th. Volume 1, Chapter 8th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 8th. There is a cliff, whose high and bending head looks fearfully on the confined deep. Bring me but to the very brim of it, and I'll repair the misery thou dost bear. King Lear. The shout of human voices from above was soon augmented, and the gleam of torches mingled with those lights of evening which still remained amidst the darkness of the storm. Some attempt was made to hold communication between the assistants above and the sufferers beneath, who were still clinging to their precarious place of safety. But the howling of the tempest limited their intercourse to cries as inarticulate as those of the winged denizens of the crag, which shrieked in chorus, alarmed by the reiterated sound of human voices where they had seldom been heard. On the verge of the precipice an anxious group had now assembled. Oldbuck was the foremost and most earnest, pressing forward with unwonted desperation to the very brink of the crag, and extending his head, his hat and wig secured by a handkerchief under his chin, over the dizzy height, with an air of determination which made his more timorous assistants tremble. "Haud a care, Monkbarns!" cried Caxon, clinging to the skirts of his patron, and withholding him from danger as far as his strength permitted. "God's sake, haud a care! Sir Arthur's drowned already, and ye forever the cloog too. There will be but his wig left in the parish, and that's the minister's." "Mind the peak there!" cried Mucklebackit, an old fisherman and smuggler. "Mind the peak! Steenie, Steenie Wilks, bring up the tackle. I'se warrant we'll sune heave them on board, Monkbarns. Wad ye but stand out of the gate?" "I see them," said Oldbuck, "I see them low down on that flat stone. Hilli halloo! Hilli hoa!" "I see them mysell, weel eneugh," said Mucklebackit. "They are sitting down yonder like hooty craws in a mist. But d'ye think ye'll help them with skirling that gate like an auld skart before a flaw o' weather? Steenie, lad, bring up the mast. Od, I'd hae them up as we used to bouse up the kegs o' gin and brandy lang syne. Get up the pickaxe make a step for the mast make the chair fast with the rattlin haud tight and belay." The fishers had brought with them the mast of a boat, and as half of the country fellows about had now appeared, either out of zeal or curiosity, it was soon sunk in the ground and sufficiently secured. A yard across the upright mast, and a rope stretched along it, and wreathed through a block at each end, formed an extempore crane, which afforded the means of lowering an arm-chair, well secured and fastened, down to the flat shelf on which the sufferers had roosted. Their joy at hearing the preparations going on for their deliverance was considerably qualified when they beheld the precarious vehicle by means of which they were to be conveyed to upper air. It swung about a yard free of the spot which they occupied, obeying each impulse of the tempest, the empty air all around it, and depending upon the security of a rope, which, in the increasing darkness, had dwindled to an almost imperceptible thread. Besides the hazard of committing a human being to the vacant atmosphere in such a slight means of conveyance, there was the fearful danger of the chair and its occupant being dashed, either by the wind or the vibrations of the cord, against the rugged face of the precipice. But to diminish the risk as much as possible, the experienced seaman had let down with the chair another line, which being attached to it, and held by the persons beneath, might serve by way of guy, as Mucklebackit expressed it, to render its descent in some measure steady and regular. Still, to commit one's self in such a vehicle, through a howling tempest of wind and rain, with a beetling precipice above and a raging abyss below, required that courage which despair alone can inspire. Yet wild as the sounds and sights of danger were, both above, beneath, and around, and doubtful and dangerous as the mode of escaping appeared to be, Lovel and the old mendicant agreed, after a moment's consultation, and after the former, by a sudden strong pull, had, at his own imminent risk, ascertained the security of the rope, that it would be best to secure Miss Wardour in the chair, and trust to the tenderness and care of those above for her being safely craned up to the top of the crag. "Let my father go first," exclaimed Isabella. "For God's sake, my friends, place him first in safety." "It cannot be, Miss Wardour," said Lovel. "Your life must be first secured. The rope which bears your weight may" "I will not listen to a reason so selfish." "But ye maun listen to it, my bonny lassie," said Ochiltree, "for a' our lives depend on't. Besides, when ye get on the tap o' the haugh yonder, ye can gie them a round guess o' what's ganging on in these patums o' ours, and Sir Arthur's far by that, as I'm thinking." Struck with the truth of this reasoning, she exclaimed, "True, most true. I am ready and willing to undertake the first risk. What shall I say to our friends above?" "Just to look that their tackle does not graze on the face of the crag, and to let the chair down and draw it up hooly and fairly. We will halloo when we are ready." With the sedulous attention of a parent to a child, Lovel bound Miss Wardour with his handkerchief, neckcloth, and the mendicant's leathern belt, to the back and arms of the chair, ascertaining accurately the security of each knot, while Ochiltree kept Sir Arthur quiet. "What are ye doing wi' my bairn? What are ye doing? She shall not be separated from me. Isabel, stay with me, I command you." "Lord's sake, Sir Arthur, haud your tongue, and be thankful to God that there's wiser folk than you to manage this job," cried the beggar, worn out by the unreasonable exclamations of the poor Baronet. "Farewell, my father," murmured Isabella; "farewell, my friends." And shutting her eyes, as Edie's experience recommended, she gave the signal to Lovel, and he to those who were above. She rose, while the chair in which she sat was kept steady by the line which Lovel managed beneath. With a beating heart he watched the flutter of her white dress, until the vehicle was on a level with the brink of the precipice. "Canny now, lads, canny now!" exclaimed old Mucklebackit, who acted as commodore. "Swerve the yard a bit now there she sits safe on dry land." A loud shout announced the successful experiment to her fellow sufferers beneath, who replied with a ready and cheerful halloo. Monkbarns, in his ecstasy of joy, stripped his great coat to wrap up the young lady, and would have pulled off his coat and waistcoat for the same purpose, had he not been withheld by the cautious Caxon. "Haud a care o' us! Your honour will be killed wi' the hoast. Ye'll no get out o' your night cowl this fortnight, and that will suit us unco ill. Na, na, there's the chariot down by let twa o' the folk carry the young leddy there." "You're right," said the Antiquary, readjusting the sleeves and collar of his coat "you're right, Caxon this is a naughty night to swim in. Miss Wardour, let me convey you to the chariot." "Not for worlds, until I see my father safe." In a few distinct words, evincing how much her resolution had surmounted even the mortal fear of so agitating a hazard, she explained the nature of the situation beneath, and the wishes of Lovel and Ochiltree. "Right, right, that's right too. I should like to see the son of Sir Gamelyn de Guardover on dry land myself. I have a notion he would sign the abjuration oath, and the Ragman roll to boot, and acknowledge Queen Mary to be nothing better than she should be, to get alongside my bottle of old port that he ran away from and left scarce begun. But he's safe now, and here it comes. for the chair was again lowered, and Sir Arthur made fast in it, without much consciousness on his own part. "Here a comes. Bowse away, my boys. Canny with him. A pedigree of 100 links is hanging on a tenpenny tow. The whole barony of Knockwinnock depends on 3 plies of hemp. Respice finum, respice funum. Look to your end, look to a rope's end. Welcome, welcome, my good old friend, to firm land, though I cannot say to warm land, or to dry land. A cord for ever against 50 fathom of water, though not in the sense of the base proverb, a fico for the phrase, better sus per funum than sus per coal." While Oldbuck ran on in this way, Sir Arthur was safely wrapped in the close embraces of his daughter, who, assuming the authority which the circumstances demanded, ordered some of the assistants to convey him to the chariot, promising to follow in a few minutes. She lingered on the cliff, holding an old countryman's arm, to witness probably the safety of those whose dangers she had shared. "What have we here?" said Oldbuck, as the vehicle once more ascended. "What patched and weather beaten matter is this?" Then, as the torches illumined the rough face and grey hairs of old Ochiltree, "What! is it thou? Come, old mocker, I must needs be friends with thee. But who the devil makes up your party besides?" "Ane that's weel worth any twa o' us, Monkbarns. It's the young stranger lad they ca' Lovel, and he's behaved this blessed night as if he had 3 lives to rely on, and was willing to waste them a' rather than endanger ither folk's. Ca' holy sirs as ye wad win an auld man's blessing. Mind there's naebody below now to hide the guy. Hae a care o' that cag's lugs, Conor. Bide weel aff Crummie's horn." "Have a care indeed!" echoed Oldbuck. "What! is it my rara avis, my black swan, my phoenix of companions in a post chaise? Take care of him, Mucklebackit." "As muckle care as if he were a grey beard o' brandy, and I canna take mair if this hair were like John Harlowe's. Yo ho, my hearts, bowse away with him." Lovel did, in fact, run a much greater risk than any of his precursors. His weight was not sufficient to render his ascent steady amid such a storm of wind, and he swung like an agitated pendulum at the mortal risk of being dashed against the rocks. But he was young, bold, and active, and with the assistance of the beggar's stout pike staff, which he had retained by advice of the proprietor, contrived to bear himself from the face of the precipice, and the yet more hazardous projecting cliffs which varied its surface. Tossed in empty space, like an idle and unsubstantial feather, with a motion that agitated the brain at once with fear and with dizziness, he retained his alertness of exertion and presence of mind, and it was not until he was safely grounded upon the summit of the cliff that he felt temporary and giddy sickness. As he recovered from a sort of half swoon, he cast his eyes eagerly around. The object which they would most willingly have sought was already in the act of vanishing. Her white garment was just discernible as she followed on the path which her father had taken. She had lingered till she saw the last of their company rescued from danger, and until she had been assured by the hoarse voice of Mucklebackit that "the callant had come off wi' unbreezed banes, and that he was but in a kind of dwam." But Lovel was not aware that she had expressed in his fate even this degree of interest, which, though nothing more than was due to a stranger who had assisted her in such an hour of peril, he would have gladly purchased by braving even more imminent danger than he had that evening been exposed to. The beggar she had already commanded to come to Knockwinnock that night. He made an excuse. "Then to-morrow let me see you." The old man promised to obey. Oldbuck thrust something into his hand. Ochiltree looked at it by the torchlight, and returned it. "Na, na, I never tak gawd. Besides, Monkbarns, ye wad maybe be ruined in the morn." Then turning to the group of fishermen and peasants, "Now, sirs, wha will gie me a supper, and some clean pease strae?" "I, and I, and I," answered many a ready voice. Aweel, since sae it is, and I can only sleep and aye barn at once, I gae down wi' Saunders Mucklebackit. He has aye a soup o' something comfortable about his begging. And, bairns, I maybe live to put ilka ane o ye in mind some ither night that ye hae promised me quarters in my ames." And away he went with the fisherman. Oldbuck laid the band of strong possession on Lovel. "Deil a stride ye's go to Fairport this night, young man. You must go home with me to Monkbarns. Why, man, you have been a hero a perfect Sir William Wallace, by all accounts. Come, my good lad, take hold of my arm. I am not a prime support in such a wind, but Caxon shall help us out. Here, you old idiot, come on the other side of me. And how the deil got you down to that infernal Bessy's apron, as they call it?" "Bess, say they? Why, curse her, she's spread out that vile pennon or banner of womankind, like all the rest of her sex, to allure her votaries to death and headlong ruin. I have been pretty well accustomed to climbing, and I have long observed fowlers practise that pass down the cliff. But how, in the name of all that is wonderful, came you to discover the danger of the pettish baronet and his far more deserving daughter?" "I saw them from the verge of the precipice." "From the verge! And what possessed you dumosa pendere procul de rupe? Though dumosa is not the appropriate epithet, what the deil, man, tempted ye to the verge of the crag?" "Why, I like to see the gathering and growling of the coming storm, or in your own classical language, Mr. Oldbuck, suave mare magno, and so forth. But here we reach the turn to Fairport. I must wish you good night." "Not a step, not a pace, not an inch, not a shathmont, as I may say," the meaning of which word has puzzled many that think themselves antiquaries. "I am clear we should read salmon length for shathmont's length. You are aware that the space allotted for the passage of a salmon through a dam, dike, or weir by statute, is the length within which a full grown pig can turn himself around. Now I have a scheme to prove that as terrestrial objects were thus appealed to for ascertaining submarine measurement, so it must be supposed that the productions of the water were established as gauges of the extent of land. Shathmont, salmont, you see the close alliance of the sounds, dropping out two h's and a t, and assuming an l, makes the whole difference. I wish to heaven no antiquarian derivation had demanded heavier concessions. But, my dear sir, I really must go home. I am wet to the skin." "Shalt have my nightgown, man, and slippers, and catch the antiquarian fever as men do the plague, by wearing infected garments. Nay, I know what you would be at you are afraid to put the old bachelor to charges. But is there not the remains of that glorious chicken pie, which, meo arbitrio, is better cold than hot? And that bottle of my oldest port, out of which the silly brain sick baronet, whom I cannot pardon since he has escaped breaking his neck, had just taken one glass, when his infirm noodle went a wool gathering after Gamelyn de Guardover." So saying, he dragged Lovel forward, till the Palmer's port of Monkbarns received them. Never perhaps had it admitted two pedestrians more needing rest, for Monkbarns's fatigue had been in a degree very contrary to his usual habits, and his more young and robust companion had that evening undergone agitation of mind, which had harassed and wearied him even more than his extraordinary exertions of body. CHAPTER 8th. Volume 1, Chapter 9th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 9th. "Be brave," she cried, "you yet may be our guest, Our haunted room was ever held the best. If then your valour can the sight sustain Of rustling curtains and the clinking chain, If your courageous tongue have powers to talk, When round your bed the horrid ghost shall walk, If you dare ask it why it leaves its tomb, I'll see your sheets well aired, and show the room." True story. They reached the room in which they had dined, and were clamorously welcomed by Miss Oldbuck. "Where's the younger womankind?" said the Antiquary. "Indeed, brother, amang a' these steery. Maria wadna be guided by me, she sent away to the Hacket Craghead. I wonder ye didna see her." "Eh? What's that you say, sister? Did the girl go out in a night like this to the Halket head? Good God! The misery of the night is not ended yet." "But you winna wait, Monkbarns, you're so imperative and impatient." "Tittle tattle, woman," said the impatient and agitated Antiquary. "Where is my dear Mary?" "Just where you suld be yourself, Monkbarns, upstairs and in her warm bed." "I could have sworn it," said Oldbuck, laughing, but obviously much relieved. "I could have sworn it. The lazy monkey did not care if we were all drowned together. Why did you say she went out?" "But ye winna wait to hear out my tale, Monkbarns. She gaed out, and she came in again wi' the gardener, sae sine as she saw that nane o' ye were clodded over the crag, and that Miss Wardour was safe in the chariot. She was hame a quarter of an hour syne, for it's now ganging 10. Sore ducket was she, puir thing, sae I even put a glass of sherry in her water gruel." "Right, Grizel, right. Let womankind alone for coddling each other. But hear me, my venerable sister, start not at the word venerable. It implies many praiseworthy qualities besides age, though that too is honourable, albeit it is the last quality for which womankind would wish to be honoured. But perpend my words, let Lovel and me have forthwith the relics of the chicken pie, and the reversion of the port." "The chicken pie the port! O dear, brother, there was but a wheen bairns, and scarce a drap o' the wine." The Antiquary's countenance became clouded, though he was too well bred to give way, in the presence of a stranger, to his displeased surprise in the disappearance of the viands on which he had reckoned with absolute certainty. But his sister understood these looks of ire. "Ay, dear Monkbarns, what's the use of making a wark?" "I make no wark, as you call it, woman." "But what's the use o' looking sae glum and gluch about pickle banes? An ye will hae the truth, ye maun ken the minister came in, worthy man. Sair distressed he was, nae doubt, about your precarious situation, as he ca'd it, for ye ken how well he's gifted wi' words. And here he would bide, till he could hear wi' certainty how the matter was like to gang wi' ye a'. He said fine things on the duty of resignation of Providence's will, worthy man, that did he." Oldbuck replied, catching the same tone, "Worthy man, he cared not how soon Monkbarns had devolved on an heir female, I've a notion. And while he was occupied in this Christian office of consolation against impending evil, I reckon that the chicken pie and my good port disappeared." "Dear brother, how can you speak of sic frivolity when ye have had sic an escape from the craig?" "Better than my supper has had from the minister's crag, Grizel. It's all discussed, I suppose?" "Hout, Monkbarns, ye speak as if there was no mair meat in the house. Would ye not have me offer the honest man some slight refreshment after his walk frae the manse?" Oldbuck half whistled, half hummed the end of the old Scottish ditty. "Oh, first they eated the white puddings, and then they eated the black, oh, and thought the goodman unto himself, the deil clink down wi' that, oh." His sister hastened to silence his murmurs by proposing some of the relics of the dinner. He spoke of another bottle of wine, but recommended in preference a glass of brandy, which was really excellent. As no entreaties could prevail on Lovel to undo the velvet nightcap and branched morning gown of his host, Oldbuck, who pretended to a little knowledge of the medical art, insisted on his going to bed as soon as possible, and proposed to dispatch a messenger, the indefatigable Caxon, to Fairport early in the morning, to procure him a change of clothes. This was the first intimation Miss Oldbuck had received that the young stranger was to be their guest for the night, and such was the surprise with which she was struck by a proposal so uncommon, that had the superincumbent weight of her head dress, such as we before described, been less preponderant, Her grey locks must have started up on end, and hurled it from its position. "Lord haud a care of us!" exclaimed the astounded maiden. "What's the matter now, Grizel?" "Would you but just speak a moment, Monkbarns?" "Speak? What should I speak about? I want to get to my bed, and this poor young fellow let a bed be made ready for him instantly." "A bed! The Lord preserve us!" again ejaculated Grizel. "Why, what's the matter now? Are there not beds and rooms enough in the house? Was it not an ancient hospitium, in which, I am warranted to say, beds were nightly made down for a score of pilgrims?" "O dear, Monkbarns, wha kens what they might do lang syne? But in our time, beds ay troth, there's beds enow, sic as they are, and rooms enow too, but ye ken yoursell the beds haena been slept in, and Lord kens the time, nor the rooms aired. If I had kenned, Mary and me might hae gane down to the manse. Miss Beckie is aye fond to see us, and sae is the minister brother. But now, gude save us!" "Is there not the green room, Grizel?" "Troth is there, and it is decent order too, though naebody has slept in there since Dr. Heavysterne, and what? And what? I am sure ye ken yoursell what a night he had. Ye wouldna expose the young gentleman to the like o' that, would ye?" Lovel interfered upon hearing this altercation, and protested he would far rather walk home than put them to the least inconvenience; that the exercise would be of service to him; that he knew the road perfectly, by night or day, to Fairport; that the storm was abating, and so forth, adding all that civility could suggest as an excuse for escaping from a hospitality which seemed more inconvenient to his host than he could possibly have anticipated. But the howling of the wind, and the pattering of the rain against the windows, with his knowledge of the preceding fatigues of the evening, must have prohibited Oldbuck, even had he entertained less regard for his young friend than he really felt, from permitting him to depart. Besides, he was piqued in honour to show that he himself was not governed by womankind. "Sit ye down, sit ye down, sit ye down, man," he reiterated, "and ye part so, I would I might never draw a cork again. And here comes out one from a prime bottle of strong ale, right anno Domini, none of your wassia quassia decoctions, but brewed of Monkbarns barley. John of the Girnel never drew a better flagon to entertain a wandering minstrel, or palmer, with the freshest news from Palestine. And to remove from your mind the slightest wish to depart, know that if you do so, your character as a gallant knight is gone for ever. Why, 'tis an adventure, man, to sleep in the green room at Monkbarns. Sister, pray see it got ready; and although the bold adventurer, Heavysterne, dreed pain and dolour in that charmed apartment, it is no reason why a gallant knight like you, nearly twice as tall, and not half so heavy, should not encounter and break the spell. What? A haunted apartment, I suppose?" To be sure, to be sure. Every mansion in this country of the slightest antiquity has its ghosts and its haunted chamber, and you must not suppose us worse off than our neighbours. They are going, indeed, somewhat out of fashion. I have seen the day when, if you had doubted the reality of a ghost in an old manor house, you ran the risk of being made a ghost yourself, as Hamlet says. Yes, if you had challenged the existence of Redcowl in the castle of Glenstirym, old Sir Peter Pepperbrand would have had ye out to his courtyard, made you betake yourself to your weapon, and, if your trick offence were not the better, would have sticked you like a paddock, on his own baronial middenstead. I once narrowly escaped such an affray, but I humbled myself and apologized to Redcowl, for even in my younger days I was not friend to the monomachia or duel, and would rather walk with Sir Priest than with Sir Knight. I care not who knows so much of my valour. Thank God, I am old now, and can indulge my irritabilities without the necessity of supporting them by cold steel." Here Miss Oldbuck re entered with a singularly sage expression of countenance. "Mr. Lovel's bed's ready, brother clean sheets, weel aired, a spunk of fire in the chimney. I'm sure, Mr. Lovel," addressing him, "it's not for the trouble, and I hope you will have a good night's rest. But you are resolved," said the Antiquary, "to do what you can to prevent it." "Me? I'm sure I've said naething, Monkbarns." "My dear madam," said Lovel, "allow me to ask you the meaning of your obliging anxiety on my account?" "O, Monkbarns does not like to hear of it, but he kens himsell that the room has an ill name. It's weel minded that it was there auld Rob Tull, the town clerk, was sleeping when he had that marvellous communication about the grand law plea between us and the feuars at the Mussel-crag. It had cost a hunter's siller, Mr. Lovel, for law pleas were no carried on without siller lang syne mair than they are now, and the Monkbarns of that day our good sir, Mr. Lovel, as I said before, was like to be warred afore the session for want of paper. Monkbarns there kens weel what paper it was, but I'se warrant he'll no help me out with my tale. But it was a paper of great significance to the plea, and we were to be warred for warrant o't. Aweel, the cause was to come on before the 15, in presence, as they ca't, and auld Rob Tull, the town clerk, he came ower to make a last search for the paper that was wanting, before our gudesire gaed into Edinburgh to look after his plea. So there was little time to come and gang on. He was but a doight snuffy body, Rab, as I have heard, but then he was on the town clerk of Fairport, and the Monkbarns heritors aye employed him on account of their connection with the burgh, ye ken." "Sister Grizel, this is abominable," interrupted Oldbuck. "I vow to Heaven you might have raised the ghost of every abbot of Trotcosey since the days of Waldemere, in the time you have been detailing the introduction to this single spectre. Learn to be succinct in your narrative. Imitate the concise style of old Aubrey, an experienced ghost seer, who entered his memoranda on these subjects in a terse business-like manner, exempli gratia. At Cirencester, 5th March, 1670, was an apparition. Being demanded whether good spirit or bad, made no answer, but instantly disappeared with a curious perfume, and a melodious twang. Vide his Miscellanies, page 18, as well as I can remember, and near the middle of the page." "O, Monkbarns, man, do ye think everybody's as book learned as yoursell? But ye like to gar folk look like fools. Ye can do that to Sir Arthur, and the minister his very sell." "Nature has been beforehand with me, Grizel, in both these instances, and another which shall be nameless. But take a glass of ale, Grizel, and proceed with your story, for it waxes late." "Jenny's just warming your bed, Monkbarns, and ye maun even wait till she's done. Weel, I was at the search that our gudesire, Monkbarns, that then was, made me with auld Rab Tull's assistance, but ne'er be licket could they find what was to their purpose. I'd say, after they had touzled out many a leather poke full of papers, the town clerk had a drap punch, and even to wash the dust out of his throat. We never were glass breakers in this house, Mr. Lovel, but the body bad got sick a trick of siplin and tipplin with the bailies and deacons when they met, which was a maist ilka night, concerning the common good of the burgh, that he couldna weel sleep without it. But his punch he gait, and to bed he gaed. And in the middle of the night he had got a fearful wakening. He was never just himself after it, and he was strucken with the dead palsy that very day 4 years. He thought, Mr. Lovel, that he heard the curtains o' his bed fistle, and how do you look at fancying, poor man, it might have been the cat, but he saw God hae care of us, it gars my flesh aye creep, though I hae tauld the story 20 times, he saw a weel faured old gentleman standing by his bedside, in the moonlight, in a queer fashion dress, with mony a button and bandstring about it, and that part of his garments which it does not become a lady to particularize, was by his side and wide, and as mony plies o't as of any Hamburgh skippers. He had a beard too, and whiskers turned upwards on his upper lip, as lang as bowdrons. And mony a mair particulars there were that Rob Tull tauld us, but they are forgotten now. It's an auld story. Aweel, Rob was a just living man for a country writer, and he was less feared than maybe might just have been expected, and he asked in the name of goodness what this apparition wanted, and the spirit answered in an unknown tongue. Then Rob said he tried him with Irsa, for he came in his youth frae the braes of Glenlivet, but it wouldna do. Aweel, in this strait he bethought him of the twa or three words of Latin that he used in making out the town's deeds, and he had nae sooner tried the spirit with that, than out came sic a blatter of Latin about his lugs, that poor Rabtool, wha was nae great scholar, was clean overwhelmed. Od, but he was a bold body, and he minded the Latin name for the deed that he was wanting. It was something about a cart, I fancy, for the ghaist cried aye, Carter, Carter. Carta, you transformer of languages, cried Oldbuck. If my ancestor had learned no other language in the other world, at least he would not forget the Latinity for which he was so famous while in this. Weel, weel, Carta be it then, but they ca'd it Carter that telled me the story. It cried aye Carta, if sae be that it was Carta, and made a sign to Rab to follow it. Rab Tool gi'et a Highland heart, and banged out of bed, until some of his read his claes. And he did follow the thing upstairs and downstairs to the place we ca' the High Docote, a sort of a little tower in the corner of the outhouse, where there was a rickle o' useless boxes and trunks, and there the ghaist gae Rab a kick with the tae foot, and a kick with the t'other, to that very auld east country tabernacle of a cabinet that my brother is standing beside his library table, and then disappeared like a foof of tobacco, leaving Rab in a very pitiful condition. Tenuis secessit in aurus, quoth Oldbuck. Marry, sir, mansit odor. But, sure enough, the deed was there found in a drawer of this forgotten repository, which contained many other curious old papers, now properly labelled and arranged, and which seemed to belong to my ancestor, the first possessor of Monkbarns. The deed, thus strangely recovered, was the original charter of erection of the abbey, abbey lands, and so forth, of Trotcosey, comprehending Monkbarns and others, into a lordship of regality in favour of the first Earl of Glengibber, a favourite of James VI. It is subscribed by the King at Westminster, the 17th day of January, A.D. 1612 13. It's not worth while to repeat the witnesses' names. "I would rather," said Lovel with awakened curiosity, "I would rather hear your opinion of the way in which the deed was discovered." "Why, if I wanted a patron for my legend, I could find no less a one than Saint Augustine, who tells the story of a deceased person appearing to his son, when sued for a debt which had been paid, and directing him where to find the discharge. But I rather opine with Lord Bacon, who says that imagination is much akin to miracle working faith. There was always some idle story of the room being haunted by the spirit of Aldobrand Oldenbuck, my great 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 grandfather. It's a shame to the English language that we have not a less clumsy way of expressing a relationship of which we have occasion to think and speak so frequently. He was a foreigner, and wore his national dress, of which tradition had preserved an accurate description. And indeed there is a print of him, supposed to be by Reginald Elstracke, pulling the press with his own hand, as it works off the sheets of his scarce edition of the Augsburg Confession. He was a chemist as well as a good mechanic, and either of these qualities in this country was at that time sufficient to constitute a white witch at least. This superstitious old writer had heard all this, and probably believed it, and in his sleep the image and idea of my ancestor recalled that of his cabinet, which, with the grateful attention to antiquities and the memory of our ancestors not unusually met with, had been pushed into the pigeon house to be out of the way. Add a quantum sufficit of exaggeration, and you have a key to the whole mystery. Oh, brother, brother! But Dr. Heavysterne, brother, whose sleep was so sore broken that he declared he wouldna pass another night in the green room to get all Monkbarns, so that Mary and I were forced to yield our Why, Grizel, the doctor is a good, honest, pudding-headed German, of much merit in his own way, but fond of the mystical, like many of his countrymen. You and he had a traffic the whole evening, in which you received tales of Mesmer, Schroepfer, Cagliostro, and other modern pretenders to the mystery of raising spirits, discovering hidden treasure, and so forth, in exchange for your legends of the green bedchamber, and considering that the illustrissimus ate a pound and a half of Scotch collops to supper, smoked 6 pipes, and drank ale and brandy in proportion, I am not surprised at his having a fit of the nightmare. But everything is now ready. Permit me to let you to your apartment, Mr. Lovel. I am sure you have need of rest, and I trust my ancestor is too sensible of the duties of hospitality to interfere with the repose which you have so well merited by your manly and gallant behaviour." So saying, the Antiquary took up a bedroom candlestick of massive silver and antique form, which he observed was wrought out of the silver found in the mines of the Harz Mountains, and had been the property of the very personage who had supplied them with a subject for conversation. And having so said, he led the way through many a dusky and winding passage, now ascending and anon descending again, until he came to the apartment destined for his young guest. Editor's Note D. Mr. Rutherford's Dream. The legend of Mrs. Grizel Oldbuck was partly taken from an extraordinary story which happened about 70 years since, in the south of Scotland, so peculiar in its circumstances that it merits being mentioned in this place. Mr. Rutherford of Bowland, a gentleman of landed property in the Vale of Gala, was prosecuted for a very considerable sum, the accumulated arrears of tynd or tithe, for which he was said to be indebted to a noble family, the titulars, lay impropriators of the tithes. Mr. Rutherford was strongly impressed with the belief that his father had, by a form of process peculiar to the law of Scotland, purchased these lands from the titular, and therefore that the present prosecution was groundless. But, after an industrious search among his father's papers, an investigation of the public records, and a careful inquiry among all persons who had transacted law business for his father, no evidence could be recovered to support his defence. The period was now near at hand when he conceived the loss of his lawsuit to be inevitable, and he had formed his determination to ride to Edinburgh next day, and make the best bargain he could in the way of compromise. He went to bed with this resolution, and with all the circumstances of the case floating upon his mind, had a dream to the following purpose. His father, who had been many years dead, appeared to him, he thought, and asked him why he was disturbed in his mind. In dreams men are not surprised at such apparitions. Mr. Rutherford thought that he informed his father of the cause of his distress, adding that the payment of a considerable sum of money was the more unpleasant to him, because he had a strong consciousness that it was not due, though he was unable to recover any evidence in support of his belief. "You are right, my son," replied the paternal shade. "I did acquire a right to these teinds, for payment of which you are now prosecuted. The papers relating to the transaction are in the hands of Mr. a writer, or attorney, who is now retired from professional business, and resides at Enverusk, near Edinburgh. He was the person whom I employed on that occasion for a particular reason, but who never on any other occasion transacted business on my account. It is very possible," pursued the vision, "that Mr. may have forgotten a matter which is now of very old date, but you may call it to his recollection by this token, that when I came to pay his account, there was difficulty in getting change for a Portugal piece of gold, and that we were forced to drink out the balance at a tavern." Mr. Rutherford awakened in the morning with all the words of the vision imprinted on his mind, and thought it worth while to ride across the country to Enverusk, instead of going straight to Edinburgh. When he came there, he waited on the gentleman mentioned in the dream, a very old man. Without saying anything of the vision, he inquired whether he remembered having conducted such a matter for his deceased father. The old gentleman could not at first bring the circumstance to his recollection, but on mention of the Portugal piece of gold, the whole returned upon his memory. He made an immediate search for the papers, and recovered them, so that Mr. Rutherford carried to Edinburgh the documents necessary to gain the cause which he was on the verge of losing. The author has often heard this story told by persons who had the best access to know the facts, who were not likely themselves to be deceived, and were certainly incapable of deception. He cannot therefore refuse to give it credit, however extraordinary the circumstances may appear. The circumstantial character of the information given in the dream takes it out of the general class of impressions of the kind which are occasioned by the fortuitous coincidence of actual events with our sleeping thoughts. On the other hand, few will suppose that the laws of nature were suspended, and a special communication from the dead to the living permitted, for the purpose of saving Mr. Rutherford a certain number of £100. The author's theory is that the dream was only the recapitulation of information which Mr. Rutherford had really received from his father while in life, but which at first he merely recalled as a general impression that the claim was settled. It is not uncommon for persons to recover, during sleep, the thread of ideas which they have lost during their waking hours. It may be added, that this remarkable circumstance was attended with bad consequences to Mr. Rutherford, whose health and spirits were afterwards impaired by the attention which he thought himself obliged to pay to the visions of the night. End editor's note. End chapter ninth. Volume 1, Chapter 10th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 10th. When midnight o'er the moonless skies her pall of transient death has spread, when mortals sleep, when spectres rise, and none are wakeful but the dead, no bloodless shape my way pursues, no sheeted ghost my couch annoys, visions more sad my fancy views, visions of long departed joys. W. R. Spencer. When they reached the green room, as it was called, Oldbuck placed the candle on the toilet table before a huge mirror with a black japanned frame, surrounded by dressing boxes of the same, and looked around him with something of a disturbed expression of countenance. "I am seldom in this apartment," he said, "and never without yielding to a melancholy feeling, not of course on account of the childish nonsense that Grizel was telling you, but owing to circumstances of an early and unhappy attachment. It is at such moments as these, Mr. Lovel, that we feel the changes of time. The same objects are before us, those inanimate things which we have gazed on in wayward infancy and impetuous youth, in anxious and scheming manhood. They are permanent and the same, but when we look upon them in cold, unfeeling old age, can we, changed in our temper, our pursuits, our feelings, changed in our form, our limbs, and our strength, can we be ourselves called the same? Or do we not rather look back with a sort of wonder upon our former selves, as being separate and distinct from what we now are? The philosopher who appealed from Philip, inflamed with wine to Philip in his hours of sobriety, did not choose a judge so different, as if he had appealed from Philip in his youth to Philip in his old age. I cannot but be touched with the feeling so beautifully expressed in a poem which I have heard repeated. Reader's note: probably Wordsworth's Lyrical Ballads had not as yet been published. End reader's note. My eyes are dim with childish tears, my heart is idly stirred, for the same sound is in my ears, which in those days I heard. Thus fares it still in our decay, and yet the wiser mind mourns less for what time takes away, than what he leaves behind. Well, time cures every wound, and though the scar may remain and occasionally ache, yet the earliest agony of its recent infliction is felt no more. So saying, he shook Lovel cordially by the hand, wished him good night, and took his leave. Step after step, Lovel could trace his host's retreat along the various passages, and each door which he closed behind him fell with a sound more distant and dead. The guest, thus separated from the living world, took up the candle and surveyed the apartment. The fire blazed cheerfully. Mrs. Grizel's attention had left some fresh wood, should he choose to continue it, and the apartment had a comfortable, though not a lively appearance. It was hung with tapestry, which the looms of Arras had produced in the 16th century, and which the learned typographer so often mentioned, had brought with him as a sample of the arts of the continent. The subject was a hunting piece, and as the leafy boughs of the forest trees, branching over the tapestry, formed the predominant colour, the apartment had thence acquired its name of the Green Chamber. Grim figures in the old Flemish dress, with slashed doublets covered with ribands, short cloaks, and trunk hose, were engaged in holding greyhounds or staghounds in the leash, or cheering them upon the objects of their game. Others, with boar spears, swords, and old-fashioned guns, were attacking stags or boars, whom they had brought to bay. The branches of the woven forest were crowded with fowls of various kinds, each depicted with its proper plumage. It seemed as if the prolific and rich invention of old Chaucer had animated the Flemish artist with its profusion, and Oldbuck had accordingly caused the following verses, from that ancient and excellent poet, to be embroidered in Gothic letters on a sort of border which he had added to the tapestry. Lo! here be oakis great, straight as a line, under the which the grass, so fresh of line, be'th newly sprung, at 8 foot or 9. Everich tree well from his fellow grew, with branches broad laden with leaves new, that sprongen out against the sun sheen, some golden red, and some a glad bright green. And in another canton was the following similar legend: And many an art and many an hind was both before me and behind, of fawns, sounders, books, and does, was full the wood and many roes, and many squirrels that ye sate, high on the trees and nuts ate. The bed was of a dark and faded green, wrought to correspond with the tapestry, but by a more modern and less skilful hand. The large and heavy stuff bottomed chairs, with black ebony backs, were embroidered after the same pattern, and a lofty mirror over the antique chimney piece corresponded in its mounting with that on the old-fashioned toilet. "I have heard," muttered Lovel, as he took a cursory view of the room and its furniture, "that ghosts often chose the best room in the mansion to which they attached themselves, and I cannot disapprove of the taste of the disembodied printer of the Augsburg Confession." But he found it so difficult to fix his mind upon the stories which had been told him, of an apartment with which they seemed so singularly to correspond, that he almost regretted the absence of those agitated feelings, half fear, half curiosity, which sympathize with the old legends of awe and wonder, from which the anxious reality of his own hopeless passion at present detached him. For he now only felt emotions like those expressed in the lines, "Ah, cruel maid, how hast thou changed the temper of my mind! My heart, by thee from all estranged, becomes like thee unkind." He endeavoured to conjure up something like the feelings which would, at another time, have been congenial to his situation, but his heart had no room for these vagaries of imagination. The recollection of Miss Wardour, determined not to acknowledge him when compelled to endure his society, and evincing her purpose to escape from it, would have alone occupied his imagination exclusively, but with this were united recollections more agitating, if less painful, her hairbreadth escape, the fortunate assistance which he had been able to render her. Yet what was his requital? She left the cliff while his fate was yet doubtful, while it was uncertain whether her preserver had not lost the life which he had exposed for her so freely. Surely gratitude, at least, called for some little interest in his fate. But no, she could not be selfish or unjust. It was no part of her nature. She only desired to shut the door against hope, and, even in compassion to him, to extinguish a passion which she could never return. But this lover-like mode of reasoning was not likely to reconcile him to his fate, since the more amiable his imagination presented Miss Wardour, the more inconsolable he felt he should be rendered by the extinction of his hopes. He was, indeed, conscious of possessing the power of removing her prejudices on some points, but even in extremity, he determined to keep the original determination which he had formed, of ascertaining that she desired an explanation, ere he intruded one upon her. And, turn the matter as he would, he could not regard his suit as desperate. There was something of embarrassment as well as of grave surprise in her look when Oldbuck presented him, and perhaps, upon second thoughts, the one was assumed to cover the other. He would not relinquish a pursuit which had already cost him such pains. Plans, suiting the romantic temper of the brain that entertained them, chased each other through his head, thick and irregular as the motes of the sunbeam, and long after he had laid himself to rest, continued to prevent the repose which he greatly needed. Then, wearied by the uncertainty and difficulties with which each scheme appeared to be attended, he bent up his mind to the strong effort of shaking off his love, like dewdrops from the lion's mane, and resuming those studies and that career of life which his unrequited affection had so long and so fruitlessly interrupted. In this last resolution he endeavoured to fortify himself by every argument which pride as well as reason could suggest. "She shall not suppose," he said, "that, presuming on an accidental service to her or to her father, I am desirous to intrude myself upon that notice, to which, personally, she considered me as having no title. I will see her no more. I will return to the land which, if it affords none fairer, has at least many as fair and less haughty than Miss Wardour. Tomorrow I will bid adieu to these northern shores, and to her who is as cold and relentless as her climate." When he had for some time brooded over this sturdy resolution, exhausted nature at length gave way, and, despite of wrath, doubt, and anxiety, he sank into slumber. It is seldom that sleep, after such violent agitation, is either sound or refreshing. Lovel's was disturbed by 1,000 baseless and confused visions. He was a bird, he was a fish, or he flew like the one, and swam like the other, qualities which would have been very essential to his safety a few hours before. Then Miss Wardour was a siren, or a bird of paradise, her father a triton, or a seagull, and Oldbuck alternately a porpoise and a cormorant. These agreeable imaginations were varied by all the usual vagaries of a feverish dream. The air refused to bear the visionary, the waters seemed to burn him, the rocks felt like down pillows as he was dashed against them. Whatever he undertook failed in some strange and unexpected manner, and whatever attracted his attention underwent, as he attempted to investigate it, some wild and wonderful metamorphosis, while his mind continued all the while in some degree conscious of the delusion, from which it in vain struggled to free itself by awaking. Feverish symptoms all, with which those who are haunted by the night hag, whom the learned call Ephialtes, are but too well acquainted. At length, these crude phantasmata arranged themselves into something more regular, if indeed the imagination of Lovel, after he awoke, for it was by no means the faculty in which his mind was least rich, did not gradually, insensibly, and unintentionally, arrange in better order the scene of which his sleep presented, it may be, a less distinct outline. Or it is possible that his feverish agitation may have assisted him in forming the vision. Leaving this discussion to the learned, we will say, that after a succession of wild images, such as we have above described, our hero, for such we must acknowledge him, so far regained a consciousness of locality as to remember where he was, and the whole furniture of the Green Chamber was depicted to his slumbering eye. And here, once more, let me protest, that if there should be so much old-fashioned faith left among this shrewd and sceptical generation, as to suppose that what follows was an impression conveyed rather by the eye than by the imagination, I do not impugn their doctrine. He was then, or imagined himself, broad awake in the Green Chamber, gazing upon the flickering and occasional flame which the unconsumed remnants of the faggots sent forth, as one by one they fell down upon the red embers, into which the principal part of the boughs to which they belonged had crumbled away. Insensibly the legend of Aldobrand Oldenbuck, and his mysterious visits to the inmates of the chamber, awoke in his mind, and with it, as we often feel in dreams, an anxious and fearful expectation, which seldom fails instantly to summon up before our mind's eye the object of our fear. Brighter sparkles of light flashed from the chimney with such intense brilliancy as to enlighten all the room. The tapestry waved wildly on the wall, till its dusky forms seemed to become animated. The hunters blew their horns, the stag seemed to fly, the boar to resist, and the hounds to assail the one and pursue the other. The cry of deer mangled by throttling dogs, the shouts of men, and the clatter of horses' hoofs, seemed at once to surround him, while every group pursued, with all the fury of the chase, the employment in which the artist had represented them as engaged. Lovel looked on this strange scene, devoid of wonder, which seldom intrudes itself upon the sleeping fancy, but with an anxious sensation of awful fear. At length, an individual figure among the tissued huntsmen, as he gazed upon them more fixedly, seemed to leave the arras, and to approach the bed of the slumberer. As he drew near, his figure appeared to alter. His bugle horn became a brazen clasped volume, his hunting cap changed to such a furred headgear as graces the burgomasters of Rembrandt. His Flemish garb remained, but his features, no longer agitated with the fury of the chase, were changed to such a state of awful and stern composure, as might best portray the first proprietor of Monkbarns, such as he had been described to Lovel by his descendants in the course of the preceding evening. As this metamorphosis took place, the hubbub among the other personages in the arras disappeared from the imagination of the dreamer, which was now exclusively bent on the single figure before him. Lovel strove to interrogate this awful person in the form of exorcism proper for the occasion, but his tongue, as is usual in frightful dreams, refused its office, and clung palsied to the roof of his mouth. Aldobrand held up his finger, as if to impose silence upon the guest who had intruded on his apartment, and began deliberately to unclasp the venerable volume which occupied his left hand. When it was unfolded, he turned over the leaves hastily for a short space, and then raising his figure to his full dimensions, and holding the book aloft in his left hand, pointed to a passage in the page which he thus displayed. Although the language was unknown to our dreamer, his eye and attention were both strongly caught by the line which the figure seemed thus to press upon his notice, the words of which appeared to blaze with a supernatural light, and remained riveted upon his memory. As the vision shut his volume, a strain of delightful music seemed to fill the apartment. Lovel started, and became completely awake. The music, however, was still in his ears, nor ceased till he could distinctly follow the measure of an old Scottish tune. He sat up in bed, and endeavoured to clear his brain of the phantoms which had disturbed it during this weary night. The beams of the morning sun streamed through the half closed shutters, and admitted a distinct light into the apartment. He looked round upon the hangings, but the mixed groups of silken and worsted huntsmen were as stationary as tenterhooks could make them, and only trembled slightly as the early breeze, which found its way through an open crevice of the latticed window, glided along their surface. Lovel leapt out of bed, and, wrapping himself in a morning gown, that had been considerately laid by his bedside, stepped towards the window, which commanded a view of the sea, the roar of whose billows announced it still disquieted by the storm of the preceding evening, although the morning was fair and serene. The window of a turret, which projected at an angle with the wall, and thus came to be very near Lovel's apartment, was half open, and from that quarter he heard again the same music which had probably broken short his dream. With its visionary character it had lost much of its charms. It was now nothing more than an air on the harpsichord, tolerably well performed. Such is the caprice of imagination as affecting the fine arts. A female voice sung, with some taste and great simplicity, something between a song and a hymn, in words to the following effect: "Why sittest thou by that ruined hall, Thou aged carle so stern and grey? Dost thou its former pride recall, Or ponder how it passed away? Knowest thou not me?" the deep voice cried, "So long enjoyed, so oft misused, Alternate in thy fickle pride, Desired, neglected, and accused? Before my breath, like blazing flax, Man and his marvels pass away, And changing empires wane and wax, Are founded, flourish, and decay. Redeem mine hours, the space is brief, While in my glass the sand grains shiver, And measureless thy joy or grief, When time and thou shalt part for ever." While the verses were yet singing, Lovel had returned to his bed. The train of ideas which they awakened was romantic and pleasing, such as his soul delighted in, and, willingly adjuring till more broad day the doubtful task of determining on his future line of conduct, he abandoned himself to the pleasing languor inspired by the music, and fell into a sound and refreshing sleep, from which he was only awakened at a late hour by old Caxon, who came creeping into the room to render the offices of a valet de chambre. "I have brushed your coat, sir," said the old man, when he perceived Lovel was awake. "The callant brought it frae Fairport this morning, for that ye had on yesterday is scantly feasibly dry, though it's been a' night at the kitchen fire. And I hae cleaned your shoon. I doubt you'll no be wanting me to tie your hair for?" With a gentle sigh. "Ay, the young gentlemen wear crops now, but I hae the curling tangs here to gie it a bit turn ower the brow, if ye like, before ye gae down to the ladies." Lovel, who was by this time once more on his legs, declined the old man's professional offices, but accompanied the refusal with such a douceur as completely sweetened Caxon's mortification. "It's a pity he doesna get his hair tied and pouthered," said the ancient friseur, when he had got once more into the kitchen, in which, on one pretence or other, he spent three parts of his idle time, that is to say, of his whole time. "It's a great pity, for he's a comely young gentleman." "Hout awa, ye auld gowk," said Jenny Rintherout, "would ye creesh his bonny brown hair with your nasty ulie, and then moust it like the auld minister's wig? Ye'll be for your breakfast, I'se warrant. Ay, there's a soup parritch for ye. It will set ye better, to be slystering at them in the lapper than meddling with Mr. Lovel's head. You would spoil the most natural and beautifiest head o' hair in a' Fairport, by't burgh and county." The poor barber sighed over the disrespect into which his art had so universally fallen, but Jenny was a person too important to offend by contradiction; so, sitting quietly down in the kitchen, he digested at once his humiliation and the contents of a bicker which held a Scotch pint of substantial oatmeal porridge. CHAPTER 10th. Volume 1, Chapter 11th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 11th. Sometimes he thinks that Heaven this pageant sent, And ordered all the pageants as they went; Sometimes that only 'twas wild fancy's play, The loose and scattered relics of the day. We must now request our readers to adjourn to the breakfast parlour of Mr. Oldbuck, who, despising the modern slops of tea and coffee, was substantially regaling himself more majorum with cold roast beef, and a glass of a sort of beverage called mum, a species of fat ale brewed from wheat and bitter herbs, of which the present generation only know the name by its occurrence in revenue acts of Parliament, coupled with cider, perry, and other excisable commodities. Lovel, who was seduced to taste it, with difficulty refrained from pronouncing it detestable, but did refrain, as he saw he should otherwise give great offence to his host, who had the liquor annually prepared with peculiar care, according to the approved recipe bequeathed to him by the so often mentioned Aldobrand Oldenbuck. The hospitality of the ladies offered Lovel a breakfast more suited to modern taste, and while he was engaged in partaking of it, he was assailed by indirect inquiries concerning the manner in which he had passed the night. "We canna compliment Mr. Lovel on his looks this morning, brother, but he wadna condescended on any ground of disturbance he has had in the night time. I am certain he looks very pale, and when he came here he was as fresh as a rose." "Why, sister, consider this rose of yours has been knocked about by sea and wind all yesterday evening, as if he had been a bunch of kelp or tangle, and how the devil would you have him retain his colour?" "I certainly do still feel somewhat fatigued," said Lovel, "notwithstanding the excellent accommodations with which your hospitality so amply supplied me." "Ha, sir!" said Miss Oldbuck, looking at him with a knowing smile, or what was meant to be one, "ye'll not allow of ony inconvenience out of civility to us?" "Really, madam," replied Lovel, "I had no disturbance, for I cannot term such the music with which some kind fairy favoured me." "I doubted Mary would waken ye wi' her skreighing. She didna ken I had left open a chink of your window, for forbye the ghaist, the greenroom doesna vent weel in a high wind. But I am judging ye heard mair than Mary's lilt yestreen. Weel, men are hardy creatures, they can gae through wi' a'thing. I am sure, had I been to undergo onything of that nature, that's to say that's beyond nature, I wadna hae skreighd out at once, and razed the house, be the consequent what like it; and I dare say the minister wad hae done as mickle, and sae I told him, I ken naebody but my brother Monkbarns himsell wad gae through the like o't, if indeed it bedna you, Mr. Lovel." "A man of Mr. Oldbuck's learning, madam," answered the questioned party, "would not be exposed to the inconvenience sustained by the Highland gentleman you mentioned last night." "Ay, ay, ye understand now where the difficulty lies. Language. He has ways o' his ain wad banish a' that sort o' waurie cows as far as the hindermost parts of Gideon" (meaning possibly Midian), "as Mr. Blattergowl says. Only ane wadna be uncivil to ane's forbear, though he be a ghaist. I am sure I will try that receipt o' yours, brothers, that ye showed me in a book, if onybody is to sleep in that room again, though I think in Christian charity ye should rather fit up the matted room. It's a wee damp and dark to be sure, but then we hae sae seldom occasion for a spare bed." "No, no, sister, dampness and darkness are worse than spectres. Ours are spirits of light, and I would rather have you try the spell." "I'll do that lightly, Monkbarns, and I had the ingredients, as my cookery book ca's them. There was vervain and dill I mind that Davie Dibble will ken about that, though, maybe, he'll gie them Latin names and peppercorn we hae wyth o' them for" "Hypericon, thou foolish woman!" thundered Oldbuck; "do you suppose you're making a haggis, or do you think that a spirit, though he be formed of air, can be expelled by a receipt against wind? This wise Grizel of mine, Mr. Lovel, recollects, with what accuracy you may judge, a charm which I once mentioned to her, and which, happening to hit her superstitious noddle, she remembers better than anything tending to a useful purpose, I may chance to have said for this 10 years." But many an old woman besides herself "Od woman, Monkbarns!" said Miss Oldbuck, roused something above her usual submissive tone, "you really are less than civil to me." "Not less than just, Grizel. However, I include in the same class many a sounding name from Jamblichus down to Aubrey, who have wasted their time in devising imaginary remedies for non existing diseases. But I hope, my young friend, that, charmed or uncharmed, secured by the potency of Hypericon, with vervain and with dill, that hinder witches of their will, or left disarmed and defenceless to the inroads of the invisible world, you will give another night to the terrors of the haunted apartment, and another day to your faithful and feal friends." I heartily wish I could, but nay, but me no buts. I have set my heart upon it. I am greatly obliged, my dear sir, but look ye there now, but again! I hate but. I know no form of expression in which he can appear that is amiable, excepting as a butt of sack. But is to me a more detestable combination of letters than no itself. No is a surly, honest fellow, speaks his mind rough and round at once. But is a sneaking, evasive half-bred, exceptuous sort of a conjunction, which comes to pull away the cup just when it is at your lips. It does allay the good precedent, fie upon but yet is as a jailor to bring forth some monstrous malefactor." "Well, then," answered Lovel, whose motions were really undetermined at the moment, "you shall not connect the recollection of my name with so churlish a particle. I must soon think of leaving Fairport, I am afraid, and I will, since you are good enough to wish it, take this opportunity of spending another day here. And you shall be rewarded, my boy. First, you shall see John o' the Girnel's grave, and then we'll walk gently along the sands, the state of the tide being first ascertained, for we will have no more Peter Wilkins adventures, no more glum and gowry work. As far as Knockwinnock Castle, and inquire after the old knight and my fair foe, which will be but barely civil, and then I beg pardon, my dear sir, but perhaps you had better adjourn your visit till to-morrow. I am a stranger, you know." "And are therefore the more bound to show civility, I should suppose. But I beg your pardon for mentioning a word that perhaps belongs only to a collector of antiquities. I am one of the old school. When courtiers galloped o'er 4 counties, the ball's fair partner to behold, and humbly hope she caught no cold." "Why, if you thought it would be expected but I believe I had better stay." "Nay, nay, my good friend, I am not so old fashioned as to press you to what is disagreeable, neither. It is sufficient that I see there is some remora, some cause of delay, some mid impediment, which I have no title to inquire into. Or you are still somewhat tired, perhaps. I warn I find means to entertain your intellects without fatiguing your limbs. I am no friend to violent exertion myself. A walk in the garden once a day is exercise enough for any thinking being. None but a fool or a fox hunter would require more. Well, what shall we set about? My essay on castrametation, but I have that in petto for our afternoon cordial. Or I will show you the controversy upon Ossian's poems between Macrib and me. And I hold with the acute Orcadian, he with the defenders of the authenticity. The controversy began in smooth, oily, ladylike terms, but is now waxing more sour and eager as we get on. It already partakes somewhat of old Scaliger's style. I fear the rogue will get some scent of that story of Ochiltree's, but at worst I have a hard repartee for him on the affair of the abstracted Antigonus. I will show you his last epistle, and the scroll of my answer. Egad, it is a trimmer." So saying, the Antiquary opened a drawer, and began rummaging among a quantity of miscellaneous papers, ancient and modern. But it was the misfortune of this learned gentleman, as it may be that of many learned and unlearned, that he frequently experienced on such occasions what Harlequin calls l'embarras des richesses. In other words, the abundance of his collection often prevented him from finding the article he sought for. "Curse the papers, I believe," said Oldbuck, as he shuffled them to and fro, "I believe they make themselves wings like grasshoppers, and fly away bodily. But here, in the meanwhile, look at that little treasure." So saying, he put into his hand a case made of oak, fenced at the corner with silver roses and studs. "Prithee, undo this button," said he, as he observed Lovel fumbling at the clasp. He did so. The lid opened, and discovered a thin quarto, curiously bound in black shagreen. "There, Mr. Lovel, there is the work I mentioned to you last night, the rare quarto of the Augsburg Confession, the foundation at once and the bulwark of the Reformation, drawn up by the learned and venerable Melanchthon, defended by the Elector of Saxony, and the other valiant hearts who stood up for their faith, even against the front of a powerful and victorious emperor, and imprinted by the scarcely less venerable and praiseworthy Aldobrand Oldenbuck, my happy progenitor, during the yet more tyrannical attempts of Philip II., to suppress at once civil and religious liberty. Yes, sir, for printing this work, that eminent man was expelled from his ungrateful country, and driven to establish his household gods even here at Monkbarns, among the ruins of papal superstition and domination. Look upon his venerable effigies, Mr. Lovel, and respect the honourable occupation in which it presents him, as labouring personally at the press for the diffusion of Christian and political knowledge. And see here his favourite motto, expressive of his independence and self-reliance, which scorned to owe anything to patronage that was not earned by desert; expressive also of that firmness of mind and tenacity of purpose recommended by Horace. He was indeed a man who would have stood firm, had his whole printing house, presses, fonts, forms, great and small pica, been shivered to pieces around him. Read, I say, his motto, for each printer had his motto or device when that illustrious art was first practised. My ancestor's was expressed, as you see, in the Teutonic phrase, Kunst macht Gunst, that is, skill or prudence, in availing ourselves of our natural talents and advantages, will compel favour and patronage, even where it is withheld from prejudice or ignorance." "And that," said Lovel, after a moment's thoughtful silence, "that, then, is the meaning of these German words?" "Unquestionably. You perceive the appropriate application to a consciousness of inward worth, and of eminence in a useful and honourable art. Each printer in those days, as I have already informed you, had his device, his impresa, as I may call it, in the same manner as the doughty chivalry of the age, who frequented tilt and tournament. My ancestor boasted as much in his, as if he had displayed it over a conquered field of battle, though it betokened the diffusion of knowledge, not the effusion of blood. And yet there is a family tradition which affirms him to have chosen it from a more romantic circumstance." "And what is that said to have been, my good sir?" inquired his young friend. "Why, it rather encroaches on my respected predecessor's fame for prudence and wisdom, sed semel insalvimus omnes. Everybody has played the fool in their turn. It is said my ancestor, during his apprenticeship with a descendant of old Faust, whom popular tradition hath sent to the devil under the name of Faustus, was attracted by a paltry slip of womankind, his master's daughter, called Bertha. They broke rings, or went through some idiotical ceremony, as is usual on such idle occasions as the plighting of a true love troth, and Aldobrand set out on his journey through Germany, as became an honest hand worker. For such was the custom of mechanics at that time, to make a tour through the empire, and work at their trade for a time in each of the most eminent towns, before they finally settled themselves for life. It was a wise custom, for as such travellers were received like brethren in each town by those of their own handicraft, they were sure, in every case, to have the means either of gaining or communicating knowledge. When my ancestor returned to Nuremberg, he is said to have found his old master newly dead, and two or three gallant young suitors, some of them half starved sprigs of nobility, forsooth, in pursuit of the Jungfrau Bertha, whose father was understood to have bequeathed her a dowry which might weigh against 16 armorial quarters. But Bertha, not a bad sample of womankind, had made a vow she would only marry that man who would work her father's press. The skill at that time was as rare as wonderful. Besides that, the expedient rid her at once of most of her gentle suitors, who would have as soon wielded a conjuring wand as a composing stick. Some of the more ordinary typographers made the attempt, but none were sufficiently possessed of the mystery. But I tire you. By no means. Pray proceed, Mr. Oldbuck, I listen with uncommon interest." "Ah, it is all folly. However, Aldobrand arrived in the ordinary dress, as we would say, of a journeyman printer, and conversed with Luther, Melanchthon, Erasmus, and other learned men, who disdained not his knowledge, and the power he possessed of diffusing it, though hid under a garb so homely. But what appeared respectable in the eyes of wisdom, religion, learning, and philosophy, seemed mean, as might readily be supposed, and disgusting, in those of silly and affected womankind. And Bertha refused to acknowledge her former lover, in the torn doublet, skin cap, clouted shoes, and leathern apron of a travelling handicraftsman, or mechanic. He claimed his privilege, however, of being admitted to a trial, and when the rest of the suitors had either declined the contest, or made such work as the devil could not read if his pardon depended on it, all eyes were bent on the stranger. Aldobrand stepped gracefully forward, arranged the types without omission of a single letter, hyphen, or comma, imposed them without deranging a single space, and pulled off the first proof as clear and free from errors as if it had been a triple revise. All applauded the worthy successor of the immortal Faustus. The blushing maiden acknowledged her error in trusting to the eye more than the intellect, and the elected bridegroom thenceforward chose for his impress or device the appropriate words, "Skill wins favour." But what is the matter with you? You are in a brown study. Come, I told you this was but trumpery conversation for thinking people. And now I have my hand on the Oceanic controversy." "I beg your pardon," said Lovel, "I am going to appear very silly and changeable in your eyes, Mr. Oldbuck, but you seem to think Sir Arthur might in civility expect a call from me." "Pshaw, pshaw! I can make your apology; and if you must leave us so soon as you say, what signifies how you stand in his honour in his honour's good graces? And I warn you that the essay on castrametation is something prolix, and will occupy the time we can spare after dinner, so you may lose the Oceanic controversy if we do not dedicate this morning to it. We will go out to my evergreen bower, my sacred holly tree yonder, and have it fronde super viridi. Sing heigh ho, for the green holly, most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly." "But, egad," continued the old gentleman, "when I look closer at you, I begin to think you may be of a different opinion. Amen, with all my heart. I quarrel with no man's hobby, if he does not run it a tilt against mine, and if he does, let him beware his eyes. What say you, in the language of the world and worldling's base, if you can condescend to so mean a sphere, shall we stay or go?" "In the language of selfishness, then, which is of course the language of the world, let us go by all means." "Amen, amen, quo the Earl Marshal," answered Oldbuck, as he exchanged his slippers for a pair of stout walking shoes, with cudikins, as he called them, of black cloth. He only interrupted the walk by a slight deviation to the tomb of John o' the Girnel, remembered as the last bailiff of the abbey, who had resided at Monkbarns. Beneath an old oak tree upon a hillock, sloping pleasantly to the south, and catching a distant view of the sea over two or three rich enclosures, and the Mussel crag, lay a moss grown stone, and in memory of the departed worthy it bore an inscription, of which, as Mr. Oldbuck affirmed, though many doubted, the defaced characters could be distinctly traced to the following effect: "Here lieth John o' ye Girnel, Irth as ye knit, and whom ye kernel. In his time ilk wife's hennis cloket, Ilk a good mannish hearth with bairns was stocket. He dealed a bull of ale in furlitus five, for 4 Yahale kirkie, and ane for poor mannish wives." You see how modest the author of this sepulchral commendation was. He tells us that honest John could make 5 furlets, or quarters, as you would say, out of the bull, instead of 4; that he gave the fifth to the wives of the parish, and accounted for the other 4 to the abbot and chapter; that in his time the wives' hens always laid eggs, and devil take them if they got 1/5 of the abbey rents; and that honest men's hearths were never unblessed with offspring, in addition to the miracle which they, as well as I, must have considered as perfectly unaccountable. But come on, leave we Jock at the Girnel, and let us jog on to the yellow sands, where the sea, like a repulsed enemy, is now retreating from the ground, on which he gave us battle last night." Thus saying, he led the way to the sands. Upon the links or downs close to them were seen 4 or 5 huts inhabited by fishers, whose boats, drawn high upon the beach, lent the odoriferous vapours of pitch melting upon a burning sun, to contend with those of the offals of fish, and other nuisances usually collected round Scottish cottages. Undisturbed by these complicated steams of abomination, a middle-aged woman, with a face which had defied 1,000 storms, sat mending a net at the door of one of the cottages. A handkerchief close bound about her head, and a coat which had formerly been that of a man, gave her a masculine air, which was increased by her strength, uncommon stature, and harsh voice. "What are ye for the day, your honour?" she said, or rather screamed, to Oldbuck. "Caller haddocks and whitings, a bannock fluke, and a cock paddle." "How much for the bannock fluke and cock paddle?" demanded the Antiquary. "4 white shillings and 6 pence," answered the Naiad. "Four devils and 6 of their imps," retorted the Antiquary. "Do you think I am mad, Maggie?" "And div ye think," rejoined the virago, setting her arms akimbo, "that my man and my sons are to gae to the sea in weather like yestreen and the day? Sic a sea as it's yet out by, and get naething for their fish, and be misca'd into the bargain, Monkbarns. It's no fish ye're buying, it's men's lives." "Well, Maggie, I'll bid you fair. I'll bid you a shilling for the fluke and the cock paddle, or 6 pence separately; and if all your fish are as well paid, I think your man, as you call him, and your sons, will make a good voyage. Daged gin their boat was knockit against the Bell Rock rather, it wad be better, and the bonnier voyage a' the twa. A shilling for twa bonny fish od, that's ane indeed." "Well, well, you old beldam, carry your fish up to Monkbarns, and see what my sister will give you for them." "Na, na, Monkbarns, deil a fit I'll rather deal with yoursell; for though you're near enough, yet Miss Grizel has an unco close grip. I'll give you them," in a softened tone, "for 3 and 6 pence." 18 pence, or nothing. 18 pence! in a loud tone of astonishment, which declined into a sort of rueful whine, when the dealer turned as if to walk away. "Ye'll no be for the fish, then?" Then louder, as she saw him moving off, "I gie ye them, and a half dozen o' partans to make the sauce, for 3 shillings and a dram." "Half a crown, then, Maggie, and a dram." "Aweel, your honour maun haud your ain gate, nae doubt; but a dram's worth siller now the distilleries is no working." "And I hope they'll never work again in my time," said Oldbuck.
"Ay, ay, it's easy for your honour and the like o' you gentlefolks to say sae, that hae stouth and routh, and fire and fended in meat and claith, and sit dry and canny by the fireside; but an ye wanted fire and meat and dry claes, and were dealing a cowd, and had a sair heart, whilk is warst of a', wi' just 2 pinch in your pouch, wouldna ye be glad to buy a dram wi't, to be idling in claes, and a supper and heart's ease into the bargain, till the morn's morning?" "It's even too true an apology, Maggie. Is your good man off to sea this morning, after his exertions last night?" "In troth is he, Monkbarns. He was awa this morning by 4 o'clock, when the sea was working like barm wi' yestreen's wind, and our bit coble dancing in it like a cork."
"Well, he's an industrious fellow. Carry the fish up to Monkbarns."
"That I will, or else send little Jenny she'll rin faster. But I'll call on Miss Grizzy for the dram mysell, and say ye sent me."
A nondescript animal, which might have passed for a mermaid, as it was paddling in a pool among the rocks, was summoned ashore by the shrill screams of its dam, and having been made decent, as her mother called it, which was performed by adding a short red cloak to a petticoat, which was at first her sole covering, and which reached scantily below her knee, the child was dismissed with the fish in a basket, and a request on the part of Monkbarns that they might be prepared for dinner. "It would have been long," said Oldbuck, with much self complacency, "ere my womankind could have made such a reasonable bargain with that old skinflint, though they sometimes wrangle with her for an hour together under my study window, like three sea gulls screaming and sputtering in a gale of wind. But come, wend we on our way to Knockwinnock." End chapter 11th. Volume 1, Chapter 12 of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 12. Beggar, the only freeman of your commonwealth, free above Scot free, that observe no laws, obey no governor, use no religion but what they draw from their own ancient custom, or constitute themselves, yet they are no rebels. Broom. With our reader's permission, we will outstep the slow, though sturdy pace of the Antiquary, whose halts, as he turned round to his companion at every moment to point out something remarkable in the landscape, or to enforce some favourite topic more emphatically than the exercise of walking permitted, delayed their progress considerably. Notwithstanding the fatigues and dangers of the preceding evening, Miss Wardour was able to rise at her usual hour, and to apply herself to her usual occupations, after she had first satisfied her anxiety concerning her father's state of health. Sir Arthur was no farther indisposed than by the effects of great agitation and unusual fatigue, but these were sufficient to induce him to keep his bedchamber. To look back on the events of the preceding day was to Isabella a very unpleasing retrospect. She owed her life, and that of her father, to the very person by whom, of all others, she wished least to be obliged, because she could hardly even express common gratitude towards him, without encouraging hopes which might be injurious to them both. Why should it be my fate to receive such benefits, and conferred at so much personal risk, from one whose romantic passion I have so unceasingly laboured to discourage? Why should chance have given him this advantage over me? And why, oh why, should a half subdued feeling in my own bosom, in spite of my sober reason, almost rejoice that he has attained it? While Miss Wardour thus taxed herself with wayward caprice, she beheld advancing down the avenue, not her younger and more dreaded preserver, but the old beggar, who had made such a capital figure in the melodrama of the preceding evening. She rang the bell for her maid-servant. "Bring the old man upstairs." The servant returned in a minute or two. "He will come up at no rate, madam. He says his clouted shoes never were on a carpet in his life, and that, please God, they never shall. Must I take him into the servants' hall?" "No, stay, I want to speak with him. Where is he?" For she had lost sight of him as he approached the house. "Sitting in the sun on the stone bench in the court, beside the window of the flagged parlour." "Bid him stay there. I'll come down to the parlour, and speak with him at the window." She came down accordingly, and found the mendicant half seated, half reclining, upon the bench beside the window. Edie Ochiltree, old man and beggar as he was, had apparently some internal consciousness of the favourable impressions connected with his tall form, commanding features, and long white beard and hair. It used to be remarked of him that he was seldom seen but in a posture which showed these personal attributes to advantage. At present, as he lay half reclined, with his wrinkled yet ruddy cheek and keen grey eye turned up towards the sky, his staff and bag laid beside him, and a cast of homely wisdom and sarcastic irony in the expression of his countenance, while he gazed for a moment around the courtyard, and then resumed his former look upward, he might have been taken by an artist as the model of an old philosopher of the Cynic school, musing upon the frivolity of mortal pursuits, and the precarious tenure of human possessions, and looking up to the source from which aught permanently good can alone be derived. The young lady, as she presented her tall and elegant figure at the open window, but divided from the courtyard by a grating, with which, according to the fashion of ancient times, the lower windows of the castle were secured, gave an interest of a different kind, and might be supposed by a romantic imagination, an imprisoned damsel communicated a tale of her durance to a palmer, in order that he might call upon the gallantry of every knight whom he should meet in his wanderings, to rescue her from her oppressive thraldom. After Miss Wardour had offered, in the terms she thought would be most acceptable, those thanks which the beggar declined as far beyond his merit, she began to express herself in a manner which she supposed would speak more feelingly to his apprehension. She did not know, she said, what her father intended particularly to do for their preserver, but certainly it would be something that would make him easy for life. If he chose to reside at the castle, she would give orders. The old man smiled and shook his head. "I wad be baith a grievance and a disgrace to your fine servants, my leddy. I have never been a disgrace to onybody yet, that I ken of." "Sir Arthur would give strict orders. You're very kind, I doubtna, I doubtna. But there are some things a master can command, and some he canna. I dare say he would gar them keep hands aff me; and troth, I think they wad hardly venture on that ony gate; and he would gar them gie me my soup parritch and bit meat. But trow ye that Sir Arthur's command could forbid the gibe o' the tongue or the blink o' the eye, or gar them gie me my food wi' the look o' kindness that gars it digest sae weel, or that he could make them forbear a' the sights and taunts that hurt ane's spirit mair nor downright misca'ing? Besides, I am the idlest auld carle that ever lived. I downa be bound to hours o' eating and sleeping; and, to speak the honest truth, I would be a very bad example in an ony weel regulated family." "Well then, Edie, what do you think of a neat cottage and a garden, and a daily dole, and nothing to do but to dig a little in your garden when you pleased yourself?" "And how often would that be, try ye, my leddy? Maybe no ance atween Candlemas and Yule; and if a thing were done to my hand, as if I was Sir Arthur himself, I could never bide the staying still in ae place, and just seeing the same joicing couples aboon my head night after night. And then I have a queer humour o' my ain, that sets a strolling beggar weel eneugh, whase word naebody minds. But ye ken Sir Arthur has odd sorts o' ways, and I wadna be jesting or scorning at them, and ye wad be angry, and then I would be just fit to hang mysell." "Oh, you are a licensed man," said Isabella. "We shall give you all reasonable scope, so you had better be ruled, and remember your age." "But I am no that sairfad yet," replied the mendicant. "Od, ance I got a wee souple yestreen, and I was as yald as an eel. And then what would a' the country about do for want auld Edie Ochiltree, that brings news and country cracks frae ae farm steading to anither, and gingerbread to the lasses, and helps the lads to mend their fiddles, and the gudewives to clout their pans, and plaits rush swords and grenadier caps for the weans, and busts the laird's fleas, and has skill at cow ills and horse ills, and kens mair auld songs and tales than a' the barony besides, and gars ilka body laugh wherever he comes? Troth, my leddy, I canna lay down my vocation, it would be a public loss." "Well, Edie, if your idea of your importance is so strong as not to be shaken by the prospect of independence" "Na, na, miss, it's because I'm mair independent as I am," answered the old man. "I beg nae mair at ony single house than a meal o' meat, or maybe but a mouthful o't. If it's refused at ae place, I get it another. Sae I canna be said to depend on onybody in particular, but just on the country at large." "Well, then, only promise me that you will let me know, should you ever wish to settle as you turn old, and more incapable of making your usual rounds. And in the meantime, take this." "Na, na, my leddy, I dinna take muckle siller at ance it's against our rule; and though it's maybe no civil to be repeating the like o' that, they say that siller's like to be scarce wi' Sir Arthur himsell, and that he's run himsell out o' the thought with his honkings and minings for lead and copper yonder." Isabella had some anxious anticipations to the same effect, but was shocked to hear that her father's embarrassments were such public talk, as if scandal ever failed to stoop upon so acceptable a quarry as the failings of the good man, the decline of the powerful, or the decay of the prosperous. Miss Wardour sighed deeply. "Well, Edie, we have enough to pay our debts, let folk say what they will, and requiting you as one of the foremost, let me press this sum upon you." "That I might be robbed and murdered some night between town and town, or what's as bad, that I might live in constant apprehension on't. I am no," lowering his voice to a whisper, and looking keenly around him, "I'm no that clean unprovided for neither. And though I should die at the back of a dyke, they'll find as muckle quilted in this auld blue gown as will bury me like a Christian, and gie the lads and lasses a blithe like wake too. Sae there's the gaberlunzie's burial provided for, and I need nae mair. Were the like o' me ever to change or nout, wha the deil, d'ye think, would be sic fools as to gie me charity after that? It would flee through the country like wildfire, that auld Edie suld hae done siccan a like thing, and then, I'se warrant, I might grain my heart out, or onybody wad gie me either a bane or a botle." "Is there nothing, then, that I can do for you?" "Oh, ay! All I came for my almost as usual, and was I wade be fa'en a pickle sneeshin, and ye maun speak to the constable and ground officer just to overlook me, and maybe you'll gie a good word for me to Sandy Netherstanes, the miller, that he may chain up his muckle dog. I winna have him to hurt the puir beast, for it just does its office in barking at a gaberlunzie like me. And there's ae thing maybe mair, but you'll think it's very bad o' the like o' me to speak on't." "What is it, Edie? If it respects you, it shall be done, if it is in my power." "It respects yoursell, and it is in your power. I maun come out wi't. You are a bonny young leddy, and a good ane, and maybe a well tortured ane, but dinna ye sneer awa the lad Lovel, as ye did a while sinsyne on the walk between the Briery bank, when I saw ye both, and heard ye too, though ye saw nae me. Be canny wi' the lad, for he loes you weel, and it's to him, and no to anything I could have done for you, that Sir Arthur and you won over yestreen." He uttered these words in a low but distinct tone of voice, and without waiting for an answer, walked towards a low door which led to the apartments of the servants, and so entered the house. Miss Wardour remained for a moment or two in the situation in which she had heard the old man's last extraordinary speech, leaning, namely, against the bars of the window. Nor could she determine upon saying even a single word, relative to a subject so delicate, until the beggar was out of sight. It was indeed difficult to determine what to do. That her having had an interview and private conversation with this young and unknown stranger should be a secret possessed by a person of the last class in which a young lady would seek a confidant, and at the mercy of one who was by profession gossip general to the whole neighbourhood, gave her acute agony. She had no reason indeed to suppose that the old man would wilfully do anything to hurt her feelings, much less to injure her; but the mere freedom of speaking to her upon such a subject showed, as might have been expected, a total absence of delicacy; and what he might take it into his head to do or say next, that she was pretty sure so professed an admirer of liberty would not hesitate to do or say without scruple. This idea so much hurt and vexed her, that she half wished the officious assistance of Lovel and Ochiltree had been absent upon the preceding evening. While she was in this agitation of spirits, she suddenly observed Oldbuck and Lovel entering the court. She drew instantly so far back from the window that she could, without being seen, observe how the Antiquary paused in front of the building, and, pointing to the various scutcheons of its former owners, seemed in the act of bestowing upon Lovel much curious and erudite information, which, from the absent look of his auditor, Isabella might shrewdly guess was entirely thrown away. The necessity that she should take some resolution became instant and pressing. She rang, therefore, for a servant, and ordered him to show the visitors to the drawing room, while she, by another staircase, gained her own apartment, to consider, ere she made her appearance, what line of conduct were fittest for her to pursue. The guests, agreeably to her instructions, were introduced into the room where company was usually received. End chapter 12. Volume 1, Chapter 13th of the Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 13th. The time was that I hated thee, and yet it is not that I bear thee love. Thy company, which erst was irksome to me, I will endure, but do not look for further recompense. As you like it. Miss Isabella Wardour's complexion was considerably heightened, when, after the delay necessary to arrange her ideas, she presented herself in the drawing room. "I am glad you are come, my fair foe," said the Antiquary, greeting her with much kindness, "for I have had a most refractory, or at least negligent auditor, in my young friend here, while I endeavoured to make him acquainted with the history of Knockwinnock Castle. I think the danger of last night has mazed the poor lad. But you, Miss Isabel, why, you look as if flying through the night air had been your natural and most congenial occupation. Your colour is even better than when you honoured my hospitium yesterday. And Sir Arthur, how fares my good old friend?" "Indifferently well, Mr. Oldbuck, but I am afraid not quite able to receive your congratulations, or to pay Mr. Lovel his thanks for his unparalleled exertions." "I dare say not. A good down pillow for his good white head were more meet than a couch so churlish as Bessy's apron. Plague on her!" "I had no thought of intruding," said Lovel, looking upon the ground, and speaking with hesitation and suppressed emotion. "I did not mean to intrude upon Sir Arthur or Miss Wardour the presence of one who must necessarily be unwelcome, as associate, I mean, with painful reflections." "Do not think my father so unjust and ungrateful," said Miss Wardour. "I dare say," she continued, participating in Lovel's embarrassment, "I dare say, I am certain, that my father would be happy to show his gratitude in any way, that is, which Mr. Lovel could consider it as proper to point out." "Why the deuce," interrupted Oldbuck, "what sort of a qualification is that? On my word, it reminds me of our minister, who, choosing, like a formal old fop as he is, to drink to my sister's inclinations, thought it necessary to add the saving clause, provided, madam, they be virtuous. Come, let us have no more of this nonsense. I dare say Sir Arthur will bid us welcome on some future day. And what news from the kingdom of subterranean darkness and airy hope? What says the swart spirit of the mine? Has Sir Arthur had any good intelligence of his adventure lately in Glenwithershins?" Miss Wardour shook her head. "But indifferent, I fear, Mr. Oldbuck. But there lie some specimens which have lately been sent down. Ah, my poor dear £100, which Sir Arthur persuaded me to give for a share in that hopeful scheme, would have bought a porter's load of mineralogy. But let me see them." And so saying, he sat down at the table in the recess, on which the mineral productions were lying, and proceeded to examine them, grumbling and pshawing at each, which he took up and laid aside. In the meantime, Lovel, forced as it were by the secession of Oldbuck into a sort of tete a tete with Miss Wardour, took an opportunity of addressing her in a low and interrupted tone of voice. "I trust Miss Wardour will impute, to circumstances almost irresistible, this intrusion of a person who has reason to think himself so unacceptable a visitor." "Mr. Lovel," answered Miss Wardour, observing the same tone of caution, "I trust you will not. I am sure you are incapable of abusing the advantages given to you by the services you have rendered us, which, as they affect my father, can never be sufficiently acknowledged or repaid. Could Mr. Lovel see me without his own peace being affected? Could he see me as a friend, as a sister? No man will be, and, from all I have ever heard of Mr. Lovel, ought to be, more welcome, but Oldbuck's anathema against the preposition but was internally echoed by Lovel. Forgive me if I interrupt you, Miss Wardour. You need not fear my intruding upon a subject where I have been already severely repressed. But do not add to the severity of repelling my sentiments the rigour of obliging me to disavow them. I am much embarrassed, Mr. Lovel, replied the young lady, by your, I would not willingly use a strong word, your romantic and hopeless pertinacity. It is for yourself I plead, that you would consider the calls which your country has upon your talents, that you will not waste, in an idle and fanciful indulgence of an ill-placed predilection, time which, well redeemed by active exertion, should lay the foundation of future distinction. Let me entreat that you would form a manly resolution. It is enough, Miss Wardour. I see plainly that Mr. Lovel, you are hurt, and believe me, I sympathize in the pain which I inflict. But can I, in justice to myself, in fairness to you, do otherwise? Without my father's consent, I never will entertain the addresses of any one, and how totally impossible it is that he should countenance the partiality with which you honour me, you are yourself fully aware. And indeed, no, Miss Wardour, answered Lovel, in a tone of passionate entreaty, do not go farther. Is it not enough to crush every hope in our present relative situation? Do not carry your resolutions farther. Why urge what would be your conduct if Sir Arthur's objections could be removed? It is indeed vain, Mr. Lovel, said Miss Wardour, because their removal is impossible. I only wish as your friend, and as one who is obliged to you for her own and her father's life, to entreat you to suppress this unfortunate attachment, to leave a country which affords no scope for your talents, and to resume the honourable line of the profession which you seem to abandon. Well, Miss Wardour, your wishes shall be obeyed. Have patience with me one little month, and if, in the course of that space, I cannot show you such reasons for continuing my residence at Fairport as even you shall approve of, I will bid adieu to its vicinity, and with the same breath to all my hopes of happiness. Not so, Mr. Lovel. Many years of deserved happiness, founded on a more rational basis than your present wishes, are, I trust, before you. But it is full time to finish this conversation. I cannot force you to adopt my advice. I cannot shut the door of my father's house against the preserver of his life and mine. But the sooner Mr. Lovel can teach his mind to submit to the inevitable disappointment of wishes which have been so rashly formed, the more highly he will rise in my esteem. And in the meanwhile, for his sake as well as mine, he must excuse my putting an interdict upon conversation on a subject so painful. A servant at this moment announced that Sir Arthur desired to speak to Mr. Oldbuck in his dressing room. "Let me show you the way," said Miss Wardour, who apparently dreaded a continuation of her tete a tete with Lovel, and she conducted the Antiquary accordingly to her father's apartment. Sir Arthur, his legs swathed in flannel, was stretched on the couch. "Welcome, Mr. Oldbuck," he said. "I trust you have come better off than I have done from the inclemency of yesterday evening." "Truly, Sir Arthur, I was not so much exposed to it. I kept terra firma. You fairly committed yourself to the cold night air in the most literal of all senses. But such adventures become a gallant knight better than a humble esquire. To rise on the wings of the night wind, to dive into the bowels of the earth. What news from our subterranean good hope, the terra incognita of Glenwithershins?" "Nothing good as yet," said the Baronet, turning himself hastily, as if stung by a pang of the gout. "But Dousterswivel does not despair." "Does he not?" quoth Oldbuck. I do, though, under his favour. Why, old Dr. H told me, when I was in Edinburgh, that we should never find copper enough, judging from the specimens I showed him, to make a pair of sixpenny knee buckles; and I cannot see that those samples on the table below differ much in quality. Reader's note: probably Dr. Hutton, the celebrated geologist. End reader's note. The learned doctor is not infallible, I presume? No, but he is one of our first chemists; and this tramping philosopher of yours, this Dousterswivel, is, I have a notion, one of those learned adventurers described by Kirchner, Arta habend sine arta, partem sine parta, quorum medium est mentiri, vita erum mendicatum ira. That is to say, Miss Wardour. "It is unnecessary to translate," said Miss Wardour. "I comprehend your general meaning, but I hope Mr. Dousterswivel will turn out a more trustworthy character." "I doubt it not a little," said the Antiquary; "and we are a foul way out if we cannot discover this infernal vein that he has prophesied about these 2 years." "You have no great interest in the matter, Mr. Oldbuck," said the Baronet. Too much, Sir Arthur; and yet for the sake of my fair foe here, I would consent to lose it all, so you had no more on the venture." There was a painful silence of a few moments, for Sir Arthur was too proud to acknowledge the downfall of his golden dreams, though he could no longer disguise to himself that such was likely to be the termination of the adventure. "I understand," he at length said, "that the young gentleman, to whose gallantry and presence of mind we were so much indebted last night, has favoured me with a visit. I am distressed that I am unable to see him, or indeed any one, but an old friend like you, Mr. Oldbuck." A declination of the Antiquary's stiff backbone acknowledged the preference. "You made acquaintance with this young gentleman in Edinburgh, I suppose?" Oldbuck told the circumstances of their becoming known to each other. "Why, then, my daughter is an older acquaintance of Mr. Lovel than you are," said the Baronet. "Indeed! I was not aware of that," answered Oldbuck, somewhat surprised. "I met Mr. Lovel," said Isabella, slightly colouring, "when I resided this last spring with my aunt, Mrs. Wilmot." "In Yorkshire? And what character did he bear then, or how was he engaged?" said Oldbuck. "And why did not you recognise him when I introduced you?" Isabella answered the least difficult question, and passed over the other. "He had a commission in the army, and had, I believe, served with reputation. He was much respected, as an amiable and promising young man." "And pray, such being the case," replied the Antiquary, not disposed to take one reply in answer to two distinct questions, "why did you not speak to the lad at once when you met him at my house? I thought you had less of the paltry pride of womankind about you, Miss Wardour." "There was a reason for it," said Sir Arthur with dignity. "You know the opinions, prejudices, perhaps you will call them, of our house concerning purity of birth. This young gentleman is, it seems, the illegitimate son of a man of fortune. My daughter did not choose to renew their acquaintance till she should know whether I approved of her holding any intercourse with him." "If it had been with his mother instead of himself," answered Oldbuck, with his usual dry causticity of humour, "I could see an excellent reason for it. Ah, poor lad! That was the cause, then, that he seemed so absent and confused while I explained to him the reason of the bend of bastardy upon the shield yonder under the corner turret." "True," said the Baronet, with complacency; "it is the shield of Malcolm the Usurper, as he is called. The tower which he built is termed after him Malcolm's Tower, but more frequently Misticot's Tower, which I conceive to be a corruption of misbegot. He is denominated in the Latin pedigree of our family Milcolumbus Nothus, and his temporary seizure of our property, and most unjust attempt to establish his own illegitimate line in the estate of Knockwinnock, gave rise to such family feuds and misfortunes as strongly to found us in that horror and antipathy to defiled blood and illegitimacy, which has been handed down to me from my respected ancestry." "I know the story," said Oldbuck, "and I was telling it to Lovel this moment, with some of the wise maxims and consequences which it has engrafted on your family politics. Poor fellow! he must have been much hurt. I took the wavering of his attention for negligence, and was something piqued at it, and it proves to be only an excess of feeling. I hope, Sir Arthur, you will not think the less of your life because it has been preserved by such assistance." "Nor the less of my assistant either," said the Baronet. "My doors and table shall be equally open to him as if he had descended of the most unblemished lineage." "Come, I am glad of that. He'll know where he can get a dinner then, if he wants one. But what views can he have in this neighbourhood? I must catechize him, and if I find he wants it, or indeed whether he does or not, he shall have my best advice." As the Antiquary made this liberal promise, he took his leave of Miss Wardour and her father, eager to commence operations upon Mr. Lovel. He informed him abruptly that Miss Wardour sent her compliments, and remained in attendance on her father, and then, taking him by the arm, he led him out of the castle. Knockwinnock still preserved much of the external attributes of a baronial castle. It had its drawbridge, though now never drawn up, and its dry moat, the sides of which had been planted with shrubs, chiefly of the evergreen tribes. Above these rose the old building, partly from a foundation of red rock scarped down to the sea beach, and partly from the steep green verge of the moat. The trees of the avenue have been already mentioned, and many other rose around of large size, as if to confute the prejudice that timber cannot be raised near to the ocean. Our walkers paused, and looked back upon the castle as they attained the height of a small knoll, over which lay their homeward road; for it is to be supposed they did not tempt the risk of the tide by returning along the sands. The building flung its broad shadow upon the tufted foliage of the shrubs beneath it, while the front windows sparkled in the sun. They were viewed by the gazers with very different feelings. Lovel, with the fond eagerness of that passion which derives its food and nourishment from trifles, as the chameleon is said to live on the air, or upon the invisible insects which it contains, endeavoured to conjecture which of the numerous windows belonged to the apartment now graced by Miss Wardour's presence. The speculations of the Antiquary were of a more melancholy cast, and were partly indicated by the ejaculation of cito peritura, as he turned away from the prospect. Lovel, roused from his reverie, looked at him as if to inquire the meaning of an exclamation so ominous. The old man shook his head. "Yes, my young friend," said he, "I doubt greatly, and it wrings my heart to say it, this ancient family is going fast to the ground." "Indeed," answered Lovel, "you surprise me greatly." "We harden ourselves in vain," continued the Antiquary, pursuing his own train of thought and feeling, "we harden ourselves in vain to treat with the indifference they deserve the changes of this trumpery whirligig world. We strive ineffectually to be the self-sufficing, invulnerable being, the teres atque rotundus of the poet. The stoical exemption which philosophy affects to give us over the pains and vexations of human life, is as imaginary as the state of mystical quietism and perfection aimed at by some crazy enthusiasts." "And heaven forbid that it should be otherwise," said Lovel, warmly. "Heaven forbid that any process of philosophy were capable so to sear and indurate our feelings, that nothing should agitate them but what arose instantly and immediately out of our own selfish interests. I would as soon wish my hand to be as callous as horn, that it might escape an occasional cut or scratch, as I would be ambitious of the stoicism which should render my heart like a piece of the nether millstone." The Antiquary regarded his youthful companion with a look half of pity, half of sympathy, and shrugged up his shoulders as he replied, "Wait, young man, wait till your bark has been battered by the storm of 60 years of mortal vicissitude, you will learn by that time to reef your sails, that she may obey the helm. Or, in the language of this world, you will find distresses enough, endured and to endure, to keep your feelings and sympathies in full exercise, without concerning yourself more in the fate of others than you cannot possibly avoid." "Well, Mr. Oldbuck, it may be so. But as yet I resemble you more in your practice than in your theory, for I cannot help being deeply interested in the fate of the family we have just left." "And well you may," replied Oldbuck. "Sir Arthur's embarrassments have of late become so many and so pressing, that I am surprised you have not heard of them. And then his absurd and expensive operations carried on by this high Germaned landloper, Dousterswivel. I think I have seen that person, when, by some rare chance, I happened to be in the coffee room at Fairport. A tall, beetle browed, awkward built man, who entered upon scientific subjects, as it appeared to my ignorance at least, with more assurance than knowledge, was very arbitrary in laying down and asserting his opinions, and mixed the terms of science with a strange jargon of mysticism. A simple youth whispered me that he was an Illuminé, and carried on an intercourse with the invisible world. Oh, the same, the same. He has enough of practical knowledge to speak scholarly and wisely to those of whose intelligence he stands in awe, and, to say the truth, this faculty, joined to his matchless impudence, imposed upon me for some time when I first knew him. But I have since understood, that when he is among fools and womankind, he exhibits himself as a perfect charlatan, talks of the magisterium, of sympathies and antipathies, of the Cabala, of the divining rod, and all the trumpery with which the Rosicrucians cheated a darker age, and which, to our eternal disgrace, has in some degree revived in our own. My friend Heavysterne knew this fellow abroad, and unintentionally, for he, you must know, is, God bless the mark, a sort of believer, let me into a good deal of his real character. Ah, were I a caliph for a day, as honest Abon Hassan wished to be, I would scourge me these jugglers out of the commonwealth with rods of scorpions. They debauch the spirit of the ignorant and credulous with mystical trash, as effectually as if they had besotted their brains with gin, and then pick their pockets with the same facility. And now has this strolling blackguard and mountebank put the finishing blow to the ruin of an ancient and honourable family." "But how could he impose upon Sir Arthur to any ruinous extent?" "Why, I don't know. Sir Arthur is a good honourable gentleman, but, as you may see from his loose ideas concerning the Pikish language, he is by no means very strong in the understanding. His estate is strictly entailed, and he has been always an embarrassed man. This rapparee promised him mountains of wealth, and an English company was found to advance large sums of money, I fear on Sir Arthur's guarantee. Some gentlemen, I was ass enough to be one, took small shares in the concern, and Sir Arthur himself made great outlay. We were trained on by specious appearances, and more specious lies. And now, like John Bunyan, we awake, and behold it is a dream." "I am surprised that you, Mr. Oldbuck, should have encouraged Sir Arthur by your example." "Why," said Oldbuck, dropping his large grizzled eyebrow, "I am something surprised and ashamed at it myself. It was not the lucre of gain. Nobody cares less for money, to be a prudent man, than I do. But I thought I might risk this small sum. It will be expected, though I am sure I cannot see why, that I should give something to any one who will be kind enough to rid me of that slip of womankind, my niece, Mary M'Intyre, and perhaps it may be thought that I should do something to get that jackanapes, her brother, on in the army. In either case, to treble my venture would have helped me out. And besides, I had some idea that the Phoenicians had in former times wrought copper in that very spot. That cunning scoundrel, Dousterswivel, found out my blunt side, and brought strange tales, damn him, of appearances of old shafts, and vestiges of mining operations, conducted in a manner quite different from those of modern times, and in short, I was a fool, and there is an end. My loss is not much worth speaking about, but Sir Arthur's engagements are, I understand, very deep, and my heart aches for him and the poor young lady who must share his distress." Here the conversation paused until renewed in the next chapter. End chapter 13th. Volume 1, Chapter 14th of The Antiquary. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Antiquary, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 14th. If I may trust the flattering eye of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's lord sits lightly on his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. Romeo and Juliet. The account of Sir Arthur's unhappy adventure had led Oldbuck somewhat aside from his purpose of catechising Lovel concerning the cause of his residence at Fairport. He was now, however, resolved to open the subject. "Miss Wardour was formerly known to you, she tells me, Mr. Lovel." He had had the pleasure, Lovel answered, to see her at Mrs. Wilmot's in Yorkshire. "Indeed! You never mentioned that to me before, and you did not accost her as an old acquaintance." I did not know," said Lovel, a good deal embarrassed, "it was the same lady, till we met, and then it was my duty to wait till she should recognise me." "I am aware of your delicacy. The knight's a punctilious old fool. But I promise you his daughter is above all nonsensical ceremony and prejudice. And now, since you have found a new set of friends here, may I ask you if you intend to leave Fairport as soon as you proposed?" "What if I should answer your question by another," replied Lovel, "and ask you what is your opinion of dreams?" "Of dreams, you foolish lad? Why, what should I think of them but as the deceptions of imagination, when reason drops the reins? I know no difference betwixt them and the hallucinations of madness. The unguided horses run away with the carriage in both cases, only in the one the coachman is drunk, and in the other he slumbers. What says our Marcus Tullius? Si insanorum visis fides non est habenda, cur credatur somnentium visis, quae multo etiam perturbatoria sunt, non intelligo." "Yes, sir, but Cicero also tells us, that as he who passes the whole day in darting the javelin must sometimes hit the mark, so, amid the cloud of nightly dreams, some may occur consonant to future events." "Ay, that is to say, you have hit the mark in your own sage opinion." "Lord, Lord, how this world is given to folly! Well, I will allow for once the anacritical science. I will give faith to the exposition of dreams, and say, a Daniel hath arisen to interpret them, if you can prove to me that the dream of yours has pointed to a prudent line of conduct." "Tell me, then," answered Lovel, "why, when I was hesitating whether to abandon an enterprise which I have perhaps rashly undertaken, I should last night dream I saw your ancestor pointing to a motto which encouraged me to perseverance? Why should I have thought of those words which I cannot remember to have heard before, which are in a language unknown to me, and which yet conveyed, when translated, a lesson which I could so plainly apply to my own circumstances?" The Antiquary burst into a fit of laughing. "Excuse me, my young friend, but it is thus we silly mortals deceive ourselves, and look out of doors for motives which originate in our own wilful will. I think I can help out the cause of your vision. You were so abstracted in your contemplations yesterday after dinner, as to pay little attention to the discourse between Sir Arthur and me, until we fell upon the controversy concerning the Picts, which terminated so abruptly. But I remember producing to Sir Arthur a book printed by my ancestor, and making him observe the motto. Your mind was bent elsewhere, but your ear had mechanically received and retained the sounds. and your busy fancy, stirred by Grizel's legend, I presume, had introduced this scrap of German into your dream. As for the waking wisdom which seized on so frivolous a circumstance as an apology for persevering in some course which it could find no better reason to justify, it is exactly one of those juggling tricks which the sagest of us play off now and then, to gratify our inclination at the expense of our understanding." "I own it," said Lovel, blushing deeply. "I believe you are right, Mr. Oldbuck, and I ought to sink in your esteem for attaching a moment's consequence to such a frivolity. But I was tossed by contradictory wishes and resolutions, and you know how slight a line will tow a boat when afloat on the billows, though a cable would hardly move her when pulled up on the beach." "Right, right," exclaimed the Antiquary. "Fall, in my opinion. Not a whit. I love thee the better, man. Why, we have story for story against each other, and I can think with less shame on having exposed myself about the cursed Praetorium, though I am still convinced Agricola's camp must have been somewhere in this neighbourhood. And now, Lovel, my good lad, be sincere with me. What make you from Wittenberg? Why have you left your own country and professional pursuits for an idle residence in such a place as Fairport? A truant disposition, I fear." "Even so," replied Lovel, patiently submitting to an interrogatory which he could not well evade. "Yet I am so detached from all the world, have so few in whom I am interested, or who are interested in me, that my very state of destitution gives me independence. He whose good or evil fortune affects himself alone, has the best right to pursue it according to his own fancy." "Pardon me, young man," said Oldbuck, laying his hand kindly on his shoulder, and making a full halt. "Sufflamina. A little patience, if you please. I will suppose that you have no friends to share or rejoice in your success in life, that you cannot look back to those to whom you owe gratitude, or forward to those to whom you ought to afford protection, but it is no less incumbent on you to move steadily in the path of duty, for your active exertions are due not only to society, but in humble gratitude to the being who made you a member of it, with powers to serve yourself and others." "But I am unconscious of possessing such powers," said Lovel, somewhat impatiently. "I ask nothing of society but the permission of walking innoxiously through the path of life, without jostling others, or permitting myself to be jostled. I owe no man anything. I have the means of maintaining myself with complete independence, and so moderate are my wishes in this respect, that even these means, however limited, rather exceed than fall short of them." "Nay, then," said Oldbuck, removing his hand, and turning again to the road, "if you are so true a philosopher as to think you have money enough, there is no more to be said. I cannot pretend to be entitled to advise you. You have attained the acme, the summit of perfection. And how came Fairport to be the selected abode of so much self-denying philosophy? It is as if a worshipper of the true religion had set up his staff by choice among the multifarious idolaters of the land of Egypt. There is not a man in Fairport who is not a devoted worshipper of the golden calf, the mammon of unrighteousness. Why, even I, man, am so infected by the bad neighbourhood, that I feel inclined occasionally to become an idolater myself." "My principal amusements being literary," answered Lovel, "and circumstances which I cannot mention having induced me, for a time at least, to relinquish the military service, I have pitched on Fairport as a place where I might follow my pursuits without any of those temptations to society which a more elegant circle might have presented to me." "Ah!" replied Oldbuck, knowingly, "I begin to understand your application of my ancestor's motto. You are a candidate for public favour, though not in the way I first suspected. You are ambitious to shine as a literary character, and you hope to merit favour by labour and perseverance?" Lovel, who was rather closely pressed by the inquisitiveness of the old gentleman, concluded it would be best to let him remain in the error which he had gratuitously adopted. "I have been at times foolish enough," he replied, "to nourish some thoughts of the kind." Ah, poor fellow! Nothing can be more melancholy, unless, as young men sometimes do, you had fancied yourself in love with some trumpery specimen of womankind, which is indeed, as Shakespeare truly says, pressing to death, whipping, and hanging all at once. He then proceeded with inquiries, which he was sometimes kind enough to answer himself, for this good old gentleman had, from his antiquarian researches, acquired a delight in building theories out of premises which were often far from affording sufficient ground for them, and being, as the reader must have remarked, sufficiently opinionative, he did not readily brook being corrected either in matter of fact or judgment, even by those who were principally interested in the subjects on which he speculated. He went on, therefore, chalking out Lovel's literary career for him. "And with what do you propose to commence your debut as a man of letters? But I guess poetry, poetry, the soft seducer of youth. Yes, there is an acknowledging modesty of confusion in your eye and manner. And where lies your vein? Are you inclined to soar to the higher regions of Parnassus, or to flutter around the base of the hill?" "I have hitherto attempted only a few lyrical pieces," said Lovel. "Just as I supposed, pruning your wing, and hopping from spray to spray. But I trust you intend a bolder flight. Observe, I would by no means recommend you persevering in this unprofitable pursuit. But you say you are quite independent of the public caprice?" "Entirely so," replied Lovel. "And that you are determined not to adopt a more active course of life?" "For the present, such is my resolution," replied the young man. "Why, then, it only remains for me to give you my best advice and assistance in the object of your pursuit. I have myself published 2 essays in the Antiquarian repository, and therefore am an author of experience. There was my Remarks on Hearne's edition of Robert of Gloucester, signed Scrutator, and the other signed Indagator, upon a passage in Tacitus. I might add what attracted considerable notice at the time, and that is my paper in the Gentleman's Magazine, upon the inscription of Ilia Lelia, which I subscribed Oedipus. So you see I am not an apprentice in the mysteries of authorcraft, and must necessarily understand the taste and temper of the times. And now, once more, what do you intend to commence with?" "I have no instant thoughts of publishing." "Ah, that will never do. You must have the fear of the public before your eyes in all your undertakings. Let us see now, a collection of fugitive pieces. But no, your fugitive poetry is apt to become stationary with the bookseller. It should be something at once solid and attractive, none of your romances or anomalous novelties. I would have you take high ground at once. Let me see, what think you of a real epic? The grand old fashioned historical poem, which moved through 12 or 24 books. We'll have it so. I'll supply you with a subject, the battle between the Caledonians and Romans. The Caledoniad, or Invasion Repelled. Let that be the title. It will suit the present taste, and you may throw in a touch of the times. But the invasion of Agricola was not repelled. No, but you are a poet, free of the corporation, and as little bound down to truth or probability as Virgil himself. You may defeat the Romans in spite of Tacitus, and pitch Agricola's camp at the Kaim of what do you call it?" answered Lovel, "in defiance of Edie Ochiltree." "No more of that, an thou lovest me. And yet I dare say you may unwittingly speak most correct truth in both instances, in spite of the toga of the historian and the blue gown of the mendicant." "Gallantly counselled. Well, I will do my best. Your kindness will assist me with local information." "Will I not, man? Why, I will write the critical and historical notes on each canto, and draw out the plan of the story myself. I pretend to some poetical genius, Mr. Lovel, only I was never able to write verses." "It is a pity, sir, that you should have failed in a qualification somewhat essential to the art." "Essential? Not a whit. It is the mere mechanical department. A man may be a poet without measuring spondees and dactyls, like the ancients, or clashing the ends of lines into rhyme, like the moderns; as one may be an architect, though unable to labour like a stonemason. Dost think Palladio or Vitruvius ever carried a hod? In that case, there should be two authors to each poem, one to think and plan, another to execute. Why, it would not be amiss. At any rate, we'll make the experiment. Not that I would wish to give my name to the public. Assistance from a learned friend might be acknowledged in the preface, after what flourish your nature will. I am a total stranger to authorial vanity." Lovel was much entertained by a declaration not very consistent with the eagerness wherewith his friend seemed to catch at an opportunity of coming before the public, though in a manner which rather resembled stepping up behind a carriage than getting into one. The Antiquary was indeed uncommonly delighted, for, like many other men who spend their lives in obscure literary research, he had a secret ambition to appear in print, which was checked by cold fits of diffidence, fear of criticism, and habits of indolence and procrastination. "But," thought he, "I may, like a second Teucer, discharge my shafts from behind the shield of my ally. And, admit that he should not prove to be a first-rate poet, I am in no shape answerable for his deficiencies, and the good notes may very probably help off an indifferent text. But he must be a good poet. He has the real Parnassian abstraction, seldom answers a question till it is twice repeated, drinks his tea scalding, and eats without knowing what he is putting into his mouth. This is the real Aestus, the Awen of the Welsh bards, the Divinus Afflatus, that transports the poet beyond the limits of sublunary things. His visions, too, are very symptomatical of poetic fury. I must recollect to send Caxon to see he puts out his candle to night. Poets and visionaries are apt to be negligent in that respect." Then, turning to his companion, he expressed himself aloud in continuation. "Yes, my dear Lovel, you shall have full notes; and, indeed, think we may introduce the whole of the essay of castrametation into the appendix. It will give great value to the work. Then we will revive the good old forms, so disgracefully neglected in modern times. You shall invoke the Muse, and certainly she ought to be propitious to an author who, in an apostatizing age, adheres with the faith of Abdiel to the ancient form of adoration. Then we must have a vision, in which the genius of Caledonia shall appear to Galgacus, and show him a procession of the real Scottish monarchs. And in the notes, I will have a hit at Boethius. No, I must not touch that topic, now that Sir Arthur is likely to have vexation enough besides, but I'll annihilate Ossian, Macpherson, and Maccribb." "But we must consider the expense of publication," said Lovel, willing to try whether this hint would fall like cold water on the blazing zeal of his self-elected coadjutor. "Expense!" said Mr. Oldbuck, pausing, and mechanically fumbling in his pocket. "That is true. I would wish to do something, but you would not like to publish by subscription?" "By no means," answered Lovel. "No, no. Gladly acquiesced the Antiquary. It is not respectable. I'll tell you what, I believe I know a bookseller who has a value for my opinion, and will risk print and paper, and I will get as many copies sold for you as I can." "Oh, I am no mercenary author," answered Lovel, smiling. "I only wish to be out of risk of loss." "Hush, hush! We'll take care of that. Throw it all on the publishers. I do long to see your labours commenced. You will choose blank verse, doubtless? It is more grand and magnificent, for a historical subject. And what concerneth you, my friend, it is, I have an idea, more easily written." This conversation brought them to Monkbarns, where the Antiquary had to undergo a chiding from his sister, who, though no philosopher, was waiting to deliver a lecture to him in the portico. Guidus Monkbarns, are things no dear enough already, but you maun be raising the very fish on us, by giving that randy Luckie Mucklebackit just what she likes to ask?" "Why, Grizel," said the sage, somewhat abashed at this unexpected attack, "I thought I made a very fair bargain." "A fair bargain! when ye gied the limmer a full half o' what she seekit, and ye will be a wife carle, and by Fishertrine hands, ye suld never bid muckle mair than a quarter. And the impudent quean had the assurance to come up and seek a dram! But I trow, Jenny and I sorted her." "Truly," said Oldbuck, with a side look to his companion, "I think our estate was gracious that kept us out of hearing of that controversy. Well, well, Grizel, I was wrong for once in my life ultra crepidam, I fairly admit. But hang expenses! Care killed a cat we'll eat the fish, cost what it will. And then, Lovel, you must know I pressed you to stay here to day, the rather because our cheer will be better than usual, yesterday having been a gey day. I love the reversion of a feast better than the feast itself. I delight in the analecta and collectanea, as I may call them, of the preceding day's dinner, which appear on such occasions. And see, there is Jenny going to ring the dinner bell." Chapter 14.